You're about to understand why towards the end of this broadcast. PatriotShoot.com, $8.99 a month. It's worth it. It's 100% worth it. And it's going to allow us to be able to get you what you crave and what you need right now through the craziness that's going on. So just be prepared for that. And not only that, folks, all of our shows here at PPN, free, not behind a paywall, anything like that. If you just want to watch us, great. Because that's what we want. We want you watching us so we can all work together and be in the right direction, which has been working out pretty good for us. Also, folks, check out our partners on our homepage. Yeah, it's pretty cool like that. So let me go ahead and bring in them. I see Dallas is in the studio. I see Alex is in the studio. And I see Charles is in the studio. Dallas, Alex, greetings, salutations.
Hello.
Dallas in our prayers, Bubba. I was going to tell you that. We love you. We love your family. And just want to start off with that because, we all need to, we're family here. And, it doesn't matter who you are, where you're at, God works miracles. And I'm just going to praise that. I just want to tell you, we love you, man.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I won't be available tomorrow or Wednesday. Tomorrow, my wife is having her second surgery connected to her breast cancer. So tomorrow's the more serious of the three. It's the reconstruction, just more intricate, more detailed. But I will be in the hospital with her for the next couple of days for sure. I'll let you guys know, but I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it a ton, and all the prayers and all the thoughts for my family and my wife specifically, but for me and my girls. I mean, it never goes unnoticed. It never goes uncounted. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Alex, good to see you, brother. We meet so many awesome people through our travels. I had the opportunity, obviously, to meet both of you. We never knew each other before this, okay? And it's just this has been a journey along the way. And the next gentleman we're about to bring on, I was with you, Alex, when we were in, if I'm not mistaken, Springfield, Missouri.
That's right.
It was at Mike Lindell. It was a Mike Lindell event. And this gentleman by the name of Charles Bookwalter came up to me. We hit it off. He's definitely one of us, folks. And I'll tell you what, Indiana, I know you are tuning in loud and clear. But let me go ahead and bring in the man, the myth, the legend, Charles Bookwalter. Hello, what's up, Charles? How you doing, buddy?
Hey. He's muted.
Uh-oh. You're muted.
Hey,
there.
Everybody. Nice to see you all again. Thank you so much. It's great to be back on the show. It's great to see everyone.
That's awesome, man. Hey, we sure appreciate you. We appreciate everything you're doing here for the movement, America First. Obviously, I know Alex has really been helping us over here at PPN with this type of lane. I'll be honest with you. I'm just trying to hold this shit together and just trying to promote as many freaking good people that we can. And so people can actually have a voice and be able to make their own decisions versus what mainstream media does and blocks good folks like yourself.
That's right, Chaz, because we all have a role. I mean, that's why this is so successful. This is what we're all doing. This is like we're on the pinnacle, at least here in Indiana with the primary tomorrow, that this is a culmination of 2.5 years of doing what we've all been doing in our own little world, how we can affect this movement, this liberty movement, this grassroots movement to take our country back. You gave me the opportunity back then to tell you that this was our strategy from the very beginning, was to do what Green Berets do all over the world: recruit, train, and fight alongside your allies. And so that's what we've done. Is it's gotten to the point now where we have so many people working on our campaign. Even right now, they're out putting out signs and knocking on doors. It allows you to understand what's going on in voting right now. So it's like real-time data of capturing data, of knowing how people are voting early. So, we've all have our role, and we're all fulfilling it to the best of our abilities. God's will be done.
Amen.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been quite a journey, and it's really a testament to you and your hard work, because of the amount of door knocking that you and Tim Kramer, who's working with you heavily on your campaign, who, by the way, is also running for Boone County, the council at large. So he is on the ballot as well. But
he took my advice. He got involved. I'm like, "What? We got to get involved." He's like, "You know what? I got to run for office too." Then,
yeah, absolutely. And you've been hitting it really hard. Can you talk a little bit about these Facebook Lives that you've been having every week?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So first of all, we've knocked on the last number I heard. It's about 35,000 doors. So I can't stress it enough how important that is when you have that kind of infrastructure. Because I can't knock on 30,000 doors. I knocked on 2,000 doors. So that should put it in perspective. And I'm probably one of a few that knocked on 2,000 plus doors. So that means there's so many more people that are knocking on so many other doors. Yesterday, there was a group there were 6 or 8 of us, men in their 40s and women, their wives were there, of 40 and older, that are all professionals. They're out meeting up in housing developments and knocking on doors, and that with Kramer, a bunch of other people that are running for office here in Boone County. So it is really important that it gives you that feedback. So like when we hear about people voting early, and then you hear that your name 5-1, people are saying, "Oh no, I already voted for this person. And then we follow up. That we started following up, like, "Well, how did you hear about the campaign?" And they say, "I didn't. I was just voting against the incumbent." So it's telling information when you hear. That's what I mean. There's evidence all around us. It's an opportunity that we should be optimistic about what we're seeing from some of these grassroots campaigns, what we're seeing from other states, like at the Missouri GOP convention, that the conservative party, of the conservative wing of the Republican Party, took over the convention. The evidence is all around us. So I think this is happening. That's a door knocking. What other question was it, Alex, about about the campaign? I could go into so many different parts about the campaign. The Facebook Lives. This is something that we would do. Yeah, the Facebook Lives is just something that this district, the 4th Congressional District, is kind of a sleepy district. It doesn't get that much attention, and so we're not getting a lot of media attention because we're challenging an incumbent. In Indiana, the primary is the election. So the Republican primary is what chooses who goes to the election. So we weren't getting a lot of media attention. So we decided, we were doing live town halls all over the district. And then we just thought, well, let's use technology. So we started doing a live broadcast of our town halls, and then started doing an every Thursday night town hall. So we have hours and hours. We've been on these town halls for 2 hours taking
questions. We would love to get a direct feed of that into our social media platform, or figure out a way and have you actually go live in our Indiana State Group. It covers all of Indiana.
That'd be great. And thanks again for the offer. Yeah, because now,
if you're watching, please let's schedule a time or figure out. And I want to get with you about doing that. And we're going to do that for the Indiana room, so everybody's in the know. Period.
That's great. That's awesome. Now, what Tim Kramer helped me together, which Tim Kramer, by the way, is who I met out at that same event that we all met. Also, where I got the endorsement of General Flynn. So it was a productive weekend that we were. Yeah, all together. Anyway, I don't know where I was going with that. I'm sorry.
And Facebook Lives and stuff, but
I one thing about those, I'll tell you that the best thing about those Facebook Lives is that's it. That's how we intend. Kramer is this is his profession, so this is something that we intend to continue to do, because if you're going to have a candidacy like ours, like the way we all kind of think, then you're going to have to talk to your constituency and be very close to them, because if I'm going to do what people are asking me to do, and why we have so much support, which is go to Washington, D.C. and actually rein in government spending by being able to say, if it requires a shutdown, then we'll shut it down. If it requires defunding agencies, then we defund agencies. So if you're going to do something like that, then you have to be talking to your constituency all the time and explaining yourself. And that's one of the reasons that the incumbent Jim Baird is so vulnerable, is because he hasn't been in the district and doesn't go to the district unless he's being challenged. And so people don't really know why he's doing some of the things. People don't know why he is a primary sponsor of a carbon sequestration collaboration act, which funds the research of carbon sequestration, which is essentially rubber stamping it. So people want to know why, and they don't come back to the district. They don't do town halls. They don't take questions. They don't answer any questions. They tell you, you need to call my Washington, D.C. office and talk to an 18-year-old, right? We all know that's what they say. Call your representative. Like, that's ridiculous. We shouldn't be even accepting that as a response. The fact is that our congressmen should be out in the district. That's why our congressmen are elected every 2 years. And in fact, I've had people say, I don't know, it means they're campaigning all the time. And I tell them, that's right. It means they're campaigning all the time. It means they're in their district all the time, meeting with people to build their constituency, their support, to answer why you are or are not doing the things that your constituency wants to do. And you're closer to the people, not to the lobbyists in Washington, D.C. I've been telling people about our candidacy on these town halls all the time. We've got to start looking at this position, not redefining it, but looking at it as it was intended to be, as a representative, not as a legislator. People don't need to come to me and say, what laws are you going to write? That's not the intent of this. The intent is to de-legislate, not over-legislate, and represent, not under-represent the constituency.
Absolutely. And this is the key of why, and personally, I never cared about primaries. I do now, because now I understand the importance of it. You're going up against an incumbent. So when we don't participate in the primaries, we're basically saying, well, whoever's got the most money, the most push, which is typically going to be the political elite, they'll have the greater tendency to pull off a win and go to the generals. In terms of your campaign, can you talk about some of the key issues that have really stuck out to you and that are really on the forefront of the minds of the people that you're going to be representing?
Yeah, certainly. Medical liberty is one. Informed consent has always been a big issue in Indiana. And one of the reasons it's big in our race is because in 2021, Jim Baird, and again, this is why the primary is so important, Alex, like you just said, because primary contenders, particularly in areas where the primary is the race, they look up the voting record and they help hold them accountable. So in 2021, when everyone was looking at pointing their finger at the CDC, Congressman Baird was a co-sponsor of a Democrat bill that gave the CDC $400 million to create, it was called the Immunization Infrastructure Act, is what it was called, HR 550. And it gave them $400 million to create the infrastructure to track vaccines and whether you're vaccinated or whether you're not vaccinated. So, when our congressman is doing that, that's a problem for me and us. Here's another one, like I just brought up, HR 4824. He's a primary sponsor. He just talked about this in Washington, D.C. It's this Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act. This is huge all over Indiana. It's huge all over the 4th District, and it's all over the United States right now. And whether these representatives voted for the Inflation Reduction Act or not, when they feel it is their responsibility to go to Washington, D.C. and grab that money and bring it back to us, even if it's a pernicious, evil idea, that's what we have to stop. And that's what I'm suggesting. Because they're going to suggest to us, well, what do you want me to do? They passed the bill. That's your money. We need to bring it back. Well, when they bring it back, it looks like solar projects in your backyard in beautiful Indiana agriculture that they're transforming and just buying off just a few farmers, or wind farms in the middle of these pristine land where we all know the few farmers are getting paid off and these companies are heavily subsidized, or carbon sequestration projects that are happening in the north part of the district where they want to pay BP to bury 3,000 feet of pipe to create this carbon dioxide sludge and pump it 3,000 feet under the ground. And so that's what these projects look like. And it is a huge deal in Indiana. This is more evidence of what we're seeing around us when we have these meetings that are in opposition to this. 200 people show up. And we have been very successful fighting these in the 4th Congressional District. There are multiple. I can't even go over all of them because I'm talking so much. and I don't want to just kill all the time, answer many questions I can, but we even just an example in my own county, we got the commissioners through grassroots efforts to even get a commissioner elected, which we have in my county, one of the greatest commissioners in the state of Indiana, if not the best. And we got the commission to hold a workshop so everyone could kind of ask some questions and discuss this solar project that was coming into our county. 200 people showed up, 2-hour meeting, everyone spoke. And the next Monday, the commission granted a 2-year moratorium to stop all projects in our county. And if that's happened, or examples like that have happened all over the district. That's the second one. A third one is war spending. Inflation is a result of deficit spending, and Hoosiers and people in the 4th district, and me, who's a Bronze Star winning Green Beret combat veteran, looks at what we're doing at intervention abroad for the last 100 years. And we realize that we cannot do this. It's not sustainable as a nation. It's not Christ-like to be building bombs and create an entire economy on selling ammunitions and bombs, and only, again, benefiting just such a few people, just like these big farming projects. So that's what I'm suggesting to the people. And we all know that's what's happening around America. That's what's happening in the 4th district. And that's why I'm really optimistic about the outcome of this election coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, I know you guys have been very active in doing polls and just keeping a pulse on what's going on, and it sure looks like I'm believing that you're going to win, and with a win tomorrow, then the battle just begins, because then you have to go against your opponent into the general election, and you know that they're going to put an ungodly amount of money into their campaign to run against you. So things are just ramping up.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, it's hard to get a Democrat elected here in the 4th district, but I'm certainly going to not take anything take advantage of anything. We are going to go hard through November, and we're only going to start to implement what we've already talked about, what it would look like to have Charles Bookwalter as your representative, to have me as your representative, how we would keep doing these things, be accessible to the people, start creating this infrastructure that we've already started to build, and then implement it in other parts of the district, these other counties that don't have much of a party going on right now. So to recruit people in there, lift up some good leaders, and to bring people into this party, to get voter turnout in November. And there's some things going on in Indiana where, that kind of really strong leadership going into the Indiana convention in June can help get us a good attorney general and a good lieutenant governor. So it's an exciting time to possibly be a part of, again, what I keep saying, it was what show the evidence is all around us, is showing us what we might be a part of right now, is kind of like another Tea Party wave, another red wave that we thought was going to happen in 2022, but we're kind of now all being a part of in 2024. As you can see, I'm bullish, but what else have I got to be? I can't be.
Amen.
That's awesome. Well, listen, Charles, we sure appreciate you coming on and doing it. So the best way to go and find out more about you is at bookwalterforcongress.com, correct?
That's correct. And our Facebook, which has all those town hall meetings and a lot of content, is the same, Bookwalter for Congress, Facebook, Bookwalter for Congress. And my Twitter's pretty active, at TC Bookwalter. And right now we're doing a 14-hour town hall compilation of Ron Paul speeches. And I think Pat Buchanan's in there, Reagan's in there, a bunch of our town halls and debates. And Kramer put it all together in a well-produced live stream that's going on. It started on Friday and it's going all the way until Tuesday. So it's pretty cool. Some of these have 125,000 views. So again, that's the evidence that we're seeing. That's so much activity. So you can check that out. You can see this live one going on. Thanks so much, very much, for your time and opportunity to speak to all your supporters and everyone here. And the first time too, like, we bookended my race. We did with your show. We bookended. It was one of the first ones I did when we got back, and then the primaries tomorrow. So thank you so much, Patriots.
Hey, congratulations.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Take care, Charles.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Wait, there's
Vote
more.
Charles Bookwalter, May 7th. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. One of the reasons I'm running, because like many of you, I feel like we are over-legislated and underrepresented. And there's no better example of this underrepresentation than what I experienced this past weekend, and I'd like to share it with you. This happened in Carroll County last weekend, where a local group a number of months ago tried to set up a debate between Congressman Jim Baird and myself. This is the 3rd debate that I've done, but unfortunately Congressman Baird didn't show up for any of them. What you'll see is that during this debate, I took some very difficult and unscripted questions. The following evening was in Carroll County was the Lincoln Day dinner. The Lincoln Day dinner showed what a significant contrast it was between the Saturday night town hall and the Lincoln Day dinner, where Congressman Baird was provided an opportunity and a platform to use it as a campaign speech. And now, if you remember, or if you may not know, inside politics is that Bo Baird, Indiana assemblyman who took over for his father's seat when Jim Baird went into the U.S. Congress, is also Congressman Baird's campaign manager. And the Carroll County GOP allowed Congressman Baird and his campaign manager to use the Lincoln Day dinner as a platform to do what they called a fireside chat. But in reality, and what you'll see by viewing this side-by-side comparison, is what it was is a series of scripted questions. Now, you have the opportunity right now to see a side-by-side between a candidate like myself that believes in transparency and openness and will ask or answer any question that you may have, and a candidate that this is the only time in this entire election cycle that you will see a Q&A being done. And the Q&A is done by his son, who is also his campaign manager. So we've provided you this distinct comparison, a side-by-side. You're doing a town hall meeting the night before and a campaign stop by Congressman Jim Baird. Please take the time to watch it, and then you'll have a better understanding of who you would like to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and you'll have a better idea of who to vote for in the primary on May 7th. Thanks for viewing.
It's an opportunity to be here. And I'm going to do this a little different. I thought we might have some fun, make it a little more interesting. So I'm going to have my son go up and come up, and we're going to do what I call, or he calls, a fireside chat. So I hope we can touch the things that are important to you. And, you know, I just want to tell you before we start how much I enjoy people like you and the opportunity to visit with people like you at the end of the big farm community this time of the year when the crops are getting ready to put out. And so it really means a lot to me to be in this environment at this time of year. And all the people I deal with in Washington, D.C., you can't believe how much I really mean that, because there's a lot of those folks I don't even understand, Todd. I don't even know what they're thinking, you know, or where they're coming from. But nonetheless, we've got a few remarks we'll make, and let's move this microphone right over the top, and we can do that.
Sir.
Is this working?
Yeah.
As he said, I am Bo Baird, and I'll be moderating tonight's fireside chat. Dad, I think last time we did this was for state party. Is that right? You and Congressman Mass and Congressman Crenshaw at the time.
That's right.
We'll try to keep this more brief than we did that. I know you've been coming here for over a decade. When you combine your time as a congressman and as a candidate, I do see a few new faces in the crowd. Can you give us a brief, very high level, a little bit about your background?
Absolutely. Grew up on a farm, went to Purdue, a BS and a master's degree, went to Vietnam, came home a decorated Vietnam combat veteran. Then I was at the University of Kentucky for a PhD. And then we came home, my wife is a nurse, and she's probably the reason I'm still here anyway. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, we started buying farm ground because we were both interested in that, and started a home health care agency. And that's been what we've been doing since we got back to Vietnam. And so all those experiences have really added to my appreciation for what we do, and my appreciation for agriculture, my appreciation for family, and this country is so.
I think also before you started public service, you were involved in a lot of community organizations. President of the local fair board, you were on Rotary, the local cattlemen's association. Can you tell me a little bit about how those experiences have transcended into your work at the State House and then in the U.S. Congress?
Well, thank you both for that. I mean, did serve in a lot of the civic clubs around Putnam County there. But, I want you to know that two of the groups that I really enjoyed was the FFA and the 4-H. And I really support those kids and those programs because it gives those young people a real opportunity to get to know how they can perform impromptu speeches and to be able to talk standing on their feet. And so I really support those two programs. And so I was president of the county fair, Putnam County Fair, a couple of years. And I can't tell you how much I enjoyed, if you really needed somebody at the county fair, well, most folks would think you need to go and try to find them. But I'm telling you, if you just sat on a bale of straw or sat on a bench at the end of one of the barns, everybody will walk past sooner or later. So it's a good time to visit with the community. And what's really also good about that, in addition to the kids in 4-H being able to compete, it's the culmination of their years worth of work, getting an animal ready, getting a project ready, and so then they can get together and exhibit those exhibits at the county fair. And so they have a real opportunity to get to know each other, but the adults have the opportunity to really share community values even at the same time.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Jim Baird recently claimed the Bookwalter for Congress grassroots campaign to unseat Baird is a political weapon of the swamp and that Charles Bookwalter is a rhino. Really? Well, let's just see who really owns who. On the left are the top donors of the Jim Baird campaign. On the right, we have the top donors of the Bookwalter campaign. What do you notice? Baird is right. Charles Bookwalter is owned by the people of the 4th District. And who owns Jim Baird? The swamp. The swamp owns Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
So, Congressman, when you were first elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, you came into the minority, and I know that was a big difference from when you served at the State House in a super majority. We still do a family dinner every Sunday night, and as we talk around the dinner table, we like to share the dichotomy between our roles, my role at the State House and his role in D.C. Can you talk to the audience a little bit about what it was like coming into the minority and what your focus was when you first came into the minority.
Not good. I mean, really not good. And when I first went to college, after the first 35 days or so, I didn't think there was any hope for this country to try to save it. But after I was there a while, we started getting into committees and so on. Then it became more apparent, I guess, of how important it was for people like me that really grew up in a community like this to make sure that I get your values at the legislating table and that we have representation there that can express that and make sure that they understand what you feel here in this part of the country. So after I did that, then I decided that I was going to stay just because the country needs it. And I love this country. So I'm going to protect those things that are important to our children and our grandchildren.
I saw on one of your outreach flyers that you returned almost $5 million of hardware and Hoosier dollars to constituents in the 4th District. I think casework is something that always gets overlooked as we talk to you about legislation. Is that something you can talk to us about tonight, what your office has done casework-wise, and maybe explain what that $5 million is?
Where did you get these questions anyway? You're right. That was one of the things I found interesting. That our own government, I'm surprised how many people cannot get results from whatever agency it is. I don't care if it's the IRS or the Veterans Administration or some of those others. And so we have returned $5 million because we've helped people with constituent services, and we've been pretty good about that, both at the federal level and here in the district. And that is really rewarding when you see a veteran get what they feel they deserve, and when justifiably, or if you settle an IRS problem that's been going on for 2 or 3 or 4 years, it really is a rewarding experience. And our staff does a great job of that, and they appreciate that kind of good experience.
Turning our focus to current events, the goal. What are you hearing? What are you seeing as priorities that you travel across?
Well, I had the opportunity to go with the painting to some of the other places around the country. But when you get to people like you, I think the 3 things, I can nail down the 3 things, but a lot of things I can talk about and tell you the background on. Well, it really comes down to the border, inflation, and then what we had just last week on the FISA reauthorization. So when you look at those 3 items, and there's no question that I think the border needs to be voted. And what's really frustrating is we don't need more laws to do that. I think the president and this administration, the president, could take an executive order and handle that right now. So we're constantly encouraging them to make sure they do that. What I'm afraid of is that it's going to take that change. It's going to change administration before we can get that done. It is really frustrating to see the number of people coming across our border. And when we went down there about 4 years or so ago, and the Border Patrol folks shared with us that were there, and they were almost overwhelmed at that time. But here recently, I went back in the last year, and the thing that struck me was that the Border Patrol agents were talking about tentacles that come across from those cartels. They run Mexico, and then they have representatives right in our own country that have come across this open borders. So they can be in these cities, these safe areas for them, and that's not good for the country. And it's overwhelming our healthcare system. It's overwhelming our schools. They even taken some of these schools to house of these individuals. And so all of that has contributed to our problem with crime and so on around these sanctuary cities. So that's the first issue I think we need to take care of. And we could relate to other things that also relate to that. We could get into the sex trafficking and those kind of things that happen as a result of those individuals coming across the border. The last I knew, there was 100,000 children that had come across the border, and we don't know where they're at, and can't find them. And so what are we going to do with those young children, and where are they at, and how are they being taken care of? So the border is an important one. Have I got time to go on about?
Yep.
I mentioned inflation. That's the second issue that we have. The cost of goods and services is skyrocketed now, like 30% increase or so in many of those things that we buy. I use the example that my pickup truck, to fill it up 2 or 3 years ago, cost $45, and now it costs me over $100. And so that demonstrates in one way inflation. And every time I fill it up, I'm thinking about that $55 and how much that can be used to buy food or food or something else that a family might need, because essential needs. You got to pick up trucks, so you know how much it costs to fill that up. So inflation, and what happened is when this administration started out with an executive order to close the Keystone Pipeline, that sends shocks to the energy sector of the country. And if you think about energy, we not only to heat the home, turn the lights on and so on, but everything travels either by air or by truck or by barge. And every time you do that, you've got an engine there that's burning fuel, even to deliver the goods to whatever store. When you do that, those costs of fuel, among other things, anyway, when that cost of fuel goes higher, then that cost is added on to the cost of goods. And in a way, it's like a tax. You end up paying that one way or another because they pass that along. And if you're going to stay in business, you can't afford to eat that cost. And the other thing was the FISA bill that we passed just last week. Where do you go? Federal Intelligence and an organization it allows the FBI and law enforcement folks, particularly the FBI, to look at your communications and what you do maybe on the internet or electronically and so on. And I was not supportive of that bill. It was up for reauthorization for another 5 years. I was not supportive of that bill because there was an amendment that was offered that you had to get a warrant before you could tap into my electronic communication. And so I wasn't supportive of that for that very reason. Had that amendment been in there, I would have been supportive with that reauthorization.
Thank you, Congressman. Shifting gears a little bit, there's a proliferation of deceitful and insincere misinformation out there about some of your legislation, in particular the carbon sequestration. Is that something you can talk to us about tonight as well?
Absolutely. The carbon sequestration bill was simply, when I looked out here what the state of Indiana was doing, and you were looking into that and some of the bills that you had. But I realized that there was not enough research being done on the second part of carbon sequestration. And I know many of you have probably had a lot of discussions about that in this area. But nonetheless, there was not enough research or enough data about the consequences of storing CO2 for long-term underground, deep underground. What happens if you have a leak, or what happens if you have some kind of an explosion or whatever? But I realized there wasn't enough research. So this bill that came out of the Science Committee and related to having that kind of research conducted so that local officials and people like you had the opportunity to study that information, and then we would know whether we wanted to put CO2 under the ground in an area close to us or even underground that we own. So there is no eminent domain in that bill whatsoever. It's all about research. And so I don't appreciate misinformation that many of you have probably had in that regard.
Thank you, Congressman. Did I hear you correctly that you'll be explaining this on the House floor tomorrow? If anybody wants to tune in and see it live, or they can watch the recording?
That's the current plan, yes.
Okay. Congressman, that's all the questions I have for you. Will you stick around and answer individual questions after the conclusion of Lincoln Day?
Absolutely. Will do.
Any closing remarks before we stop?
Well, I really appreciate what you do, and I want you to continue to do what you do, because the thing we need to do now, and you know, the primary's coming up on a week and Tuesday, and so we need to get all your friends and so on out, make sure we go, because we want to be in a position by the time we come around to November to make sure we can change this administration from what we have now. It's important to every one of us. It's important to our children, and it's important to our grandchildren. But I do thank you for being here. I appreciate you letting me come visit with you, and God bless America.
What you just viewed is what it's like to be over-legislated and underrepresented when you're not able to ask questions to your incumbent, or when they have a scripted narrative where they control the line of questioning. And what you'll see by stark contrast the night before in our debate is the local people being able to ask whatever question they wanted about the most important issues of the day. So please stay tuned and watch it. We'll be right back after this.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
All right, well, so this is just a touch unorthodox because there's not a moderator because the other party didn't show up. So I'm going to take a few minutes extra that I would typically not take and give a brief biography of who I am. And I'll make it very brief, and then we'll get into a few issues that I would challenge the incumbent on if he were here. And then we can get into some questions maybe about those issues. So obviously my name is Charles Bookwalter. I grew up I'm a lifelong Hoosier. I grew up in Vermilion County, Indiana. That's right on the border of Indiana and Illinois. I live now in Thorntown, Indiana, which is in Boone County, south of Lafayette. I have my wife of 17 years, and I have 3 daughters, 9, 9, and 8. And we 3H at home. We homestead, homeschool, and home church. Now, I've been challenged on the home church part. We do attend church, and we are small group leaders, my wife and I both, in the kids' ministry. So we don't just stay at home and church. We also attend church as well and volunteer there. I graduated from Indiana University and went directly into sales. To graduate Indiana University, I had to do an internship, which took me to the Pentagon, which got my first experience in the military. I realized that I wanted to serve after 9/11. I was at the Pentagon in 99 to 2000, and then 2001 happened. So ultimately, I matriculated into the U.S. Army in 2006 under a contract that allowed me to go directly into the Army Special Forces. So in 3 years, I earned the Green Beret as a medic,
And I also learned Chinese. So a year and a half of that training was the medical training and the Chinese. So for the next few years until 2012, I was active duty. So from 2009 to 2012, I was active duty. I did 2 combat deployments, earned a Bronze Star, and went to all kinds of additional schools and trainings. In 2012, my wife and I were out west, and I told her I'd never make the military career, and she wanted to go home, so we came home. As a medic, it's a year-long training. I was able to leverage that training into a job in medical device sales. The last 7 years of which I was at Intuitive Surgical, which is a manufacturer of the Da Vinci robot. So for the last 7 years of my professional career, I was in the operating room, training surgeons on how to use the Da Vinci robot and working with administration and the C-suite on how to purchase these Da Vinci robots. That job allowed me the financial opportunity to invest. So we built some commercial real estate just south of here in Clinton County, in Frankfurt. And I bought a Jimmy John's franchise that we put in as the corner store in that in 2017. All right, that's the summary. I tell you all that to tell you that when COVID occurred, I was in the operating room and I owned a fast casual restaurant. It was probably the 2 worst sectors that you could be in at that time. And if in this debate, I might have an opportunity to remind you of some of the things that occurred during that time that we've forgotten already, that had a significant impact on someone like me. So ultimately, I resigned that job at Intuitive because it was requiring the jab, both the hospital and the company. And so the writing was on the wall and I left. But also, I had to go save that business, the Jimmy John's restaurant, because I couldn't get employees to stay there. I was competing with the federal government for money. And here's one of the reminders. If any of you own a small business, I don't know what happened to you, but my employees would leverage COVID against me to get a number of days off, however many they wanted, up to 10 days, by saying things like, you don't want the town of Frankfurt knowing that COVID is running through our restaurant, do you? Now COVID doesn't scare anyone. But back then, in 2020, everyone was so fearful that that's what they did to us, that it had an impact, even on me thinking to myself, I don't know if I want that rumor getting out. That could really seriously impact our business. But ultimately, the way I handled that business is what got me involved in politics. I did not mask my employees. A lot of them are high school students that wore masks for 8 hours a day or whatever it is in public school. And I didn't rearrange the store. I didn't put the stickers down that said social distancing. I didn't put the chairs up or separate anything. We treated our store like it was 2019 again. And right now that store in Frankfurt is doing very well. I don't have to be there as much because I think the community has rewarded us with our good decision making during that time. When the health department called me and sent me letters telling me how I need to mask my employees and social distance, I told them that I wasn't going to do it. I didn't care how many times they called me. And if anyone wanted to complain or call them to complain about our store, they could just tell them to go to Arnie's or some other restaurant. They didn't have to go to our restaurant. So I tell you all that because I think that as we consider who our primary candidate is or who's going to go to the election, you need to consider how that person handled themselves during that time. That opportunity during that time was an opportunity of a lifetime for our elected officials to be some of the greatest stalwarts of liberty to go down in history. And they failed us. Nearly every single one of them failed us. They did not stand up for us. And that includes Congressman Jim Baird, who did not stand up against the medical tyranny that occurred. In fact, he did not vote to reinstate the airline pilots after they had lost their jobs due to the vaccine mandates. He was one of 80 Republican congressmen that did not vote to reinstate them. He also did not stand up for the military. 11,000 military personnel were got out of the military or were discharged from the military because they refused to take the vaccination. Subsequent to that, there was a group of military officials that are former military and current military that decided to hold the leadership responsible. So they are I can't remember the bill, but I've signed it
or it's a notice. But again, it's an example that Jim Baird didn't do anything during that time to stand up for military or anyone else during that critical moment. There's another fight that we're fighting right here, probably here in Carroll County, although I haven't been a part of it, is this fight against Joe Biden's green energy policies that are being forced in each one of our counties throughout the district. And I tell you all that because I've gone to a number of these meetings all over, in White County, in Newton County, in Warren County, in Jasper County, Hendricks County, Boone County. I've been to a meeting in almost every single one of those counties, in the planning meetings, the commissioner meetings, or the BZA meetings, speaking up against this, the green energy being pushed on these communities that don't want them. And we've been successful. Just last week I was in Fountain County when we had 200 people showed up because they don't want these solar fields being put in their backyard. And they went in, they showed up, we had a little rally outside, they went in and the commissioners voted for a moratorium on solar fields right there, just like that, because so many people showed up. In Boone County, we went to the commissioners meeting and requested a workshop. They granted it. 200 people showed up to Boone County Fairgrounds, and everyone spoke. And that next Monday, the commissioners got together and they voted for a 2-year moratorium on solar and wind. In Newton County, they've put restrictions on vehicles, the weight vehicles. Excuse me. So those big trucks that drill cannot drive on their roads. In Hendricks County, a group got together against wind farms, and they stopped a wind farm that was going to go in Jamestown. There's more examples. Oh, in Putnam County, we're planning a solar field, and I went down there and testified with them. In fact, in some of these meetings, folks, they'll just take when they know people are going to show up, they'll take public comment off the agenda. And 2 of these meetings I've been to, I've had to tell them that we're there and we want to talk, and they had to stay there and listen to us. But that is, so we need people that are willing to stand up to these people that are mismanaging this power and resources that we have given to them. Again, our elected officials that have failed us. Congressman Baird has voted for nearly every Ukraine spending package, and there has not been a war that he has not supported up to this point, despite his experience in Vietnam. It is because of those experiences that I had in combat in Afghanistan and the Philippines that I've taken a different approach to foreign policy and would seek peace instead of being purveyors of war all over the world, which we have been for about 100 years. And the last thing is all those things that I just spoke about, the medical tyranny, the increase. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to say this. During that medical tyranny, Congressman Baird co-sponsored the H.R. 550, which is a Democrat bill which gave the CDC $400 million to create the Immunization Infrastructure Act, which created software to track who is vaccinated and who is not. And he just recently is the primary sponsor of H.R. 4824, which is the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act, which brings that money. Now, that he did not vote for the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a big bulk of this green energy money. But as soon as it was passed, he sponsored a bill to go after that money to study carbon sequestration in the 4th Congressional District. And so those are the fights that we're fighting on the ground. The commissioners taking our time to do it because they're being brought in by our congressmen and our senators and our governors and our elected representatives as they go after all this federal money that they want. And they tell us that that's what we need to have so they can economically develop it. But it comes with strings attached. And that's the final issue, is the string attached. The biggest one is what we're all feeling right now, which is inflation. Everyone's property taxes are high. Costs, nominally, well, they're not nominal. The real inflation is double digits. We're talking about 25. I just spoke to a farmer who's from White County last night, And he said that his real costs are about 35% inflation over the last few years. So all of this comes with a cost. When they print the definition of inflation, or inflation is a result of deficit spending. So if we're going $1 trillion in debt to fund wars all over, to fund these big agencies like the border agencies that aren't doing their job, then we are going to continue to pay for it. So I'm suggesting, and I'll wrap this up for my intro. I'm suggesting that not that we're really thinking this position, that we're getting this position of representative back to its original intent, which is to represent the people of the 4th District, be in the 4th District, be among the people of the 4th District, understanding their ideas, and taking that to Washington, D.C. Not having these legislators, not representatives, go out to Washington, D.C., relocate out there, and then start bringing Washington, D.C. to the district with all this money. So that's the difference that I'm offering, and that's my suggestion of why you should choose me or vote for me on May 7th in the primary. And not only do that, but you should take 10 of your friends with you and vote in the primary. Thank you. I probably won't even sit down. I don't think I need to sit down.
Oh, well, you can sit down. It's about time. You've been talking so much, Jim. I got to say a thing. we did make a concerted effort to make sure that both candidates were here to get a fair shot. Jim Baird was at the White County Lincoln Day dinner last night. I made the trip from there to here, but he was unsuccessful in that trip today. So, he's tongue-tied. Anybody have any questions? I do. I'm going all the way in the back.
This community is no different than the other communities you talked about a while ago with solar and the green energy, the windmills and everything like that. Since we are live streaming this and everything of that nature, what would you say to the citizens of Carroll County about those two issues, or that one issue of green energy? What would you say about how you feel about it and what your stance is for that particular topic?
All right, thanks for the question. So I can answer two ways. I can tell you what their arguments are and how we've been effective in countering some of their arguments, or the action that we've taken that has been successful. The action we take really has only taken a small group of people, typically with one leader that's going to bring a group together, find out what meetings and when, like the planning meeting, the BZA, the area plan, the commissioners meeting, and then get the agenda, find out when public comment is, and come and bring this subject up. If it's on the agenda, that's one thing. If it's not, then you can just bring it up to the agenda and start finding out information about these projects that are maybe going on in your county. You're just not privy to it yet. This is how this has happened, is that no one knows about it except the commissioners or some planning people or some of the farmers that have gotten these contracts. But if one or a small group of people can get together and start that little group, you'll be tremendously effective just by going to these meetings and voicing your opinion and opposition. And you find out there's a project that's here and people really are, Mr. Seward, if they really don't want these projects in the area, then they'll all come to the local meeting. Everyone, you just have to tell all of your neighbors and all of your friends, and everyone will show up. And that is what's been most effective, taking action. Now, the two arguments are, and I just will try to be brief about it to give you a little ammunition, is one is, who's heard that, well, you can't tell a farmer or a property owner what they can do with their property, right? You can't do that. It's their property. You can't. Well, remember that private property starts with the fruits of our labor, which is our first dollar that they're taking away from us, giving to Washington, D.C., who then gives the money to these companies that then go purchase the land from farmers. An example is in Fountain County, Indiana. The company's name is Dolphin. That's the solar panel company. Well, if you go to their webpage, the first thing it says is we're a green energy company that is a federally subsidized company. These companies are shadow government companies. They're political insiders that know about these bills and this money and when it gets passed, and then they start a company and they buy Chinese solar panels and they start a business. And that's why these companies fail. At high rates, they fail. They go under or they get bought out, they get purchased because these companies aren't in it to provide a good service. And a company, to provide a business or build a business, these companies are in it to get the federal money while it's available. And they're talking about it at every level, ladies and gentlemen. I was just listening to a podcast over here, and it was a mayor, it was a governor of one of the states. And they talk about it openly. Governor Holcomb talks about it. It is a lucrative industry. It is about economic development, bringing these projects to our communities. It is not about energy. It's not about, they talk about it's jobs, it's economic development. It brings things to the community. They're bundling in all these little packages. So getting back to it, so the tax argument is not a good argument. That's our money, that's the first dollar, and as soon as a business and a private individual brings our tax money into it, they're bringing us into the conversation. So that's why we go to the commissioners, and that's why we're getting involved, because they're using our money to do it. If they don't want our opinion, then they don't use our money, and then we can't be involved in that decision. And the second one is the tax base. They say that this increases the tax base, and that's why they do it. Well, just remember what they're talking. First of all, even at the local level, these governments are doing things that they were never intended to do. They're building things that they should be. They go after grant money, and they tell us it's a great thing to do, build a YMCA and all that. The private companies used to do all this, but they do it now with a lot of federal subsidies to come in these communities. So our local governments and our federal governments should not be doing a lot of things that they're doing. The second thing is like, as we just have never been a kind of people or community that thinks that giving our government more money through our taxpayer dollars is a good idea. We should be more wary of that when our community tells us that that's great that they just brought in $400 million. And remember that they promised these services, the roads, the fire, the police, to our grandparents and great-grandparents. So if they're failing, it's because they're being mismanaged. It's not because we need to increase more federal income to build these better, or build different economic development opportunities or projects, or pay for services that were already promised even a generation ago. Okay, these promises were made, taxes were paid, and services were not delivered. So we have to hold that accountable before we just start taking more of our money and putting it into the problem.
I actually have two questions. I'm a healthcare provider that worked during COVID, and I wholeheartedly support your perspective. But are you aware of the World Health Organization's pandemic preparedness program that they're now taking comments on?
I have heard that, yeah.
Literally change the way our country's sovereignty is.
Yeah, I think you're suggesting to the idea that they are going, that the United States will be, the WHO will be the final authority when it comes to healthcare policy.
If this passes.
Right, yep, yes.
So you would not support that?
Yeah, so not only would I not support it, I've actually already spoken out against this. About a year and a half ago, the Senate had Senate Bill SB 4 at the Indiana General Assembly. And that bill because it had money attached to it, the state government through federal grants went to all of our communities and said, we'll give you 3 million, 10 million, whatever, to do some ambulatory services or whatever. But it comes with strings attached, and we're in charge. So local health, your local, if Carroll County signed up for this, which they probably did, there were only a few that didn't, your local health authority no longer is the final authority here. The state has usurped that responsibility. They did it a year and a half ago in SB 4. So the reason I testified against it is because I just told you all what I was able to do at my Jimmy John's when the local health guy was right down the street and I delivered him sandwiches, which I did. He still frequents our place. But we can hold each other accountable. And there's things that he can't do. But now, if I were to do that, and this is why they passed that bill, is because they wanted, so they didn't want Charles Bookwalter telling them that I'm not going to mask my employees in the next pandemic, and they'll send a state agent to me, or they will shut down my business or make it so I can't pay taxes, or they have complete control over my business at the end of the day. The state does. So I testified against that because it's the same concept. Because the further we remove accountability for healthcare services, particularly public health services, the worse off we are. So they need to be as close, like everything else, as close to the local level as possible. So I would obviously never support anything like that. I think the WHO is a racket. I think most of these globalist agencies are rackets. NATO, we should have got out NATO in 90. The UN, the United States has to rethink our foreign policy and the way, and I'm not the only, this isn't crazy. There's already a group of people out there right now that are working on these very things. It's just a small group. Again, I'm suggesting we send someone different there that'll work with them and try to advance some of this taking back our government, back to the people, back to the local level, and get out of some of these globalist organizations and bring people home, focus on the United States.
Question 2, China has bought a lot of farmland in our country. They continue to buy farmland. What is your stance on that?
That's frightening, but I think a lot of the times these scenarios, I don't know what the total number is. I'd have to look at the total number. I'm not sure. But it's a threat, and I don't like it. But I want to remind everyone that there is a greater threat going on at our State House and in Washington, D.C., that is a greater threat to our individual liberties, that is a greater threat to our land. Last year, they passed House Bill 1209, which means that if any of these carbon sequestration projects come in up there, that if 70% of the project, if 70% of the landowners agree, then they get to take the other 30% in eminent domain. Yeah, so this threat, and does anyone know what's going on in Boone County? The IEDC, the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, created a plan that they admittedly did because the 11,000 acres was only in the hands of 250 people. And so they went out there strategically, bought off some of these farmers, and are in the process of buying 11,000 acres of some of the most fertile farm ground in Indiana, right outside Boone County, because it was the last two governors' idea to have a corridor from Lebanon to Lafayette, between Purdue and Lebanon. And so they're essentially planning this. Folks, they are taking our land, they are taking our money, and it's our own government doing it. And this project that they're doing, the LEAP project, they're selling it to global companies. So they're taking our land and they're selling it to these global companies. In Pulaski County, right over there, the IEDC sold the area of the land the size of Manhattan is now a solar project, and Israel owns it. And it's right in your back. It's just right over there. It's the size of Manhattan. That's how big this is. I am sorry, I like that question because I think we need to talk more. This allows us to focus on what is more important, which is the 25-meter target. China's the 300-meter target. That's way out there. I honestly believe that we have a greater threat right now, And you guys that see it and you feel around, that's why we have so many people running for office right now. And we all know what's going on.
Okay, my question relates to the House of Representatives. And there's over 400 representatives there. You only hear about just a few of them that are taking leadership on issues. I've never heard Jim Baird's name, and I watch the news a lot. But Matt Gaetz, for example, you hear him a lot. He's a leader. He's influencing other representatives. And then you hear the concept of show votes, where they will vote conservative knowing that the bill will fail anyways, but they can show themselves to have voted for that bill. What's your comment about where you will stand, how you will be a leader in the House of Representatives? Conservative values.
Question. And I've not heard that term "show votes" before. Matt Gaetz, those. So again, we're rethinking this position again. I've been asked that question before. What is my legislative agenda? Well, we have to look at this different. There's not a legislative agenda anymore to go there. It is going there to de-legislate. It is a de-legislative agenda, a defunding agenda to reduce the size of government and not go there with the intention of legislating or writing a bunch of legislation, right? So, and the reason I think that people like Matt Gaetz, because there's a few of them out there, they just have a different approach. We were talking about this the other day on the campaign. But it doesn't matter how they say, because I'm going to these events all over, and they're different candidates of different caliber, sometimes for the first time on the stage. And they may have a completely different presentation. It may not even be professional. But when we discuss it after the fact, people say, I really like that guy. I really like that person. But they wasn't the person, and it wasn't how they moved, and it wasn't what they looked like. It was what they said. It was the truth. And so when these guys like Matt Gaetz and the 20, the speaking, it doesn't matter how they say it. The reason that we like it, the reason that it's sweet to our lips is because it's the truth. They're speaking the truth. And so many of these issues that we're talking about is an assault on objective truths that we know is true, like gender fluidity, stuff like that. And so when they're coming out and talking about it, they're doing the thing that so many of them just won't even do, which is won't even talk about it because they don't want someone from the other side to attack them and call them a terrible name and use ad hominem attacks, which happens to me because I'll speak openly about these things. So that's the approach, that's the idea, is to go out there and actually join these men and women that are all like MTG that are already doing this, and join them instead of going there with an agenda or to have a legacy to write a piece of legislation. You go there to join those people that already have bills that are very important to us in our campaign, like defunding the Department of Education. Thomas Massey just got another co-sponsor on that bill. He makes a tweet about it every single time. So it's about going out and joining those people and actually trying to make some progress in defunding agencies and reducing the size of the government, which is what we all, I think, agree upon doing. Sure.
I'd like to piggyback on the question about the farmland. While China is probably the most aggressive buyer and leaser of lands in America at this time, it's actually the Communist Republic of Canada,
really?
Pardon me, that is the single largest of foreign entity that owns lands within the United States. But according to a 2021 USDA survey, approximately 2.2% of all Indiana farmland, 80% of which is valuable cropland, was owned or leased by a foreign entity. Last month, Governor Holcomb signed into law House Bill 1183, which bans 5 foreign adversary countries from owning or leasing farmland in the state of Indiana and banning them from buying any real estate of any kind within 10 miles of a military installation. This bill was clearly designed to protect Indiana's valuable farmland, which is disappearing at a frightening rate. Mm-hmm.
Hoosier food security, as well as the overall security of all Hoosier residents. If you were elected, or should I say when you were elected, would you be willing to sponsor a bill at the federal level designed to protect our nation's security, as well as our precious farmland and America's food security? Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, that's it. Great. Yeah, thanks for all that information. Was that 80%?
80% of the
80% of Indiana?
80% of the, no, 80%, I'll read it again.
Yeah.
Approximately 2.2% of all Indiana farmland, it's roughly a half million acres. It's like over 450,000 acres, is owned by foreign entities.
Yeah, okay.
80% of that amount is valuable cropland.
Gotcha, yeah. And I wonder how that land got into the hands of those entities as well. Because I doubt a foreign company can come in and buy the property without going through some kind of process.
They do it all the time.
Well, but I wonder if a private entity can come in, a foreign entity can come in and contact Keller Williams, or does a foreign entity come in and contact Governor Holcomb? And I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. I shouldn't speak out of turn, but I'm not sure how that works to come in and buy large pieces of land if the foreign entity isn't like registering and making it known, or can they just come in and talk to your local real estate agent? Because that would be, yeah, I don't know how that works, but it is frightening, of course, that I would do that, but I don't know what that looks like. Because all I've seen my lifetime, what I continue to see, because I've talked to a lot of farmers around here, is the continued centralization of land into fewer and fewer people's, into fewer and fewer hands. So I don't know what that looks like, to do that. But, I think we've got to encourage more small ownership, like the LEAP project. It sounds crazy, but they want to take 11,000 acres and develop it into globalists. These are huge globalist companies that are coming in here, build huge manufacturing and chips, but I would rather see 10,000 1-acre pieces of property that people have a small home on and a little bit of land, than if we're going to spend money that way. It's just insane that we wouldn't encourage something would be more land ownership and small farming or small gardening. Anyway, sir.
So why do you want to run? Just why? What's the passion? What's the motivation? What do you tell your wife that you're willing to jump into the swamp, fight the good fight? You join the Army, or you're part of it. There's a reason. I want to know why. What's going to be the motivation when hell breaks loose?
Why? Because I think we're at an inflection point right now. I really do. I think that we're at a point where there's so many things going on. Like, one of the biggest concerns would be like a dollar devaluation, or we lose the reserve status, or something like that could have serious civil effects here, or disruption and discord in the United States. And I think that is a very real possibility. And there have been so many attempts to get people together that would like-minded, that would come together and defend themselves, and we don't have that anymore. So there have been, in the last decade or so, little things called cells or little groups, and they don't work. Before that, the grandfather of those were militias, where people would come together and they would support one another, but those don't work because 8 out of 10 of them are FBI agents. But in reality, what this is a political movement of like-minded people that are taking their country back to the way it was originally intended. And because we don't, in my estimation, have that much more time. And we need some leaders that are out speaking about this, where we know who to rally around if the time ever comes, to have people in places that can keep control and protect our communities. Frankly, that's why I'm doing this. That's a good question. Can I answer that before? Yeah. I like that because I talk about this a lot. Because we've been subsidizing oil and gas for 100 years. We've been subsidizing it, and that's upset a lot of people. Like, why are we doing that? And I agree. Why are we subsidizing these wealthy companies? But the fact is we have. And now our grid structure is crumbling. And what's the response of the federal government? What is it? What's the response? Go green. Go green. Can you believe it? They promised our grandparents, they promised us for a century that if they took our money and invested in this infrastructure, then your kids and your kids' kids are going to have efficient, inexpensive, available energy for a long time because we're investing in it now. And that's what they told our grandparents. And our grandparents believed them, and they take their money, and they did just that. They built an incredible infrastructure made out of oil and coal, which Indiana has in abundance. And instead of reinvesting in it, this is what I'm talking about, this mismanagement, the bungling of healthcare, borders, energy policy, everything, war. And this is an example of it. So if we were to do anything with federal money, then we should reinvest in the infrastructure that we already have and try to lower our energy prices. There's studies that show we have oil for like 350 years at rates that far exceed what we're using it now. And coal, and we've only become a cleaner environment. I challenge the entire idea of climate catastrophe anyway. That's why we're even talking about this, because they're saying there's a climate catastrophe, which I don't agree with. Weather is warmed, weather changes, but it's not a catastrophe. In reality, the world suffers from cold deaths more than we suffer from heat deaths. It's a complete scam, and we need to reinvest in the infrastructure that we already have. Now, my first choice would be to let these companies decide in a free market, which everyone would go back to our fuel. We wouldn't have to subsidize them. The companies would build infrastructure and reinvest in it because they charge a fair value, and it would work. But they're not going to get their hands off of energy. So if we were going to do anything, we decrease our subsidies and we get out of green energy. We stop this nonsense, and we need more people to talk like this and about it. She's got to follow up.
That wasn't exactly.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Drill, baby, drill. I'm okay
Yeah.
with that. But EMP.
Oh, you're talking about that, about a catastrophic, protection. Okay. Well, again, you're just, and what are we on time?
7 minutes.
It's just another example. We were intended to have a strong defense. Okay, that was the mandate, to have a strong defense, not have 800 bases in 150 countries. You want to secure the United States. You want to secure our borders. You want to have fighting age men back here fighting the culture war, which every major time we've had a war, a culture war has followed, and we've lost, some of our culture. So we reduce the size of the military, we bring them back home, and we protect our borders, and we invest in our infrastructure. Once again, we invest in a defense, not in an offense. That's how I would approach foreign. I made it very clear that I would seek peace and seek to secure the borders and reduce our size and our intervention abroad. I was against the Ukraine tranches from the very beginning. I think we need to seriously reconsider all of the funding we do everywhere in the world, every single country, absolutely, and stop it and bring it to a stop. Yeah, your question.
So my question is, I want to send good men, good leaders in our government. What are you going to do to prevent yourself from being purchased, bribed, and come home a lesser man, not one that we elected?
Yeah. I get that question all the time. It's really hard to answer because they've lied to us so many times. We've just been lied to again and again. I answered this question last night, actually, at the White County meeting. My response to them is, first of all, someone asked me today, are you a Christian? When we were door knocking, we left door knocking in Martinsville today. We were down door knocking in Martinsville and then drove up here for the town hall. But he asked if I was a Christian. I said, no, I follow Christ. And and that's not just because we're in a church here. I think that's what governs my life and how I live. So I would take that with me to, and you can ask my team that I work with how I carry myself. I think that would be an example. And we would take that with us when we were in Washington, D.C. I've already committed to not living in Washington, D.C. I'm not going to live there. I'm coming home. I am going to stay, I am going to, as we not redefine it, but get back to the regional roots, have 3 or 4 offices throughout the entire district. Our focus is on the district. There are county parties that don't do anything. There are county parties that have precinct committeeman positions, 60% that no one runs for, they appoint them, and we have caucuses that elect representatives that we would never vote for. So this position of U.S. Rep is actually the leader of the Republican Party in the U.S. District 4, in Indiana House District 4. And I would treat it that way. I've made relationships with all the county parties and all the chairs. The focus is on bringing people into this party of like-minded people, taking our Republican Party back in Indiana. And so being focused on the district is also how you limit being exposed to that. You can't go out and live out there. You can't set your lifestyle out there. My kids are not going out there. We homeschool. We're keeping our lifestyle here. And you should enforce term limits on me every 2 years. So if it doesn't work out, you should absolutely primary me and term limit me by voting me out of office. It's a hard question to answer, but that's really how we would manage that. Yeah, I know it would be, we all know this is a spiritual battle. It would be constant pressure. But we also know that is the problem. There are people that in Congress right now that just recently admitted that they are aware that their colleagues are compromised. They're compromised. That's what happens. And so to do this job effectively, you cannot become compromised. Yeah.
I have another question, and it's a two-place question, and it's a civic question. What's the role of the government? I want to hear from you. What's the role of the government? The biblical role, what does the Bible define the role of the government is? And then secondly, so make sure you answer that one clearly, is what's the constitutional role of the government? I want to hear what your philosophy is on those two things.
Well, I would, okay, so the role of a government is just the most powerful force that establishes dominance over a geographical area. So that's like a gang or government. A constitutional government, like we have, is a government that is in place to do very few things. It is to protect our God-given rights to life, liberty, and property. So those are positive rights, meaning you can't take them away, and you don't have to take from anyone else to give them to that person, right? They're positive rights. Or I'm sorry, they're negative rights. They're negative rights, not positive rights. So that's the only role of the government, is to protect your life. Everything else we're supposed to work out on our own, in our own communities. And they were constitutionally bound by that, and we have gone so far from that it's you can't even recognize what it is, with all the codes and statutes and regulations that were never intended to be. And it takes hard, strong people to be in those positions, to not continue to usurp responsibility from the people and centralize it into hands of a few people. Now, the biblical role of government. I haven't been asked that question. I got to think about it. There's a lot of answers you could probably go to, like giving unto Caesar. There's Old Testament government. Here's what I know. Here's how I answer that. The biblical role of government. I think it's in 1 Samuel 8. The sons are corrupt, right? Samuel's own sons are corrupt. And so the people say, we need a king. And Samuel goes to God and it's not you, Samuel. It's not you. It's them. And God tells Samuel, that's fine, but go tell the people that a government is going to, conscript you. It's going to take all your wives and make them do this. It's going to take all your men and make you do this. It's going to take all your money. It's going to do that. So that's my answer. That's the biblical, my answer to a biblical role of government. There's probably a New Testament role, but I can't, on the top of my head, I can't think about what it is. Romans 13. Yeah, but that's really controversial. Romans 13, that's really controversial because...
I bet it isn't in here.
Yeah, all right, good. Yeah. Everyone, that's what everyone said during COVID was Romans 13. Sorry, yeah, that was a reference. That they can tell us what we have to just pray for, that we're put there by God and we're just supposed to pray for them, but that's debatable.
Wall builders, David Barton.
I've got, yeah.
Really good information.
I've read his book, Original Intent. So, and I've seen a lot of videos. And I've gone to that class, actually, wall builders class. Sir.
No, I appreciate your position on the foreign wars and support, but specifically, what's your position for U.S. support for Israel?
Specifically, well, I guess I could answer that personally and politically. People don't like that, but I support the country of Israel, but right now I would challenge their leadership. Right now, I do not support. I just was listening to a podcast up here about what Netanyahu is saying, that what we're supposed to give to them. And what's going on there, as any follower of Christ, is just like unbelievably devastating. It's the same in Ukraine, just mass murder, mass slaughter on both sides. And these are Palestinian Christians, and these are Jews, and these are all kinds of people. They're human beings, made in God's likeness. So President Nixon, I think it was Netanyahu back then. I think it was him as well. In '67, when they tried to push into Egypt, because they started killing people and doing things where even the U.S. president said, whoa, you can't do this. And I think Reagan and Bush did the same thing when this is going on our entire lifetimes. And in my estimation, like most other interventions, more guns, more war, more missiles is not going to solve that. We've all seen that our whole lives was this two-state solution. I'm not sure that is a solution. I mean, that's all we've seen the entire time has been death and destruction. So I don't know what the answer is, but giving them $14 billion and materiel to kill people, kill each other is not the answer, in my estimation. Yeah. But I also don't object to them defending themselves. I mean, what happened October 7th was unbelievable. You defend believe me, I understand self-defense. Here I'll use an analogy, but it seems like to me that the relationship between Israel and the United States is like the playground, where Israel is the younger brother and America is the older brother, and Israel can do what it wants when it always knows the older brother is going to step in and stick up for them. But sometimes if the younger brother is forced to negotiate himself out of a position, then something better can come from that situation.
Mine's more of a comment than a question. Being an elected official, it's very difficult at times to stay strong and true to what you took the oath to uphold. And I want to thank you for doing that to this point, standing your ground on the poke. I know if I would have been fully in office at that point, I would have resigned my position before I would have ever agreed to any of that. We did not mask up in my office after that.
Good for you. Good for you.
Unless they came in and they chose to put it on because they were not feeling well. We do still have one little barrier up on our counter. We've taken everything else down. I've removed all the stipulations for the election process. I did that in 2022. If you're that afraid to get out, then stay home. But don't put your insecurities and think somehow I need to accept those just because I'm an elected official.
That attitude has never been done in history before. That was the first time we experienced it.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a daily battle sometimes. So I appreciate you standing up for what you believe in and helping the rest of us out. to give us that voice too, and thinking and knowing that we're not alone. And I'm never gonna fall in and cave into that. I will resign before I ever do that and let the government tell me what is best for me.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yep. And we've continued that too, like fighting against the IEDC. You know how tough a position that is? Do you guys know what the IEDC is? The Indiana Economic Development Corporation. Yeah. I'm sorry?
It's not elected officials.
They're not, no. It is a public-private partnership group between our government and private actors. And they're gonna spend $2 billion in Indiana this year. And every year after, that's our money that they're taking, and they're planning how Indiana is gonna look, because they don't think that we can do it among ourselves. And that's a tough position to take, to stand up to them and tell them that this is an age-old debate between free markets and socialism, and that is socialism, and it's in our backyards, and we have to point it out, because they're powerful people, and they have a ton of money, and the general population can easily see, well, yeah, I mean, if they spend all this money, then yeah, there's going to be a job, or it's going to be some economic development. But this is an age-old debate between how we develop our communities. Is it going to be through entrepreneurship and risk-taking and private capital and rivalry, or is it going to be through state actors, tax collection, and other means of using centralized planning to determine our communities? And it's a major threat going on right now in our communities.
Well, just to piggyback on what he said, these people making the determinations and rules are not elected. They don't have a dog in the fight, if you will. They didn't take an oath to uphold this, that, and the other. They're just someone that appointed them to say, okay, I think you can make the decisions on what is best for everyone else. And, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the state of Indiana, and that's what I'm going to do. And you coming in and telling me that I need to do X, Y, Z, or I'm not going to have a job, that's nuts.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I appreciate your boldness. Yeah. Sir, does anyone have a question for Congressman Baird?
You're looking very one-dimensional today, Congressman.
Regarding the whole green energy scam here in Indiana, one of the things that I haven't heard anybody talk about is all of these companies that are lining up at the trough that are dipping their snout in the federal subsidies. Who owns these companies? I live in Frankfort in Clinton County, and by the way, it's worth going to Frankfort just to go to Jimmy John's. Not only are their sandwiches awesome, the service, you'll never get better service. I mean,
Thank
awesome.
You, Thank you very much, sir. Very kind of you to say.
If you head south on 75 here, you get into Clinton County, and before you get to Frankfort, you're going to see a big old solar field. That farm ground that's been taken out of production, I believe, my understanding is that it was leased. The farmers still own the ground, but all the solar panels and all the electricity that will be produced there is owned by what used to be Indianapolis Power and Light, which I can't remember how long ago it was purchased, and it's now AEG Indiana. Most people do not know that AEG Indiana is part of an international corporation called AEG Corporation, which is 16% owned by the Chinese. Now, that 16% isn't a big amount, but I kind of think that the Chinese swing a pretty big stick and have a lot more influence than just that 16% would indicate.
I bet that 16% is more than all of us put together.
Oh yeah, but
yeah, the pork producer, yeah, Smithfield sold.
And China owns most of the pork production in the United States. But yeah.
Was there a question? I don't even know. Yeah, it was.
Don't be fooled with what she said a minute ago. Don't be fooled that appointed boards are in the federal government or the state government alone. We have several appointed boards in Carroll County. Redevelopment Commission, after Redevelopment Commission, and a lot of other stuff too. They get millions and millions and millions of dollars. They spend it without any accountability. They are placed there by the county council. They are placed there by the commissioners. And I'm not dogging either one of those groups. I'm just telling you it's a fact. And they are wielding a big stick without any accountability. You're not going to see them on this year's ballot. They are not elected. So it's a local thing. It's a local problem as well as it is anything else.
Well, again, we got to remember those organizations started as consulting organizations, Indiana Economic Development and your local Economic Development Corporation didn't have big budgets. They were out there, encouraging people to move to the communities because of our culture, our community, our low taxes, our low crime rates, encouraging high water tables in Frankfurt. They can give 1 million gallons a day, I think, on the industrial park over there to people, some people, so they can offer those kinds of things. But that's not what it is anymore. Now they take an incredible amount of money and they purchase land and they buy land. And so I'm not a Luddite, and I'm not against economic development. I just would rather see us by having more of our resources develop more, and not give our resources to a central authority and let them do it. And think about that, they spend $2 billion a year. If we had that money back, they wouldn't need our property taxes to be so high. They wouldn't need our income tax to be so high, and we would have that money back, and we wouldn't fund the IEDC. We could have that money. We could have that money back, and then you can consider what that would be like if we all had that much money back in our pocket. Sir.
We have a question from Facebook here, Charles. The question is, how would you address the issues at the border?
Just to remind everybody that the border, again, we've been dealing with this our entire lifetime. We have $1 trillion, I think, at this point, Border Patrol, and the amount of money we spend on the border is out of this world, how much money we spend on the border. And it's never been worse. The last 2 years, we've let more people into the border that are undocumented than in the history. And I believe it's the highest 2 years ever. Despite how much we invest in the security and all the infrastructure for them to manage this problem. So it's obvious, or should be obvious to many of us, that this is just a political football that they throw back and forth. So in my estimation, and as we've seen recently with Texas and a few other states taking more authority upon themselves to deal with this issue, that's clearly what we should do, is give these resources and autonomy to the border states. Now, we're all nearly border states now, but to allow them to address these issues right on their own border. And they can make quick decisions. They already know how to do this. They're already doing a lot of it. And the federal government has proven incompetent or whatever, they've just proven that that's how government works, that we never get the issue solved. So I also, again, think this all kind of ties into securing our own border through reducing our interventionism abroad, returning a lot of soldiers back to the homes and communities, and working, defending our own borders.
So in talking about some of these committees that are appointed and don't have any oversight, is there a way to get rid of or reduce some of that?
Well, at the federal level, if you're talking about it, here at the local level, I mean, that's just people probably showing up. At the federal level, that's what so much of this problem is again, Congress returning to the original intents of what the function of the most powerful thing that Congress can do is not fund these agencies. When you don't fund the agency, you're defunding the administrative agency. These laws that get passed are 7,000 pages. They're skeleton laws that the administrative agency then goes and fills out and fills all this stuff in. It didn't always used to be that way, and in fact, that's a recent phenomenon, as opposed to passing smaller bills, single appropriation. They've already started working on this. They just need more people. That was one of the things that Matt Gaetz got, one of the first holdouts, is they got single line appropriation for some of their appropriation bills. So you have to go on record as whether you're going to fund this specific line item to be able to hold each other accountable. But the responsibility of Congress was to control the purse strings, and that's their opportunity to stop an overzealous executive or judicial or whatever. And so this is how we would have to look at this. That's why I'm saying we need to defund some of these agencies, like the Department of Education. It's only 43 years old. It's not that long ago we didn't have it. It was very contentious when it passed. You know, I'm not saying defund education. I'm saying return the money back to the people, back to the states, local levels, and not have a $1 trillion bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. It's ineffective. It comes with strings attached, curriculum that we don't agree with. It's when we have to start looking at this position in that way, in my estimation.
We have another Facebook question. It's addressing kind of the issue you just touched on. I think there are government agencies that are overstepping their responsibilities. Are there any that you think we could shrink or get rid of entirely?
Yeah, we've done and defund the ATF, and these ones that I'm bringing up are already sponsored bills that have already been sponsored by Chip Roy, by Thomas Massey, by Matt Gaetz. One of them is to defund the ATF. And when you defund these agencies, there are going to be a few responsibilities that might have been one of the original intentions of the agency. You just take that responsibility off and you put it in another agency. The ATF has been all kinds of different agencies. It's been part of the FBI. It's been moved around under Homeland Security and back and forth. It's been moved all around. So you get rid of the agency, you take a few of the responsibilities and put it in like to U.S. Marshals or some other federal agency, and you're just getting rid of a lot of the laws and regulations that these federal agencies have and they were never intended to have in the first place. ATF is an example, Department of Education, Department of Energy, because look what we're getting with the Department of Energy, what we're getting in our own backyards. They can't be trusted with this kind of money. Those are three that we've talked about and we've put on our platform, on our website. Defunding those agencies. The Department of Education, ATF, microphone up front, please, and Department of Energy. And I'm sure I'll think of more. I mean, FBI. I'll stop too. I'll stop.
Okay, so
Do I need to open my Bible app?
No, you don't need to do that. But here's the deal, Charles. We want to support you. But we have been in the electing officials, and we've seen it nationally over the last 5-10 years, people who come to the stage and they say really good stuff. Dan Crenshaw. Crenshaw's one of them. Yep. There's a number of them. And my wife and I are done. You know, I was in D.C. last Tuesday. I saw Jim Beard. It's a behemoth. Mm-hmm. It's a massive mess. And I told his constituent or his aides, he's a deadbeat in D.C. He needs to leave. But neither am I willing to elect you if I'm not confident that you're going to be a man of integrity and not become the next deadbeat or the next sellout. George Washington had the opportunity to become president of the United States.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
King of the United States, excuse me. King. And he walked away from it. He wanted to go home. How do we know? And I guess we're sitting here. I appreciate these are talking points. You're talking about talking points. You can change your talking points. How do we know that you're the man that's going to represent us if we send you to D.C.? You're not going to change.
Things. Thanks for the question. Tell you two things.
Charles, can I answer that question for you?
If you want, I guess.
Let me explain.
I'll try to remember my answers because I got two in my head.
Folks, my name is Tim Kramer. I handled the media and every commercial that you saw from 2010 to 2020 for the Republican Party of the state of Indiana, my company did. That's what we're responsible for. Been on hundreds of campaigns. This man right here, The reason I'm standing up and joining him and volunteering my time is because I'm disgusted by what I saw during that decade of working with the Republican Party in the state of Indiana. He has more integrity, he has more common sense, he has more of a backbone than any of the men and women that I met there. We saw the other night with Sharon Nagel. My experience, I'm not speaking for Charles, Sharon Nagel showed up. But when they asked her the tough questions, she refused to answer. Every time he's been asked a tough question, he'll do one of two things. I don't know, or here's my answer. If I don't know, I'll learn more about it and I'll get back with you. He spends until midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, going through the process, not to win, but to represent the people. That is rare these days. Secondly, he wins, I'm going to D.C. with him. I'm going to hold him accountable because I'm a constituent as well. I'm not just a representative. I'm not there to work for him. I'm a constituent. So that's why I say, and Charles, I hated to jump in there, but this question, for you guys, you don't know him. Tonight's the first night you met him. I've been with him for nearly a year, right? I've seen his family. I've seen how one last thing I'll say about this campaign. I have worked with everybody from Mitch Daniels to Eric Holcomb to Mike Pence. We worked with them all. This campaign and his leadership, there's no infighting, there's no grumbling. Everybody has their position and does their work. It's one of the, I told him last night, this has been my favorite campaign of all time. There's no stress, no drama. It's just get the work done. And time again, we've had problems. He and I went to Iowa to caucus for Trump. And we get out there, and what ends up happening? The truck breaks down. Did that stop us from getting the job done? No, the mission changed, and we moved forward, and we found solutions to be able to do what needed to be done. That's why I'm supporting Charles Bookwalter, and I hope you do too.
That is very kind. My career in the military, I was about 10 years at the mark when you get out of the military. At 10 years, you're like, I might stay, do 10 more years. I was a Green Beret. I was promoted ahead of my peers. I was Ranger qualified, so I had a triple canopy. I had a dive bubble, a Bronze Star, and awards that took 2 pages on my DD-214. That when I went to out process, every person I talked to, they look at, and then they look up and they're like, "You're getting out? Why would you ever get out of the military?" Because I never intended to make the military a career. And it wasn't about staying there and doing something just because I got awards and promotions. The second thing I'll tell you is this, and there's people in this room that might be a part of this, but Carroll County hasn't maybe gotten as much love. The biggest part of our campaign has been to do what Green Berets do all over the world, which is recruit, train, and fight alongside your allies. The biggest part of our campaign, the reason that we've knocked on 25,000 doors, the reason that we've outraised Jim Baird the last 2 quarters is because we have like 100 people working for us all over the 4th Congressional District. We have recruited all these people in and are working on the ground with all their people. We were knocking on doors in Martinsville. There was a crew in Crawfordsville. There's a crew in Boone County. There's a crew in Hendricks County. They were in Plainfield today. And there's a crew in Tippecanoe County that walks every single Saturday and in the evenings. We've knocked on 25,000 doors. It's a different campaign. I've never done this before. It's a different way of looking at politics and, and having our communities and keeping our communities together. No one has ever taken this approach to build a network of people that are becoming precinct committeemen and delegates so they can actually reflect. They're actually running for these offices instead of being appointed and then caucusing them in. They're going, and then they're walking with our documentation. So I did a few training programs. That's what we do. We recruit, then we train them. I've offered precinct committeeman courses and constitution courses. And then we walk alongside them by carrying their literature, which I've done the last 3 years to help get people elected in Boone County. And now they're all out carrying literature for me. So as I run for precinct committeeman, I'm running for precinct committeeman. So I would make you aware of all the things happening in the Republican. You're a Republican primary voter. Oh, and here's a candidate that's running for you in Congress today. I also need your vote as precinct committeeman. Thanks for your time. And door knocking on that. So I tell you that to tell you because My dad is not a congressman. You know, I don't come from money. Is a completely different approach to this office and how to get elected in this office. I've never run for anything smaller. People tell me that first object, why don't you just run for county commissioner? Like, what? You're complaining about what's going on, and then you're asking me to do it the way they do it. We're not going to do it this way. We're going to go for the top of this position, and we're going to take it. No one owns me. If we win this, it's by the will of God. I've had only a few people endorse, small names to endorse this. The House Freedom Caucus called me and gave me an interview, and they never really endorsed me. That's because if we win this, it's because we have no one else to give thanks to. No one has come out and supported us except the people. And we have hundreds of volunteers. We've outraised the incumbent 2 quarters in a row, and last quarter the incumbent had to pull out an additional $200,000 and loan his campaign $200,000. That's how serious our campaign is right now. But I need you to take 10 of your friends and vote in the primary. Sir?
Normally, one of the questions I ask is, do you support the Second Amendment? But actually right now, tonight, I have something that weighs a little heavier on my mind. In just the past week or two, the Biden administration has literally gutted Title IX, a law that was passed by our Congress, and they have literally administratively gone in and gutted it. And now men who identify as women are now going to be able to be granted all the rights and all the protections that were initially indicated under Title IX to protect women in sports and business. Yeah. And I mean, if upside down world. This is just, how can they do that administratively?
Yeah, it's an assault on objective truths.
Yes.
You might find this interesting.
Will you fight for that when you go back?
Yeah, and I'll tell you exactly like how it works. Yeah, how we're already working on this a little bit. But again, an example of an assault on objective truths. It's not true. So you'll find this interesting. Because we're a candidate, we go to the Lincoln Day dinners that occur, and last night was a Lincoln Day dinner in White County. And White County has the best Lincoln Day dinner in the 4th District, probably 400 people there, and Riley Gaines happened to be the speaker there. And she gave a presentation on what she went through swimming against Leah Thompson. But also, you know, I remember I have 3 daughters, so it's pretty important to me. But in Lebanon, Indiana, in Boone County, about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, or 4 to 6, the campaign, the dates go by so fast. But there was a young lady in middle school that had to change in a locker room with a male student. In Lebanon, in Boone County, a male student they approved him to start changing in the middle school girls' locker room. So she went home and asked her mother, they have to do something. All the girls were upset. And the mother said, okay, I'll go talk to the school board. And the daughter, Delilah, said, maybe I should go talk to the school board. So she ended up doing it and in front of the school board, and it went viral, and Riley Gaines retweeted it, and it's got like 1 million views. So we invited this young girl and her mother and father to come up to the White County dinner. So they sat at our table last night, and that young girl, Delilah, Marshall is her name, she was able to meet Riley and get her signature and all that. So it was a special event for both of them last night. So it's kind of ironic that you asked him that. And I was able to talk to Riley a little bit, and told her if certainly if I was to win, I would work her. She's testified in front of the House and Senate multiple times. So whatever she's working on, I would help. It was pretty incredible watching her last night. She was very competent, and she's only 24 years old.
I would also bring to your attention that those of us in healthcare, I work in psychiatry. I've worked in primary care for 20 years. I am confronted with this on a daily basis. Those of us who think there are 2 sexes also need protection.
Isn't that crazy? That is an assault on truth. Well, folks, it's 7:30. How we doing? We're good? Well, we'll wrap up here then. Thank you. Did anyone have any more questions? Any other questions? Yeah, I'm asking you to seriously consider my candidacy on May 7th.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Jim Baird recently claimed the Bookwalter for Congress grassroots campaign to unseat Baird is a political weapon of the swamp and that Charles Bookwalter is a rhino. Really? Well, let's just see who really owns who. On the left are the top donors of the Jim Baird campaign. On the right, we have the top donors of the Bookwalter campaign. What do you notice? Baird is right. Charles Bookwalter is owned by the people of the 4th District. And who owns Jim Baird? The swamp. The swamp owns Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
There's a question I've had for a very long time, and it has to do with this map. This is a map of the 18 states in the US where Democrats control the legislative and executive branches, or else have some veto-proof majority in the legislature. Democrats in DC often blame the GOP for foiling their progressive vision.
When middle-class families see their taxes go up, they'll know Republicans are to blame.
But if you zoom into these 18 states, there's effectively no Republicans standing in the way. So my question is, what do Democrats actually do when they have all the power? To answer this question, I teamed up with the Times editorial board writer Binya Applebaum.
Okay, you got my attention.
He's been thinking about and writing books about and reporting on this topic for decades.
I think, Americans tend to view politics as a competition of us versus them, and they tend to think that if they would just get out of the way, then we can do the things that we want to do. There is no them standing in the way. There's just the we of Democrats and their supporters, and they get to decide what policy should look like in those states, and that is an opportunity for them to implement their vision.
For this story, I also delved into this giant document. It is the 2020 Democratic Party platform. If you want to really understand what Democrats say they want, what their vision is for America, it's found inside of this document. This document serves as a guide as we zoom into these states to answer this question. What do Democrats really do when they have all the power?
Nearly 554,000 homeless people from the 25 wealthiest Americans shows they're paying little in income taxes compared to their fortunes, sometimes nothing at all.
We cannot, in good faith, blame the Republican Party when House Democrats have a majority.
There's still very intense segregation happening in all kinds of forms all over this country.
Okay, so let's start with California. To me, California is like the quintessential liberal state. From the state legislature to the whole executive branch to most of the big cities, Dems hold majority control. So what do they do with all this power?
Looking at California, you have to look at housing.
Okay, now wait, listen. When I hear the words housing policy, I tend to sort of doze off, but Binya insists that housing policy and what is happening in California is definitely worth looking at.
You cannot say that you are against inequality in America unless you are willing to have affordable housing built in your neighborhood.
And Democrats completely agree. Here in this document, the word housing is mentioned over 100 times.
The neighborhood where you're born has a huge influence on the rest of your life. Children who are born in neighborhoods with degraded environmental conditions, with a lack of access to high-quality public services, poor schools, poor public transit, are at a permanent disadvantage.
And they even say verbatim, housing in America should be stable, accessible, safe, healthy, energy efficient, and above all, affordable.
Housing is a human right.
Housing is a human right.
The rent is going through the roof.
Housing is a human right.
How does California do when it comes to housing?
You know where those signs are when you drive into a state, it says, "Welcome to California"? They might as well replace them with signs that say, "Keep out." Because in California, the cost of housing is so high that for many people, it's simply unaffordable. The state has simply, for the most part, stopped building housing. I mean, there are cranes, there's housing going up, but it has slowed down over time really, really sharply, and it is nowhere near sufficient to keep pace with California's population. And so what you have is not enough housing and too many people trying to get it, and the inevitable result is that prices have gone up, and away.
The median price of a home in San Diego County is now a staggering $830,000.
All around California, there are cities full of people who say that they are progressive, they're liberals. They believe in a more equal America, a more diverse America. They show up to the marches, they put in the lawn signs about everyone being equal, but at the same time, they're actively fighting to keep their neighborhoods looking like this. Okay, wait, but that doesn't look so bad. It's just a bunch of houses in a neighborhood, right? No, it turns out that this is actually the result of specific policies, intentional policies that keeps these neighborhoods spread out and full of single-family homes, as opposed to higher density buildings like duplexes or apartment complexes. This is a real, serious fight, and you can get a glimpse into it by looking at a zoning map. Yes, we're looking at a municipal zoning map of Palo Alto, California. Don't leave yet. This is really where it sinks in, so just stick around. So everything on this map that is yellow is zoned for single-family homes, like this and this. One family can live here. But here in Palo Alto, there are a lot of new jobs. This is a desirable place to live for new opportunities. Over the past 8 years, the San Francisco area has added 676,000 jobs, but only 176,000 housing units. So a few years ago, the city council voted to change the zoning of one section of the city right here. Specifically this 2-acre plot of land. They wanted to change it from low-density housing to higher density housing so that they could build a 60-unit affordable housing complex for elderly members of the community. Okay, so they changed the zoning. Start building the 60-unit complex. No, the overwhelmingly liberal residents of Palo Alto decided to hold a vote to overturn the decision, to revert it back to low-density, single-family housing, back to yellow. And it passed, and the zoning was overturned. So now when you go to this plot of land, instead of an affordable housing complex for the elderly, what you're gonna see is this. A row of just a few houses, all of them massive and worth around $5 million each.
I think people aren't living their values. You go to these meetings in these neighborhoods where they're talking about a new housing project, and it's always the same song, and it goes like this. I am very in favor of affordable housing. We need more of it in this community. However, I have some concerns about this project.
We have the hearts to do this, but we're doing it wrong, and we're dictating and harm onto the neighborhoods.
And then off we go with the concerns, and then nothing ever gets built.
This is happening all over California. And the result is that these neighborhoods are so expensive that they keep anyone out who isn't a part of this small group of super rich residents, many of whom bought their properties decades ago, and who spend their time fighting vigorously to keep the value of their real estate assets super high.
If you want to keep Palo Alto the kind of neighborhood and community that we all treasure, low intensity, low density, safe for kids to walk to school, you've got to vote against Measure D.
There's an aspect of sort of greed here and of nervousness about actually sharing those opportunities.
Let's go to another liberal bastion up here in Washington State. The Democratic Party talks about taxation, saying that our tax code has been, quote, rigged against the American people. Democrats all the time are decrying the fact that tax cuts are going to the wealthiest Americans.
It is time for a wealth tax in America.
Democrats believe in a progressive tax system where the rich pay a larger share of their income than the poor. This is like the most basic policy vision of like a progressive movement. It's front and center in Democrats' policy platform.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever.
Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
But if you go and look at Washington State, what you find is that in Washington State, if you look at the state and local taxes that people pay there, less affluent families pay a much larger share of their income in taxes than the wealthiest residents of Washington State. So people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, two of the state's most famous and wealthy residents, are in this lovely situation of paying less in taxes as a share of their income than the poor people who live in that same state. And this is a fundamental inversion of the values that the Democratic Party professes. There is no state with a more regressive system of taxation than Washington State.
And I'm talking like the most regressive, meaning Texas, which is like the conservative bastion of like anti-taxes, is more progressive than Washington State, liberal Washington State. How is that real? Oh, and guess what? Other states on our map also are in the top 10 of most regressive tax regimes, like Nevada and Illinois.
There have been some changes, particularly in recent years, but the overall situation remains resistant to change.
So I am very concerned that at this time, which is a very poor time to disincent people from creating jobs in Washington State, that we're even considering it.
From that paycheck that you earn, more of that money is going to state government. And so the effect of that is basically to exacerbate inequality.
Okay, so rich liberals don't show up when it comes to housing or taxes. Another major theme in this policy document is education. And the wording in here I find quite interesting. The Democrats say, quote, "We must provide world-class education in every zip code to every child because education is a critical public good." They use this word zip code to represent the fact that in America, schools get their funding based on the real estate taxes of the houses within that school district. The more expensive the neighborhood, the more funding goes to the school. So over here in Illinois, which is like the quintessential liberal state, there's this one county that contains the city of Chicago. It's called Cook County. The residents here voted overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates in the presidential and senatorial elections last year. Often what would happen is that this would just be one big school district and that all the taxes from all the towns in this county would be put into one bucket and distributed equally throughout the county. But the residents of this very blue Democratic county have actually decided to divide themselves into more than 140 school districts. So now you have all these tiny school districts like this one, which are like gerrymandered around the richest part of town. And so all of the taxes from these rich homeowners go into one little bucket and then only get distributed to the schools within this rich region of the county.
It can be on the same block that the town line runs through the middle of it. And if you live on one side of that line, you're consigned to an inferior education by virtue of the fact that you and your neighbors don't have as much money. And if you live on the other side, you're basically a member of a club that is sponsoring a private school, essentially, for the benefit of that small group of kids who are lucky enough to live in that affluent community. And the result is that poor communities have less money to educate their children, and rich communities have more money to educate their children. This is crazy. It means basically that the kids who have the greatest needs have the fewest resources.
The same thing is happening in wealthy, liberal Connecticut, where the inequality in education opportunities is shameful, with some schools having huge budgets for their libraries and facilities, and others in the same state having to use duct tape to keep wind and snow out of their windows. Like, this is a real thing.
We need your help in establishing guidelines, procedures, and funding to address issues negatively impacting our students, like extreme temperatures, mold, lead exposure, and poor water and air quality.
So yeah, Binya tells me that the states could change this. They could actually just collect all the real estate taxes and then equally distribute them. But if you look at some of our liberal strongholds, that is exactly what they are not doing. Let me be clear about something. In blue states, progress is being made, albeit slowly. For instance, a few weeks ago, California finally passed a law that gets rid of single-family zoning. It's a small step in the right direction, and in many cases, blue states provide more and better public services, and historically have given better chances to low-income families to climb the economic ladder. But for some of these foundational democratic values of housing equality, progressive taxation, and education equality, Democrats don't actually embody their values very well.
We're talking, once again, about a system that's been rigged.
Republicans today are to blame.
What we're talking about here is that blue states are the problem. Blue states are where the housing crisis is located. Blue states are where the disparities in education funding are the most dramatic. Blue states are the places where tens of thousands of homeless people are living on the streets. Blue states are the places where economic inequality is increasing most quickly in this country. This is not a problem of not doing well enough. It is a situation where the blue states are the problem.
Affluent liberals tend to be really good at showing up to the marches and talking about how they love equality. They're really good at putting signs in their lawns saying that all are welcome here. But by their actions, what they're actually saying is, yes, we believe in these ideals, just not in my backyard.
We are not living our values. People who live in blue states, people who profess liberal values, you need to look in the mirror and need to understand that they are not taking the actions that are consistent with those values, not just incidentally, not just in small areas, but that some of the most important policy choices. We are denying people the opportunity to prosper and to thrive and to build better lives, and it is happening in places where Democrats control the levers of policy.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Here's what the people of the Fourth are saying about Charles Bookwalter.
Hadn't heard of this guy before, and Charles, and I thought I'm always interested in trying to find a new conservative candidate to support and get more involved in politics. We have to stand up. The men have to stand up. Where are the men in the country to stand up for this? We have to be the watchmen on the walls. We need to close the border immediately. Nobody comes across. I mean, we've got open places where they can come across.
If you live in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, you have a choice for Congress this primary. Charles Bookwalter. Visit bookwalterforcongress.com to learn more.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Years from now, some of them may look back and ask themselves whether they've made the right choice, whether they've made the most of the opportunities they've been given. Together, we have the same mission. Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face. In your hearts are inscribed the values of service, sacrifice, and devotion. Now you must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. America has always been the land of dreams because America is a nation of true believers. When the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. It is why our currency proudly declares, "In God we trust." And it's why we proudly proclaim that we are one nation under God. The story of America is the story of an adventure that began with deep faith, big dreams, and humble beginnings. The next generation of American leaders never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life You'll want to quit. Never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Demand the best from yourself. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward. And always have the courage to be yourself. America is better when people put their faith into action. Pray to God and follow His teachings. Today, each of you begins a new chapter as well. When your story goes from here, it will be defined by your vision, your perseverance, and your grit. You will build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams no matter what the cynics and the doubters have to say. You will have the confidence to speak the hopes in your hearts and to express the love that stirs your souls. As long as you have pride in your beliefs, courage in your convictions, and faith in God, then you will not fail. As long as America remains true to its values, loyal to its citizens, and devoted to its Creator, then our best days are yet to come. May God bless the class of 2017. May God bless the United States of America. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
All right, everyone, welcome today to our Liston Town Hall. Thanks for coming out. It's not the best weather, sunny, but it's a little cold. But I appreciate you all coming out here tonight. Tonight we're streaming this tonight on our X and Facebook and YouTube. My name is Charles Bookwalter. I'm running for Congress to represent you in the 4th Congressional District. Thanks for coming out. I recognize some faces. Thank you very much. And so thank you for coming out, because there's going to, at the end of this, there's going to be an important ask, and these are the kinds of people that we need to ask to do these important things. So, so before I start, let's introduce a couple people, if you want, that are running for other offices. If you want to come up here, do you want to say something? Oh, here's a mic.
Thank you, Mr. Bookwalter.
Yeah, of course.
And it's an honor to be here tonight with you. My name's Joe Baddick. I'm running for State Representative District 28. I want to make a difference. I want the seat in the House to be the voice of the people again. And you've got my full support, my prayers, and I'm there with you, Charles.
Yep, thank you very much, sir. Yep. Anybody else? I was just telling Joe Baddick, there was my observation of the Boone County Candidate Forum that we had a few weeks ago was that the incumbent in is it 28? 28. Yeah, in State House 28. It's just crazy when you go to these forums now, and people are actually admitting that they screwed up during COVID. They're like, oh yeah, well, the government should never have that kind of authority or power or anything like that. And these are the same people that did nothing to stand up against it. They're the same people that voted for House Bill 1209 here in Indiana, that took away power from the local health departments, put it in the state. They like rewarded themselves for bungling and mismanaging COVID. And so the incumbent said that the other day and admitted right there on the forum, yeah, that was a scam. We should never have mass children. We shouldn't have shut things down. We shouldn't have done that in the state of Indiana. And we got it all wrong. And I've been elected here for however many terms, and I want your vote again.
13.
How many? 13 terms or 13 years? 13 terms. Oh my goodness. 13 terms. So that's why we need people like Joe Baddick. It's happening all over Indiana. We all see what's happening as these positions are being challenged. Precinct committeeman, delegate, state rep, Congress is being challenged across the board. So some notes, I got some notes that I need to read to make sure I hit that. Tomorrow night we're going to be in Fountain County doing another live. It's our Thursday night live stream. We're doing it in Fountain County tonight. The 4th district is half of Fountain County, but the reason we're doing it is because there's a big opposition to solar event that's occurring before one of their planning meetings. So we're going there with other people to speak out against it and try to stop it. You have a commissioner that's like the president of the commission that already has a contract in place with one of these solar companies that they're voting on to bring these solar companies in with our taxpayer dollars. So that's why we're going there to speak up. We're asking them to consider what was done in Boone County, which is put a moratorium on solar fields in the counties. And Boone County passed it. Yeah. So Boone County could do so. It's a model for how we can do it in other counties. Saturday morning, there's teams all over knocking on doors. Again, most people have heard the number. We've knocked on about 25,000 doors up to this point. We have an app that tracks all this. So a lot of support knocking on doors. Tomorrow we're focusing some efforts in Morgan County. So if anyone's in Morgan County and you want to come out and join us, reach out to the campaign, mike@bookwalterforcongress.com, and we can put you in touch with the coordinator there. We'll also be in Montgomery County tomorrow, knocking on doors, Jasper County, Hendricks County, and Tippecanoe County. So if you have any questions and you want to help out, you can email mike@bookwalterforcongress.com, and he'll put you in touch with the coordinator. Saturday night, we'll be visiting Carroll County. They asked, who wants to see a debate with Jim Baird?
Yo.
Who would like to ask Congressman Baird some questions about voting record and have a debate and ask 2 questions? What would you do in these scenarios? Unfortunately, he is not. I'm sorry. Is there? Yeah. Well, we gave so many dates and so many months of time to just do at least one, but it doesn't happen. I can tell you, I've said it before, that if we win this primary, we win the general, I'll be back here. I'll debate. The party will challenge me, and I'll debate anybody. I've already debated the Democrats. I'll debate anybody in the 4th district about this position, and I'll have to do it every few years, and I'll show up. I'd rather do a debate than a forum. The forum, like, did anyone watch the gubernatorial forum last night? Yeah, and it was like, oh, geez. And these forums are the same questions over and over again. And they're the same questions that we've all heard for the last few decades. They're the same questions with the same responses. And that's how you can kind of control that narrative. Like, everything that you can talk about is on a 3x5 card, and that's all you can talk about, right? And that's how these forums keep you in that instead of having a debate where people could ask questions that aren't scripted. And then on May 2nd, we're going to have another town hall meeting in Plainfield. That'll be our final town hall meeting, I believe, heading into the primary there. So we got a lot on our plate in the next few weeks. On top of that, the whole staff is out door knocking every single day. All right. So, you know, most of you know why I'm running. Most of you heard this before, but I'll just go into briefly. That, you know, why are we doing this? Why are there so many people coming out and doing this? Because COVID and the response to COVID completely disrupted so many of our lives, and it continues to. And when that opened up a few eyes to what was going on, people started looking back. They saw what happened to President Trump in 2016 and 2020. COVID happened. We see all the bungling of this and this overreach by government, and people decided that it's time to get involved. So that's why there's been this massive groundswell, this grassroots campaign, where we have 2 gubernatorial candidates that are grassroots candidates that look very attractive. We have candidates in precinct committeemen, delegates, state, across the board that are running for office and doing it for the first time. And this year the party had to kick off, I don't even know what the total number is, 500 or so candidates that they kicked off the ballot because they're challenging so many people. They just hadn't voted in 2 primaries. It only voted in 1 primary. So the party was kicking these people off, but they're patriots that are trying to get involved for the first time. But that's really what has gotten me involved in the last few years, to get out in the district, to go to all these meetings that we're supposed to be going to, because that's how this works. But most of us don't have time, but we have to go to these commissioner meetings and these planning meetings. Otherwise, just a few people are making these decisions about how our communities work. And when people ask me what the biggest issue of the day, I say, well, is it short-term or long-term? Long-term, it's apathy, because this is what we get when we're apathetic about our process, how it works, how we're supposed to be involved in our government. Because when we leave it up to just a few people, you get the kind of things that we get right now, which, whether it's Democrat or Republican, you get a small collection of a few people that get elected again and again and again, and then they use this government to wield it in whatever way they want to develop our communities, to rearrange, develop health care however they want to increase our taxes, whether we show up at forums or not, to tell them we don't want to do it, where they use shadow agencies like the IEDC and buy 11,000 acres in Boone County, or whether they say they don't agree with green energy policy, but they all go after the money, and then they implement it in our own communities with solar farms and wind farms and carbon sequestration farms. And it goes from the commissioners all the way to the top, to the 4th Congressional District congressman, because our congressman has the primary sponsor of the Carbon Sequestration Act, Collaboration Act, which brings more of this funding to the district, in Whiting, where BP is trying to bury all these pipes and sequester carbon, which is just the craziest thing you'd ever think of. Where our local commissioners and communities are going after these federal dollars by all these solar companies that are now talking to them first, not the community, to get into the local government so that they can develop these solar fields and these wind fields, which is only possible with our money. It's only made possible through these federal subsidies. And so our congressman is responsible for that. And only recently, has anyone noticed that there's been a slight change in the messaging of the congressman?
Yes.
It's become a little bit more conservative. Yeah. The most recent message was that he doesn't support Ukraine's endless war. Well, for real conservatives, we had that position from the very beginning. Conservatives feel that way. It doesn't help us here in our communities supporting what we know is a money laundering operation that's going on in Ukraine. And it's unbelievable what's happened in Ukraine. I just heard some of the most recent numbers. An entire generation of men have been wiped out in Ukraine. Did you guys know that? Yeah, they're destroying this country and telling us we're not patriotic if we don't believe in giving them more money so they can kill themselves. And our congressman voted for 3 of those spending bills before he got primaried and was labeled as an A+ sponsor of funding in Ukraine. So these issues that are important to us, that are important to conservatives on the ground, we turn around as we're fighting them and complaining about them right here among ourselves, and we turn around and our elected representatives are the ones that are making it all possible. And that's like the most irksome thing, all right? So, that being said, I'd like to hear what you guys, I got a number of issues we can talk about. If you want to make a statement or ask a question, we've got a microphone here. And then I'd like to, after discussion, follow up with some, we can talk about the campaign, where we are, how we think we're doing, and then some asks, like dragging all your friends to the primary and making sure they vote in the primary.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to big government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Joel, did you have something? You have a question? No? Yeah. Does anyone have a question? Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mary.
I think something important would be defunding from Washington the money going to our schools that tie our schools up, all the red tape, all the money we spend on schools needlessly just to chase federal dollars. I think it's a big waste, and how can you stop that?
Yeah, well, the first thing you can do is come out as a candidate and say that that's your platform, and that is indeed our platform. One of the biggest things, I was down at an event with Michael Flynn that was the keynote there, and he made the point, and he brought up all of the evidence of how bad communism is for the world and how many hundreds of millions of people have died in communism, and said, well, you know what they take first? And my mind went to what, right? Guns, right? That's what we think. They take our guns, and then they can take us, and then they can do anything they want to us. And like, no, it's like they take your education systems first. That's what they take first. That was Saul Alinsky's plan, if you didn't know, to take over the teaching schools first. Like Ball State has a big teaching university. They take that school first, they indoctrinate those teachers that then go out and indoctrinate kids. So a big part of our platform has been defunding the Department of Education, which isn't that old anyway. It was established in 1983 or 1980, so it's not that old. Conservatives fought against this during the Reagan administration. It's not an old fight for us, that we've been trying to get it out. And it doesn't mean we don't believe in education. It means we don't believe in the federal government being involved in these decisions that should be at the state level. It's in our Constitution that the state's in charge of it, and pushed even further and further down, as close to the people as possible, to teachers and parents. Most of you know I homeschool, and people have these crazy ideas about homeschoolers. But man, there's hundreds of children and dozens of parents that are involved in these co-ops. You know, no one cares about the education of their children more than parents do, or most parents do. And so I haven't seen what these accusations are. I'm a big advocate of getting the money back to the parents, back to the local communities, and then the state, having more of the authority over that than the federal government. And there's already bills in there. There's already bills. Thomas Massey, just again, he's a primary sponsor of this defund the Department of Education bill, and that's something that a freshman representative, not legislator, would do. Is I would go look for those opportunities, look for those spots where they're already having this legislation, and then join them and find ways that you can move that forward or get support to it to try to defund some of those agencies. Yeah. And it's not just Department of Education, it's just like across the board. I mean, you name one, try to find out, try to think. I'd like to know an example of one sector, one entity that the federal government doesn't have some kind of regulation or some kind of impact in our lives. I mean, the federal government runs up to your doorstep, inside your door and in your home, the way they're taxing and spending our money and regulating our businesses and the things, our land and the decisions that we make. I don't think, I mean, maybe there is one. I just can't think of one on the top of my head. Can you think of one? No? Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Yep.
Thank you. I would like to see term limits implemented from the local to the state to the federal level. And if you watch the news, and I know that it's hard to do, but if you watch the news, it made my mind go in the direction of, if a United States senator had a 2-term limit, how many nations would send him gold bars? Or if a U.S. senator had 2 terms that was his maximum, what foreign nation would wire millions of dollars into his checking account?
That's right.
So are you seeing a push across your platform or across the people that you've talked to for term limits?
I hear it everywhere I go. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Every single place I go, that's what people ask about is term limits. I was reminded not long ago on one of our social media platforms that I haven't been endorsed by U.S. term limits, but I signed the term limit pledge, and they wrote a press release and said, we like that Charles Bookwalter has endorsed U.S. term limits. So I don't know how else to say it other than term limits endorsed us, but they kind of did, but they don't endorse candidates. But they really like it when you sign their pledge. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they really like it.
Do you think that you first have to do the corruption in D.C. before you go to term limits?
I'm sorry?
Do you feel that you have to fix the corruption in D.C. before you go to term limits?
Yeah, that's hard to answer. That is the argument that people say is term limits has to be graduated in or titrated or however you want to look at it, because otherwise we'd get rid of good people like Thomas Massey who are actually doing something and fighting back, and bring in poor ones. So yeah, I think that's the intent, is to get there, do as much as you can to rein in the federal spending and defund some of these agencies, and then graduate it in so that as people are coming in, they come in and they're under those term limit standards, and then those that are gutting out have to graduate themselves out as well. But let's not forget that we already have term limits built into our system, and that's voting them out of office every 2 years. Like, that's the term limit, and that's what we have to do, and that's why you have to vote in the primary. Remember, the primary is the people's election. The 4th congressional district is going to elect a bunch of Republicans, so the Republican primary is the election. So you have to go to the primary and determine who's going to go to the general and who's going to beat the Democrat in the general. So that's why the primary is so important. That's why it's so important for you to tell all of your friends and family members, if they are interested or concerned with the way of the country right now, they need to go vote in the primary, certainly. I was going to talk about inflation too, because it reminded me about education. At no time, we're talking about this Department of Education. Remember that half the Indiana state budget goes to education. And it's like $48 billion is the state budget. So, $25 billion is going to education already. At no time in history has the federal government and our government had more money and more power and influence over education than ever before. And never before have we fallen so far behind other standards of other countries. So when they tell you they want more money, we've already given it. If Democrats would just open their eyes, they would see that they get everything that they ask for. They just might have to wait a few more years as weak Republicans just cave again and again and again. They cave on these important issues. So I can't, like Democrats get everything they want. They just don't get it as fast as they want. And we need to send Republicans there that aren't going to give anything. I'm tired of that whole thing about we need people working across the aisle and stuff. Like, that has not helped us. That has not gotten us anything as conservative Americans. I would say that we've never been in a worse situation in our lifetime. And it's not just me saying that. I'm only 47. I've talked to 90-year-olds that say that. I've talked to 25-year-olds that all say, they all agree with the same thing. They're confused. They're angry for different reasons. They either can't buy a home or they can barely afford their home anymore. They don't recognize their country, and they think they've lost complete control over who they vote for, who represents them, and anything that they have, any concerns they have about the government right now. And giving them all that responsibility and signing these spending bills, like Jim Baird recently signed the Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill. Well, inflation is a result of deficit spending. And if we're going to spend that kind of money, you shouldn't be surprised that you go to get fuel and it's almost $5, or our Jimmy John sandwiches are now $10. And when things go up in price, like, that is a result of them coming and saying, don't you want to fund Taiwan for a 25-year? Don't you want to go to war with Iran for 25 years so the contractors can make all this money? Don't you want to do that? Well, no, we don't want to do that, and we see the effects of that after all of us have experienced it for all of our lives, our entire lives. We've seen that same response they have, and the same push towards bigger government, more war, more say in healthcare, more say in education, more say in green energy, more planning and centralized planning, and we pay for it all, and it doesn't help us, in my estimation. Any other questions? So I get asked a lot, and we'll close it out here real quickly if we have no more questions. I get asked a lot, like, how do I feel about the campaign? It's 2 weeks. We don't have much time to go. So for the first time, admittedly, in the entire campaign, I'm actually kind of, getting a little nervous about Election Day. And I had not been concerned. I've really very little anxiety, but we've worked a lot to get to this point. There's a lot of people working, but I just want to make some observations to people when they ask me, because there's a lot of misinformation going on out there. We did an internal poll, and we scored pretty well on that, double digits on that poll of a name recognition. We've outraised Jim Baird the last 2 consecutive fundraising quarters. We outraised Jim Baird. We're almost at $200,000 that we've raised for this campaign, which is a lot for someone running for the first time that has never been elected to office before. Jim Baird and their team has completely changed their messaging, the way they talk now. If you get their emails, now they're saying things like ending forever wars, and they're using verbiage that appeals to conservatives. They're using words that appeals to, like I was saying, at the candidate forum, when they say, hey, there was an government overreach on COVID. Yeah, and you did it, right? So they're using our language, but they were in those positions when it all occurred.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Congressman Baird, just a week before filing, loaned his campaign another $200,000. So when that was April 15th, the primary is May 7th. Congressman Baird loaned himself $200,000 to finish out the rest of this term. So when people say to me, how do you think it's going? I look at that, I'm like, it's going very well. It's going very well. They've had to use their frank mail privilege and hammer you all with mailers that you paid for, those campaign mailers. You paid for them. And now they had to loan their campaign a lot of money. I'm getting a lot of attacks. I got my first death threat by so it's little things like that where you can see that our campaign is hitting a nerve, and a lot of these other grassroots campaigns are hitting the nerve of the people that don't want our voice to be heard, in my estimation. So we should be very excited about it. Our team has not let up at all. We're still knocking, I don't even know what the number is now, but it's around 3,000 doors a week is what our team knocks on. And most of these people have full-time jobs, and they're knocking in the evenings and on Saturday in different counties. And we're averaging around 3,000 a week, I'd say, at this point. So a few more weeks, we're going to knock on another 5,000 to 10,000 doors. And we're getting so much good feedback. People are telling us when we go to the door, I already voted for you. We've already voted for you. So unless there's no other questions, I'll leave it on this. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yep.
When I'm out door knocking, one of your beliefs there is about the paper ballots and election integrity. Can you kind of explain that?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, well, yeah, paper ballots are very simple. They'd be easy to keep track of. So maybe you can explain that a lot better.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. It allows me to talk a little bit about this important issue. First of all, paper ballots and single-day voting is written in our Indiana Constitution. It says that we'll vote on one day. There's no mention of primaries, first of all. It says we'll vote on the first Tuesday in November. And it also states that we will take an election on a ballot. And remember, when our Constitution was written in the mid-19th century, a ballot in the dictionary is a slip of paper. That's a definition of ballot. So it's constitutional, first of all, that we should be doing that. Secondly, the federal government is not supposed to be involved in state elections. Does anyone out here know how the federal government is involved in our state elections in a major way? Anyone know? Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't know that.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. So in 2000, that's right. It's the Help Americans Vote Act. In 2001, after the Hanging Chad incident, the governments decided that they needed to step in because us morons couldn't figure out how to do this on our own over a hanging Chad or whatever. Not to say that things don't happen, mistakes happen, but you just got to figure it out at the best of your ability at the local level. So they passed the Help Americans Vote Act, which gives the states millions of dollars to upgrade their systems and to be on voting machines. That's when all the voting machines started. It started in 2001 to 2005 time frame, and they started just inundating the states with voting machines. And the opponents to the Help America Vote Act said that you can't do this, federal government, because if you do this, the states are never going to be able to run their own elections. It's too expensive to do it the way you want us to do it. And now we do 1 month of voting, which means, excuse me, per diem for people at $125 a day. The polls are open for long periods of time. So it requires a lot more effort to do these instead of doing it on one day where the community is involved. That's what we saw out in the Iowa caucus, is they write it on a paper and they vote, and everyone wanted to be a part of it. They wanted to sit at the table, they wanted to vote, they wanted to count votes on their own. So when the government officials tell us that it's too hard to staff, I don't believe that. I think that if there was a concerted effort to get people to get involved and do it, there would be people behind it that would go. I've offered many times and they've not contacted me to help. So I'm an example of like just being passed over. I know many people have that story. Like I asked to get involved. I wanted to help, and they didn't want my help. But Indiana this year got $2 million, and if we wanted to get back to one day of voting on paper ballots, we've got to get rid of that money. You take that federal money away from the state, then those clerks are going to go back to single day voting on ballots and hand count them immediately, because they have no way, they can't afford to do it any way else. There's third-party organizations that have done the studies that have shown that one day of voting on paper ballots is way less expensive than the way we do it now, with the service contracts on these machines and the upgrades to these machines that have to happen every so often to keep them up to date. And it's frankly more secure. And the reasons it's more secure is because if you're going to commit fraud in the election, which almost no one denies there's fraud in an election, it's just that usually the people that profit from that fraud, they just say that it's not enough to change the outcome of the election, right? They're like, oh well, I mean, yeah, there's fraud, but it wasn't enough to. Okay, so you're admitting there's fraud. Okay, well now how do you know it's not enough to change the outcome of the election? Because everyone admits there's some form of fraud. There always have been. There have been 2 presidential elections in America that have been proven to be fraudulent. Nixon and Kennedy was one, and there was one in the 19th century. I can't remember who it was, but they've proven that there was manipulations and fraud that went on. It happens. But if it happens locally on paper ballots where you're hand counting, then you have to commit fraud at your local precinct with your neighbor standing right next to you. And that makes it way more difficult than some hacker in China or Russia hacking a machine, or some CIA agent out in Washington, D.C. doing something on computers that we know is happening. They do studies of this all the time. It's not conspiracy to think that these machines are vulnerable, and they have that potential. And so I say all that to say it's another example of how we have to get the federal government out of our state and local communities. It's very disruptive. It creates inflation with all these costs that we have to pay for. They say that they're going to make all these fixes. They need more power, more money, more taxes, and they're going to develop a perfect system. And now everything's never been more mismanaged in our entire lives. Healthcare is worse off than it has ever been. The elections, people don't trust them. The borders are completely insecure. We've been at war for 100 years now. The economy, we have double-digit inflation because they keep changing the definition of it. So it's being mismanaged like it's never been mismanaged before, in my estimation. Yes, sir.
I got a suggestion. I've thought about it for a long time. But just, let's say, voting for a month someplace.
Yeah.
I think we ought to have one day, first Tuesday in November, that's a national holiday.
Yep.
Everybody gets off work, and you vote from, pick a place, Washington, D.C., 12 o'clock would be, from there, you vote for 24 hours, every state. So, I mean, if you say you go to work 8 o'clock in the morning, either you go before or after, and everybody gets the same chance.
Yep.
But this early voting, I've done it, but just for the heck of it.
Yeah.
But I think, just one day, and everybody gets a chance to vote for the 24-hour period.
Yep. So again, I appreciate you opening that up because it allows me to just discuss it real briefly. People ask my legislative agenda. I tell them I don't really have one. You want to repeat it?
Well, we've got a question on the system.
Okay. So I've already said that there's a very few things that I want to go write a law for out in Washington. We have enough laws. We either need to enforce them, and we need to de-legislate, we need to defund, de-legislate, and make the federal government much smaller. And we can't do that by sending representatives out there that just want to get their name on a bill. But one thing I did say is that I would sponsor legislation that creates a national holiday. One day of voting, a national holiday. We have I don't know how many holidays we have, but we have holidays that are silly, that are for silly things, and we don't even have a national holiday on the day of voting. We should definitely, it's one of the most important things that we do. So I appreciate what you're saying, and we've got it written down. It's on one of our platform points. Whenever I have to fill out those questionnaires from surveys, they ask me what kind of legislation would I would sponsor. That's my answer.
I got one here from Facebook, Charles. The question is, any thoughts on how voters aged 18 to 24 are feeling? I'm curious about that generation.
Yeah, so I speak to a few. I made a comment earlier. A lot of the parades and the fairs that I went to, we're talking to people of all different ages, and I would specifically seek out young families because I wanted to know the same thing. And just based on what I remember last summer, a lot of the concerns were affordability. Like they can't afford anything. They're both working and they can't save any money and they can't afford to buy a home. And if they're single, they're living with a parent. I heard that a lot of young 20-year-olds. A lot of other people said they just don't agree with the mainstream narrative that's going on around. People call it wokeism or woke, however you want to define that. I don't know. It's this mainstream narrative about social issues that they don't agree with. A lot of these young people in rural, where we are, in rural Indiana in the 4th District, there are a lot of people that don't agree with the idea that America is not exceptional, but America is the worst thing to happen to the world and to society. I would check them on that and say it's the governments, it's not the people. We have Americans are wonderful people. America itself is a great idea. It's these governments that are so reckless across the world. I've said many times, all of us right here have more in common with an average Chinese person than we do with Hillary Clinton or Mitch Romney or all these guys or the Bushes. We have more in common with an average Chinese person, with an average Russian, with an average, anywhere across the world. We're all facing the same things. We're trying to take care of our families. We're trying to serve our communities. It's the governments that do this to us and then tell us that we need to kill each other for 100 years. It's the governments are responsible for that. So don't believe anyone when they say, oh, you need to go bomb Ukraine. They're crazy. They don't know what they're thinking. They don't know what they're saying. They've never seen that before. They've never seen what that looks like. I don't think they understand what they're saying when we need to bomb or fund the bombing all over the world for 100 years. I think that's crazy. But they are concerned to get back to it. We're walking out with a gun case. That's nice. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what voting system we use here in
Yes.
Hendricks County?
Yep. Microvote. The question was what voting system do we use here in Hendricks County? And I believe it's Microvote. Microvote has almost all 92 counties in Indiana. Microvote is a local company out of the 4th District in Zionsville, Indiana is where they're headquartered.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my other question is, what do you do when your congressman and your senator, one of them, won't even answer your emails and questions anymore?
Yeah. So the question is,
a really good question.
Would you repeat that? Yeah. What do you do when your congressman and your senator, one of them, won't even answer your emails anymore? And it's basically because they call them out and they don't want to be held responsible. Mm-hmm. So what are you supposed to do to get through to them? Don't vote for that.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you what you're going to do. You need to vote for me in the primary. That's what you need to do. I mean,
It doesn't. And we've all been burned so many times by this that, you know, who am I to say? I get that. How do you know? How can I trust you're not going to go out and get corrupted? I can't even answer that question. It's so you can't. We've been burned so many times. But I say that flippantly. But honest, that's why I say that's. So we got 2 weeks left. I knocked on 50 doors today. And my main message and the message of all the people that are knocking on doors right now is that you have to vote in the primary. The primary is the election in our district. So if you're concerned with how you're being represented in Washington, D.C., you've got to vote in the primary. You got to tell your friend to vote in the primary. You have to call your brother and tell them, and your sister and all your friends, and you have to drag them to the primary and say, I'm done listening to you complain. You have to go vote in the primary for the candidate that's going to represent us, because it's not going to be a Democrat. And if you have any question about that, you can go watch our Facebook Live. I debated the two Democrats. Just go watch for yourself, and you tell me how serious these Democrats are that are running for Congress. I'm not talking about these are the two candidates. Yeah, and so you have to engage in the primary. And here's something else that we've talked about in our campaign, what it would look like if we won in the primary. Well, we've already said we'd like to have 3 or 4 offices throughout the district, and we're going to continue doing these town hall meetings. So they may not be every Thursday like we do now, but we would do them once or twice a month out in Washington, D.C. to make sure that we're answering your questions and we're talking to you all and we're telling you everything that's going on in D.C. And I'm going to have to explain to you why I'm voting the way that you may not like, right? I'd have to say, look, I know many of you don't like the fact that I didn't vote for this spending bill because it gave Hendricks County $2 million to grow gerbil feed in the swampland or something with solar power. Yeah. And and the people of Hendricks County will be like, why didn't you do that? You don't care about us. We want that $2 million. But say it's not constitutional. If we were all together, remember, we were talking about inflation and all that, and we can't do it. So we just have to, it's not redefining the roles of these elected representatives that we're running for. It's demanding that they get back to their original intent, the original focus of what it was, is to be a representative of the people to the government, not be the representative of the government to the people. And so that should be your requirement. And if you elect me in the 4th district and I fail you and I don't do what I'm saying by being in this district, like I say, I'm rebuilding this party, bringing people in to engage in politics, then you better fire me. And you hold me accountable, and you practice term limits, and you don't let me serve another 2 years, and you bring somebody else in. That's the way this is supposed to happen. I know it's frustrating. I hear that all the time. And we get a lot of messages and phone calls, and I try to return all of them, and I'm sure I've missed a few. But if someone send me a few, I'd get back to them. But we just have to have our standards. We have to keep our standards and hold them high and have that expectation and not go away and stay committed to it. Yep. And drag people to the primary. All right. Any other questions tonight? Nope. All right. Well, again, thank you for your time. Anyone out there, go to bookwalterforcongress.com, or you can go to Twitter at TCBookwalter. At TCBookwalter is Twitter. We have another town hall tomorrow night that will be live, and Saturday will be live, and next Tuesday will be live, and next Thursday I think we'll be live on these town hall events. So thank you very much for your time and your support here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for watching the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. For more information about Charles Bookwalter and the Bookwalter for Congress campaign, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name's Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying our special edition of our town hall meetings, and you're able to learn a little bit about me and why I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Remember, in Indiana, the primary is the election, so make sure that you get out and vote and take 10 of your friends with you on May 7th. Thanks again.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
I said in my opening speech, there's a stir in the land, and there's a mood of uneasiness. We feel adrift in an uncharted and stormy sea. We feel we've lost our way. As I say, I used those words in launching my campaign for the presidency of the United States, and they're words of great sorrow, for nothing is more tragic than to speak of drift and decay in your own native land. Why do we see wave after wave of crime in our streets and in our homes? Why do we see riot and disorder in our cities, a breakdown of the morals of our young people, an alarming rise in juvenile delinquency, an increasing flood of obscene literature, corruption around our highest offices, erosion of the honor and dignity of our nation and of the individuals who compose it? Now, you and I know the tragic answer to these questions. And the answer is that the moral fiber of the American people is beset by rot and decay. And the most tragic thing of all is that this decay has made its most virulent attack upon our young people. While adult troublemakers often incited the riots, the mob violence was dominated by the acts of youths ranging in age up to the middle 20s. They were variously characterized by responsible people as school dropouts, young punks, common hoodlums, and drunken kids. Rioting by these young people reflects an increasing breakdown across the nation in respect for the law and the rights of other people to be secure in their person and their property. And that's what Mr. Hoover said about it. And in this same report, Mr. Hoover points out that juvenile arrests for serious crimes have been rising 3 times as fast as the juvenile population. In fact, crime as a whole is rising 5 times faster than the population growth. Now just stop and think with me a moment about what a serious thing is happening in this land of ours. You and I know that the elders of every generation always shake their heads and wonder what's becoming of the younger generation. I know my parents did, and I have to admit, not always without reason. But is that all there is to it now? Are we just watching the normal pranks and rebellion of youth coming of age? Well, I might say that's the easy answer to give. It's certainly the comforting answer, and some Americans may be reassuring themselves tonight by saying it. But deep down, in the depth of our hearts, you and I know this is not the answer. We know something much more fundamental is at work. Something basic, something dangerous is eating away at the morality, the dignity and respect of our citizens, old as well as young, high as well as low. And that brings me to the question I want you to ponder tonight along with me. My fellow Americans, is this the time in our nation's history for our federal government to ban Almighty God from our schoolrooms? I'll remind you that for almost 90 years in the life of our country, children regularly said prayers in the public schools of states permitting it. And nobody in authority said it was against the Constitution to open or close the school day with a prayer that children of all faiths could join in offering if they wished to. Nobody said it was unconstitutional for a child to say grace for his fellow pupils before a meal. Yet 2 years ago, the Supreme Court struck down this tradition long honored in practice. The justices ruled that it was contrary to the First Amendment of the Constitution. And mind you, the session in which this ruling was handed down was opened, as all sessions are, by the bailiff's invocation, "God save the United States and this honorable court." Now, millions of Americans have since expressed disapproval of this federal banning of worship in public schools. And several proposed amendments to the Constitution permitting prayers in schools have been drafted, and I am a co-sponsor of one of those. But I don't wish to discuss the merits of the various draft amendments. My purpose tonight, if you will permit me, is much broader. I want instead to examine with you the basic issue of worship in our public schools. Ours is both a religious and a free people. Over years past, we have encountered no difficulty in absorbing that religious character into our state institutions, while at the same time preserving religious liberty and separation of church and state. It was Alexis de Tocqueville, that uncanny commentator on American life, who observed over a century ago, "Religion in America takes no direct part in the government of society, but it must nevertheless be regarded as the foremost of the political institutions of that country." And I might remind you in that respect of a very simple truth, one that we are prone to forget, that we as a people, for the first time in man's history, in man's long search for freedom, recognized that freedom was an endowment of our Creator. And we said so in our Declaration of Independence. We are a religious people. We are a strongly spiritual people, or we have been. And because of this and this only, we have become a great material people. And the danger I sense tonight and today is that too many Americans look upon the measure of greatness and the test of freedom in a material way. How many cars do we have? What's the average income? What's the gross national product? And I think it's time in America that we remember these simple, wonderful, beautiful things about our government before we've gone too far in the other direction. I was speaking these simple truths shine forth in almost every page of our founding documents, in the opening and closing sentences of our Declaration of Independence. And it shone forth on the very day when Congress passed the First Amendment to the Constitution. On that occasion, both houses called jointly upon the President to proclaim a day of public thanksgiving and prayer. And I quote, "for the many signal favors of Almighty God." The coin and the currency we carry in our pockets are constant reminders of our nation's trust in God. Our Pledge of Allegiance, the oaths we subscribe to in court, both are testaments to that faith and trust. I am opposed, General Eisenhower has recently said, to any effort to eliminate mention of God in governmental institutions and practices. Our form of government rests upon a religious faith, and scores of prominent Americans have signified agreement with these sentiments. The National Governors Conference has twice recorded its approval of a prayer amendment, both times by overwhelming majorities. 7 governors of our states from both political parties are members of the board of the Constitutional Prayer Foundation. 6 other governors list themselves as official supporters of this non-sectarian and nonpartisan organization dedicated to passage and ratification of a prayer amendment. Other distinguished clergymen, laymen, and governmental officials hold the same posts. The legislatures of 8 states have supported some form of prayer amendment. So have the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the United States Junior Chamber of Commerce, the National Conference of Catholic Youth, and the National Association of Evangelicals. I can't get that word out. Many congressmen from both parties report massive support for a prayer amendment by their constituents. And in brief, there is clearly a deep and widespread public interest, nonpartisan and non-sectarian in nature, in rectifying the Supreme Court's decision through the amendment process. But the disturbing thing to me, even though we recognize that time has surely come for Congress to put the question to the test, will the Congress pass it? Because there's an amazing and disturbing amount of activity opposed to the introduction of any such amendment. It's way past time for Congress to pass this amendment and place it before the various states for ratification. And I challenge the Congress to do it with this one simple statement. What do they fear? Do they fear the American people? Why not give the American people the chance to vote on this? Ladies and gentlemen, that's why the Republican Party gave strong endorsement in its 1964 platform to a constitutional amendment permitting those individuals and groups who choose to do so to exercise their religion freely in public places. The platform statement provides, of course, for safeguards preserving the separation of church and state. And it leaves the decision on whether voluntary prayers are to be permitted in, for example, public schools, up to the state and local authorities.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Not the 9 appointed justices of our Supreme Court. And I remind you that this is precisely what our Constitution intended. Now, unfortunately, and I say this with feeling, the platform of the opposition party is entirely silent on the question of a prayer amendment. In fact, you will search in vain for any reference to God or religion in the opposition party's platform. Now, this is a matter of regret, because religion is of concern to all Americans, no matter what their party label may be. This is a matter of even greater regret when we realize that this platform, with its utter disregard of God, was written to the exact specifications of our president. Now, perhaps the platform is silent because the candidate for vice president, Hubert Humphrey, is totally opposed to any form of prayer amendment. The formal statement, in fact, of the Americans for Democratic Action as presented to the Democratic Platform Committee reads, "We oppose all attempts to modify or weaken the First Amendment, which safeguards the freedom of religious worship and maintains the separation of church and state." Then Mr. Humphrey, who was one of the founders of this organization and up until recently a vice president, personally endorsed this formal statement with his signature. And earlier in the year, he put himself on record in even stronger terms. On addressing the American Baptist Convention in May, he said, "If some people were as interested in good schools as in making God popular in the school, I think this country would be better off." Now, I've never asked him, but I wonder if it ever occurred to Mr. Humphrey that the very meeting at which he uttered these words opened and closed with a prayer. And I wonder if it ever occurred to him, and it should because he's in that Senate every day, that every session of the Senate in which he appears opens with an invocation to the divine being. And I ask this simple question, is that against the First Amendment? I don't agree with Mr. Humphrey. I don't agree with the Democratic platform. I agree, and I believe you do too, with the words of Thomas Jefferson inscribed on his memorial in Washington, "God who gave us life, gave us liberty." Now the question comes, can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? I agree, and I believe you do too, with the first president of our country. And if you've read his message, his farewell message, you'll recall these words: "Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. And let us with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion." Now, I suggest tonight, let us heed these words. Let us take warning of the moral crisis of our time. My fellow Americans, is this the time in our nation's history for the federal government to ban Almighty God from our schoolrooms? I trust not. A people who believe in freedom, who believe in self-restraint and diligence, must also cultivate humility and reverence. And with your help and with God's blessing, I pledge my every effort to a reconstruction of reverence and moral strength, those great pillars of human happiness in our land. But I must also remind you, each and every one of you, that this is not solely the job of the President. It's not solely the job of the people in high office in this land. Yes, it will be our responsibility to lead good, moral lives, lives that can serve as examples. But if you don't do it too, if all Americans don't do it, we are not going to attack and overcome the evils that walk our streets today. I don't despair. I don't think this country is lost. I don't think the immorality that we see can't be corrected. But I want to say one thing to you in closing. It's not going to be corrected at the bottom. When immorality occurs, and you know this from a study of history, it always starts at the top. I don't care whether it's government, a corporation, a business, an organization. When the boss can get away with something, it's perfectly natural for someone down the line to say, if he can do it, I can too. And then it becomes perfectly natural for the child to say, my father does it. My father cheats the government on his income tax, brags about it. So what's wrong with me doing a little bit of it, a little bit of stealing? Think about these things. They're very simple. They're very basic. They're not complicated. But they're things that Americans in too great numbers do not understand because they are simple. Many Americans don't like simple things. That's what they have against we conservatives. They want complicated answers that only bring control over your lives. We look to history. We want to preserve the best qualities of history so that we can advance on those qualities. And we conservatives of both parties know that the real strength of America is to be found in America's families, and the future of America rests with you future fathers and mothers, and you present fathers and mothers, and yes, we grandfathers too. It's been wonderful to be with you tonight. I'm highly honored by having been permitted to visit with you in this building that we all have reverence for regardless of our faith. And I thank you for your wonderful attention, and I hope that what I've said tonight will mean something to you. Thank you.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. Jim Baird recently claimed the Bookwalter for Congress grassroots campaign to unseat Baird is a political weapon of the swamp and that Charles Bookwalter is a rhino. Really? Well, let's just see who really owns who. On the left are the top donors of the Jim Baird campaign. On the right, we have the top donors of the Bookwalter campaign. What do you notice? Baird is right. Charles Bookwalter is owned by the people of the 4th District. And who owns Jim Baird? The swamp. The swamp owns Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall. Your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter about the issues important to you. Jump into the comments and join the conversation. Now, without further ado, here's your host, congressional candidate for Indiana's 4th District, Charles Bookwalter.
Well, here we go. Another week, and we're back. Charles, we had a big week last week. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, we sure did. I'll open up with that's the rich man's trick. That was interesting to throw that in there. I'll tell you what. Well, I'm willing to back my taste with necessary force too.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what the rich men don't understand. That's what the globalists don't understand, is that we're Americans. We are a unique beast on the face of the earth. We're the first group of people who have been brought up with no king in our history, no oversight of who we are as a people. We get to choose what we want to do, and it's not the global elite that get to do that. So
that's right.
And that's why you joined the fight.
That Christ is king, and that's a beautiful thing about Jesus. Jesus showed us for the first time that, so many empires and dynasties in the history were they were men that they called deities, that they were bestowed this kingship or whatever by God, and that's what Jesus came to show us, is that no man is God and no man will ever be God. Jesus is king, and it was a great lesson throughout history, and that's what makes us different. That's what makes Western civilization, Christian culture. It's what makes us different. We'll bow to no man. And, if anything ever proved, Afghanistan proved it 2 times against the Russians and the Americans, that when you're fighting for freedom on your own soil, and Americans proved it during the Revolutionary War.
Yep.
When you're fighting for freedom on your own soil, you can defeat the most powerful military in the world, as opposed to people that are just paid mercenaries or paid soldiers. It happens in every movement. I saw it. I can see it in the fight in the 2 primary rule. The attorney, Michelle Harder, that's working on that, is so passionate about this. She's so invested. She would do it for free.
Right.
And the state, they're just paid to do it. So I've been to every single argument. Their arguments are terrible. They're not good. And Michelle doesn't need notes. She doesn't need anything. She knows this case in and out. It's just an example of when you're doing it through passion and liberty, it's easy, and you can easily defeat a more powerful adversary.
Well, I think it's interesting. Here this last week, there was a lot of news, and one of the things that you might have missed, and if you haven't seen it, I'm going to recommend that you go watch it, Charles. The interview that Tucker Carlson did, number 75. I can't remember the gentleman's name. It's Ben something. It escapes me right now.
Benz. Is it Ben?
That's
B-E-N-Z?
it. Yeah. Where he went off and explained. Tucker Carlson basically just said, "Okay, go," and the guy, he vomited information that the American people need to see. It's about the deep state. It's how we're being run. It's who's controlling everything. And it's interesting that what he said in this new episode number 75 and what was in that documentary, Everything is a Rich Man's Trick, it just comes together and shows you that we've been run by tyrants and potentially Nazis, believe it or not, since World War II. And it seems insane to hear that, but the more and more we dig into this, the more that we're finding is that the Bushes, for example, were very involved with supporting Hitler and the Nazis, Prescott Bush, George W.'s dad. And it sounds insane and it sounds conspiratorial, but when you dig into it and you find out we've never escaped what we fought against and what the brave men and women fought against in World War II, we're back up against it today. And it's important that we start paying attention to the signs of what's happening. And that's why I'm excited to have you here as part of what the campaign is. You've traveled the world, you've seen what's going on, and you know that there's a bigger enemy out there than the American people are even aware of, and that's why you're running, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And it more than just, it was not just Prescott Bush. It was George Herbert Walker, I think was the name of it, Herbert Walker. It was the other side of the Bush family as well, and E.H. Harriman and all those nefarious actors. And I encourage anyone to go check out that documentary, Rich Man's Trick. There's a few out there on Rumble and other other channels about this. I think I've watched the Rich Man's Trick twice, all the way through, and I've recently looked at it again lately, but it's fascinating.
This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall.
That's
your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter.
I should have turned that off. I thought we had that turned off and ready to go.
Commercial. I can understand you just want to throw it up there anytime. Great commercial. Like very well done.
Sorry for the interruption.
All right, but hey, we'll so I did actually, someone brought up that Ben's interview to me, and they told me I don't know what's going on in the world until I watch that Ben's thing. And I'm like, slow down. Like, it's not a false dichotomy. It's not one or the other. I probably know what this guy is talking about already. This is just another messenger of information that I've already, because this isn't the first time There's guys like Andrew Sutton that have been writing these books, Wall Street and the Bolsheviks, Wall Street and Hitler. Sutton's been writing about this. Quigley has written about this. And so I've read this stuff of these authors that have been studying this for decades. It's just that these Benz and these new guys are coming across information for the first time, and they're starting to talk about it.
Well, it's not. This isn't information. This is brand new information that Benz is portraying. What he told Tucker was the connections between all of the three-letter agencies and their subsequent agencies that they've created that are listening to us and spying on us and violating our Fourth Amendment rights and our First Amendment rights and silencing us on social media. That we, the American people, actually funded the process that is now censoring us, and it all comes through the military. All of it's through the Department of Defense, including everything that happened with the censoring on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, in particular, TikTok. TikTok has a huge presence. America has a huge military presence on TikTok in censoring Americans under the guise of democracy. That's air quotes, by the way. Under the guise to protect democracy, you can't talk against the way that they're practicing democracy. It's insane.
The concept is no different. I think I brought it up here before, but the concept is no different. I know you and I have talked about this, Frank Kramer, and the best book that I saw this outlined in was in As We Go Marching by John T. Flynn. John T. Flynn was a former classical liberal and almost you could call leftist during the Roosevelt era, and he was anti-New Deal. He was completely against the New Deal. And then World War II started, and I think he kind of fell in line with it, but then started to object to what was going on with World War II. And he said this, and this is what the original America Firsters said, because I'm an America First candidate, and there's a lot of people that call themselves America First, but I don't think they know where America First came from. It came from this old line of thinkers: Robert Taft, John T. Flynn, Garrett Garrett, Frank Chodoroff. These are Colonel McCormick, who started the Chicago Tribune. These are all the old America Firsters, also called isolationists. And what they said was, the reason that we cannot go with the New Deal, which is progressivism and socialism taking over America, and then go fight in World War II, is because in order to do that, what you are saying is we are fighting communism abroad, and we are adopting these principles at home. And they're like, what is going on? Why would we adopt price controls, conscription, high taxes, food rationing, all of these socialist, communist ideas we started implementing right here on our shores in the New Deal, World War II timeframe, World War II era, and then started building this administrative, managerial class around it that we're facing right now as these weapons get turned against us because we have adopted these policies right here at home. So we can say that it's for democracy, but you see how they're using those words against us. We're doing this for you to protect democracy. They said the same thing in the World War II. Right. We're going to fight this abroad so that we can preserve our freedoms at home, all the while forcing socialist, communist policies in America that have only expanded to where we are today, at a breaking point, at an inflection point.
Well, and it's interesting that they're using the tools, and what Benz goes through in this episode 75 and talks about with Tucker Carlson is that the tools that they utilized to use against our enemies, they've now turned inward. Now, we've been saying that for the last few years, but Charles, it's evident. You know, myself, I don't want to put myself out there too much, but I've had over 100 TikTok accounts, and all I talk about are American freedoms and our system of government. That's all I talk about. I don't dance naked. I don't do any of the weird stuff, right? I don't do anything other than patriotic stuff, and for that I've been silenced over 100 times. And then we learned last night from Benz is that that's the Department of Defense doing that to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, we talk about this a lot. It's a common thing we talk about. Well, let's switch gears. Let's talk about what's been going on, what we did all last week, and lead into kind of what I want to talk about tonight. Okay. You can monitor for questions. We'll take as many questions Do we need to go to commercial first before we get started? We
Yeah,
should
let's
jump
do
in.
that, and we'll be right back after this.
All right.
Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Oh, I can't hear you, Kramer.
Yeah, we're back, and last week was a big week. And this week has been just as hectic. Let's get into it. Go ahead and share with the people what's been going on.
I just got a text from my family. My father just had a cabbage, a triple bypass, and he is on his way home tonight. They're just leaving the hospital. So if you're a praying person, you can say a short prayer for them. He's doing great. I just wanted to share that with everybody, and prayers are welcome. So last week, we started off the honor of speaking at the Service Club of Indianapolis. The Service Club is a group of veterans that started 104 years ago, right after World War I. It was a group of veterans that wanted to get together and do good in their community. And then every time they went to do good, they kind of realized there's already and back then when associations mattered and the church was big and community was big before the government took over all these roles, there were people doing it. So the service community just started meeting as a group of veterans that met and told stories and had a good time. So I was able to speak at their event this week. And because today's Thursday, it was Monday. And then that evening we went down to Kentucky and I spoke at the America First Revival Project, an incredible program they have going on down there. General Michael T. Flynn was the guest speaker there. His speech was incredible. What he spoke about, we might get into a little bit of that today. Latinos for Trump were there, so they had a little concert. It was a really good event. It was fun. And then the next day, Tuesday morning, I had to speak. I was invited to speak at the Hendricks County GOP breakfast, and that's what I want to talk a little bit about because I had some words prepared to talk about at that breakfast. But after the Flynn event and after speaking at these few events, like I just felt it was a little different. My approach wanted to be different. So I just started over on the drive home. I was driving with somebody and I got home. I wasn't done. I stayed up till 2:30 in the morning working on that. And then I got a lot of positive feedback of what I talked about at Hendricks County. So I want to talk about that here. And for another reason is because it has to do with engaging in the political process and the two primary rule. And I also got some feedback about last week about, coming in hot. And I came in hot last week. And you know why? Because I had found out an hour before the town hall that the Indiana Supreme Court had overturned the lower court's ruling that the two primary rule was unconstitutional. And I'm very close to this, as many as you know, having invested a lot of my time and resources into defeating this unconstitutional rule in Indiana, making Indiana the most strict for ballot access in the entire United States. It's crazy what they have done. They have put a 6-year holding period on 81% of Hoosiers that don't participate in the primary election. So if you have not voted in two primaries, which affects about 81% of Hoosiers, then you cannot run for office for 6 years. And what we've talked about before, and that Anderson v. Celebres makes it clear. It states that a candidate is a rallying point for important issues of the day. And these important issues change quickly and frequently. And you need to have access to the ballot and access to political power and action immediately in these quickly changing times. And COVID proved that. And I've said all along that the reason that Indiana made the one primary rule, the two primary rule, effective immediately in 2021 was because they knew there was an awakening happening. They knew that conservatives were upset, and they knew that conservatives were engaging in the political process. So here's how I opened up to Hendricks County, I kind of told them why I was running and what our campaign was doing. Because one, Hendricks County does a GOP breakfast every month, I think, which is a great thing. They're one of the few GOPs in my district that actually have something regular going on for the party to talk about things and have candidates in. And so that's great. That's great that they're doing that and open it up and invited me to go speak there. And I told them what I had done in the last few months as a candidate, that we had, and Kramer, you're very close to this. We went out to the straw poll in Iowa because a blizzard had come through and it was negative 20 degrees and people weren't getting out to campaign in that weather. So we decided, we had some time. We decided to go over there to see how can we help Republicans get out the vote, particularly and specifically, how can we help Trump have a resounding win? And that was the words we used and what we talked about. We went out there, we contacted the Trump campaign. We said, we're on our way over here. We got a 4-wheel drive truck and we can help people. We can get out the vote. We can do whatever we need. It ended up, it was too cold to do door to door, anything like that. So we went to a gun show where they have to collect signatures, and we campaigned with a local America First candidate, David Pouch. And David Pouch, and it's different in Iowa. Iowa needs signatures for every primary. So David has to get 50 signatures from each county within his district. And so we helped get signatures. And we helped the Trump campaign kind of talk about Trump during that time. But it was because we need a resounding win, right? We need a resounding win in Iowa for Trump, which he got, by the way, immediately. He won all 92 counties, I believe.
He missed one. There was one.
Okay.
One.
95 counties. But that's a major win. And then that night, we went to the only town hall available because they had all been canceled. We went to a Vivek Ramaswamy town hall in Davenport, and it was a great event. A lot of people showed up, and specifically at the end during Q&A, someone asked the question, Vivek, what about election integrity? We all are concerned with the mail-in ballots. We feel the election was stolen in 2020. How are we going to make sure that doesn't happen again? And Vivek Ramaswamy said, we need a resounding win.
Yep.
We need massive voter turnout. We need people engaging at the grassroots level. He said all of these things, right? And then we went to the Iowa caucus, to that high school in Davenport. We spoke for Trump. We said some similar things. And then, again, I'm speaking to the Hendricks County GOP. I told them just last night, I was in Kentucky at the America First Revival Project, where General Michael T. Flynn was speaking. And what did General Michael T. Flynn say after he endorsed my candidacy once again and made a video? And by the way, all these videos, the Service Club of Indiana, the America Revival Project, General Michael T. Flynn's video, they're all on my Facebook page. You can go to that page and you can watch all the speeches and you can see what we had to say, and it's all available online. General Michael T. Flynn said, in order to secure a 2024 election, we need 75% voter turnout. We need massive turnout. We need people engaged. We need a grassroots effort. I think General Flynn endorsed me because of our political campaign to recruit precinct committeemen, recruit delegates, engage people, and bring them into the party. Like I tell people, exactly what Green Berets do. Recruit, train, and fight alongside your allies. And we've had tremendous success in Boone County and in the 4th District of Indiana. Indiana's been successful at it, and it's happening all over the United States, which was confirmed by General Flynn, who travels all over the United States, meeting with people like me and groups like ours, and to recruit and do what he's doing. And so I spoke to that crowd in Kentucky, and I told them what we were doing in Indiana about that recruiting, training, and helping conservative Republicans get elected, understanding their responsibilities as a citizen in our government and the responsibility to get involved in governance and not just let a ruling class govern over us. And like I said, General Flynn let everyone know in that room that this is happening all over the United States. And I told these people in Hendricks County, we should not be discouraging people getting involved in the party. And that's exactly what they are doing with this 2 primary rule. This is exactly what they're doing. And I am so disappointed. And I said this, Hendricks County, for all of you that are out of state, and I appreciate you watching and I appreciate your support. Hendricks County in my district has the largest voter turnout in the primary. 25% of the votes will come from Hendricks County. And I sat there among a bunch of elected officials and a bunch of political party people, and I told them how disappointed I am in the Republican Party for their strong support of the 2 primary rule, which is unconstitutional on its face, because it is in Indiana, based on the Constitution, you can run for office at 21. But if you get out your calculator and do the math, if you can vote in your first primary at age 18, and it's depending on where your birthday is in the year, it may be that by the time you're 21, you don't have 2 primaries, and therefore you can't run for office according to these new rules. So it's unconstitutional on its face, and the Constitution says nothing about primaries in the first place or any qualifications other than being of a certain age and a citizen. Those are the only qualifications. It's just codes and statutes layered have added to all this stuff to make it more difficult for us. And it's like I said, it imposes a 6-year wait on 81% of Hoosiers. Now, something else to consider is that the Supreme Court of the United States has only upheld a 12-month waiting period on a candidate to run in one of the 2 major parties for them to prove that they're one of those parties, right? So you got 12 months to either join the party or vote in a primary or become active in the party. The Supreme Court has only held up to 12 months. That's it. Indiana put 6 years on it. They by 6 times. That's what Indiana put on it. And here's what's probably
and by the way, Charles, some people are confused that this is just a GOP issue. It is not just a GOP issue.
No, and I get into that. I've got my notes here. I get into that.
Okay.
The Democrats are doing the same thing, and I'll just talk about that now, because the Democrats are doing the same thing. Up to this point, I've heard from 3 counties so far, and they've confirmed that there have been precinct committeemen and delegates challenged. 10 in one county, 12 in my own county, and 30 in another county. And if we just say that the average is 10 in 92 counties, that means we're going to have like 1,000. We'll have 1,000 challenges to people that are engaging in politics for the first time because they're concerned about their country. And it's happening on both the Republican and Democrat side. The Democrats are doing it too. I just don't know the numbers because I'm not that interested in what they're doing. And they're not a serious party in the first place. They're socialists. They're Democrat socialists. They're not even Democrats like of your parents' party. But the Democrats are doing the same thing. And here's how I feel about that. I'm an example. I'm proof that the Republican Party will use this law to keep conservatives off the ballot. They did it to me in 2022, and we fought back. And now we have more proof. We have hundreds of candidates that are being challenged, not because they're not Republicans. They've voted in general election Republican their entire life, just like me. It's just that they only have one primary because they didn't know, they haven't been engaged or whatever. They're apathetic. We all admit it. Mea culpa. We're all responsible for that. But what the Republican Party is saying, well, if we don't do this, Democrats are going to come into our party and run. Well, what I say is, bring it. This is a primary. We know that, first of all, in Indiana, the primary is the election. Okay, in many districts and counties in Indiana, the primary is the election. We also know what incumbents do during the primary. Do incumbents in the primary become more moderate, more like Democrats, or do they become more conservative, like people like me? They become more conservative to get closer to their base, to rally their base. So if you get a Democrat that wants to come into a primary and challenge me from the left, bring it on. I don't care. I wouldn't even challenge it. Bring it on. Let's show you how soundly you'll be defeated in a primary. So that's not even an excuse by the Republican Party. It's a terrible excuse for them to say, oh, it's just going to lead to party rating. First of all, we have demonstrable and provable, we have proof that is being used to hold conservatives off the ballot, first of all. And second of all, it doesn't even align with how primaries go anyway. Democrats.
Well, let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick, because I think it's important for people to understand what you mean by that. When you say that they're kicking conservatives off the ballot, let's explain what's happening in the state of Indiana right now with those precinctmen and committeemen, delegates rather, that are running, some of them for the first time ever getting involved with the GOP in the state of Indiana. And how many are getting kicked off the ballot for this rule?
I don't know yet. Our team right now, our team is looking and requesting information from county coordinators all our district, and we've broken up the state into different areas, and we're getting our county coordinators to get those numbers. We don't know, but I'm saying it's going to average 10.
So an estimation would be, if you've got 90 some counties in the state, it's going to average out to be about 1,000 people get kicked off the ballot.
Yes, 1,000 Hoosiers who are engaging in politics for the first time because they're upset with the country. We all know there's a major problem going on. The Republican Party is going to use this to remove them from the ballot. Okay, so let's say out of the 1,000, even 10% are Democrats that are trying to come over and win. Then that's a good deal. It's worth it. Keep those 900 or 990 off. And let those very few Democrats that are going to run in a primary, which is more conservative, let them challenge let them challenge us. But in reality, we know that is not how it's being used. It is not at all how it's being used to hold off conservatives. So what happens is someone in the party in each county challenges a precinct committeeman or delegate who has decided to run for office. And oh, by the way, sorry, I got to clarify another thing. The two primary rule, which is Indiana Code 3827, was passed as legislation in the Indiana General Assembly. That affects elected positions. Shortly after we were challenging it, about a year ago, I think, the Indiana Republican Party changed their bylaws to require every position within the party to have two primaries. That's what I mean by saying I'm so disappointed that the party is so strongly behind this in light of what's going on. So the precinct committeemen and delegate position are party positions. They're not elected positions. They are elected, but they're within the party. So it doesn't go down to the election division. It stays at the county level. So now the election board is going to hear the challenges across Indiana about why someone should be on or off the ballot. And we already know how it's going to happen because we've already seen it played out. They look at it and they say, did you satisfy the law? No, you haven't voted in two primaries. Okay, then you're taken off the ballot. That's all they have to do. That's all they have to prove is, did you get a signature from the GOP chair? No. Do you have two primaries? No. Okay, you're off the ballot.
And to go get that signature from the GOP chair, you've got to be an insider for them to do that. They don't give it to the guy who's fighting against their guy.
That's right. And that's why it's a 14th Amendment issue. It's equal access to politics. In 2022, when I ran, there was a random guy in another district that the GOP chair signed off on him. He didn't have two primaries. Jim Baird didn't need two primaries when he ran. None of these elected officials needed two primaries, yet we need two primaries now. And moreover, there are a lot of candidates in Indiana that are now in elected positions that have a Democrat primary on their record. And they went to the GOP because they were either elected or they were in party politics, or they were a friend, or they were an ally, and they went to the chair and they got the signature from the chair, even though they have a Democrat vote in their past.
So it's an arbitrary rule.
It's an arbitrary rule. It's only applied and if you're an outsider or a grassroots candidate or a conservative. And here's the worst thing about it. and this is what I tried to explain, not the worst thing, it's all bad. I think I say the worst thing about it on everything because it's all so bad. But what I said to the Hendricks County GOP is this is the cycle of disenfranchisement that we're talking about already in primaries in Indiana. You're lucky to get 4% or 8% voter turnout. Why? Because everyone knows the primary is the election. And when you don't have a primary challenger, what does it matter?
Right.
You don't go vote. It's a waste of time. If there's no one challenging an incumbent, then there's no reason to go vote other than now to make sure you vote in primaries. That's
right,
it.
and this two primary rule has limited the number of candidates in the state of Indiana. I think your number is that up to 80% of people would not qualify to be able to run for office. If they got upset about what's happening, they would have to wait. 80% of people in the state of Indiana would have to wait up to 6 years to get on the ballot.
Yes, they have to wait 2 election cycles or get the signature from one person. And if you're not on the good list of that one person, you're not getting the signature. I'm proof of that. And the 1,000 other people are proof of that as well. And I was explaining to Hendricks County, and I think this is what was what they most appreciated is that our campaign, the whole reason for our campaign is to recruit people, train them, get them involved, bring out conservatives and grassroots candidates to engage them. That's your duty. That's your responsibility.
Well, and that's your personal training. I mean, as a former Green Beret, your job was to go in with the insurgents, correct? Those that are fighting on the ground against the enemy that we have, a common enemy, and show them, give them the tools. It's almost like Christ, teaching a man to fish versus giving him the fish.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, our motto is De Oppresso Liber, to free the oppressed. And that's the same thing I've talked about. That's what we've applied across the 4th District, is recruiting people that are like-minded, that feel there's a problem going on, that are dissatisfied with the current way that our government is being run, and to train them by providing courses, constitutional live courses, turning point courses, precinct committeeman courses, like what your job is as a precinct committeeman, what you do, why it's important. We've held multiple courses on what it is and why it's important to be engaged at this level, and then helping them get elected. And we've been very effective. And I think that's why when I got done with that meeting, I had a lot of people coming up to me saying, yes, I'm there. I had someone call me today that was at that meeting that said, I am 100% behind you. I'm involved in the party. I'm an elected official, and I want to help you. So, and that wasn't the only person. I had
because they realize how destructive it is to democracy and to our electoral process.
Yeah, and they're dissatisfied.
Right.
They know that the Republican Party of Indiana and in the United States is not reflecting our conservative Republican core values. They say one thing and they do another. They are working on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce in Indiana or the big money interests. And we'll see this about the second topic that we're going to talk about tonight. It's all about the money. It's not about freedom. It's not about the Constitution. You say oftentimes, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Like, this is what they say. It's like them saying that they're using censorship to preserve democracy.
Right.
No, they're not. It's about money. It's about power. That is what it's about. It's not about the Constitution. It's not about democratic values. It's not about green energy. It's not about election integrity. It's not about border security. It's not about economic development. None of that is about it. Right. It's about the love of money. Yep. That is what it's about.
And the power that comes along with it. Hey, let's take another break here. When we come back, let's catch up with subject number 2, and we can talk about what happened in Shepherdsville, Kentucky.
Hey, my name is General Mike Flynn, and I'm here with Charles Bookwalter. and Charles is running for Indiana Congressional District number 4. When is the election?
May 7th.
May 7th is the primary. Now, what we got to do to get him into office, to get him into the general election, we got to have more than 35% turnout. The average right now in your district is about 35%. People got to get out there and vote. So get off your rear ends and get out there and vote. Otherwise, we're going to lose this country. And a guy like Charles is amazing service. He's a great guy. He's a great leader. He knows exactly what we need to do in this country. And that's why I'm standing, with him and endorsing him for for the House of Representatives, Congressional District number 4, for the great state of Indiana. And Charles will definitely do you right when you get him into office. So get out there and vote. Okay?
Thank you very much,
God
sir.
bless you, buddy.
I appreciate your
and thank you for
endorsement, sir.
everything that you're doing.
Thank you,
All
sir,
right?
very much.
Super. God bless.
Our nation is at a breaking point. Out of control crime, runaway inflation, political corruption, and politicians who talk a big game but just can't seem to deliver. Charles Bookwalter is a proven conservative leader, a man of faith and conviction, a former Green Beret. Charles Bookwalter offered his life in the service of his nation once before and is now willing to serve again. To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and his vision for the state of Indiana and this great nation, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. Donate, volunteer, join in, stand up, and fight back. This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress Digital Town Hall. Your chance to talk directly with Charles Bookwalter about the issues important to you. Jump into the comments and join the conversation. Now, without further ado, here's your host, congressional candidate for Indiana's 4th District, Charles Bookwalter.
And we're back. So when you went down to Elizabethtown and we walked in there and you had your time with General Flynn, what was the number one thing that you came away with? What he's doing and his dedication to this country. What was your number one takeaway?
I think it was the common goal that we have. And I think that's why I met General Flynn, and we had about a 30-minute conversation in Missouri where we met, Kramer, at the Election Crime Bureau Summit.
This is the Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
He's great. Great commercial.
I know. I got to turn that off.
Great commercial.
I got to turn that off.
Play it as much as you can.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And there were a line of people that wanted to talk to General Flynn. And he literally gave me 20 or 30 minutes standing there near a booth and talking to him. And I gave him what I thought would be my 30-second elevator pitch. And it ended up being a 30-minute elevator pitch telling him everything that we're doing in Boone County, all the election integrity meetings that we've had, the group that we formed to fight all these major issues, my my story about what got me involved, and my major platform issues. And I think this is what really got it. I told him what we just talked about recruit, train, and fight alongside, the successes we've had of engaging people in the party. And I believe that General Flynn is doing the same thing at the national level. And he's looking for people like me that are leading these small efforts and trying to bring them all together under this national movement to peacefully and through the political process retake our country back. He's very concerned that this next election, that he made it clear, like we all know, the plan of the globalists, like the dirty trick globalists, was for Obama to be in 8 years, then for Hillary Clinton to be in 8 years, and that was it. Like they would have full control of their Green New Deal, full control of the money, the Paris Accords, the military-industrial complex, censoring, eavesdropping, spy networks. They would have had full control of it, and their plan is in perfect sync. Donald Trump stopped all of that. And he stopped that from happening. Not that he's any kind of savior, and not that he didn't screw up and make mistakes. His biggest mistake is the people he surrounded himself with, and we all know that, right? We all know that. That's why we need to send good people there to help President Trump on his next term. But he made it very clear that these are not Democrats. They're not the Democrats of the 60s. These are democratic socialists. That's exactly what they are. And if they win in another election, and if they take over another 4 or 8 years, the outlook for America is dire.
Yeah.
It is dire.
Well, you can already tell the lying that's happening on a regular basis. Again, Joe Biden said today that the economy's booming, that everything's going great, that inflation's dropping. Of course, inflation's dropping for those items that aren't selling: houses, cars, what do you call it? Refrigerators, dryers, washers, that kind of stuff. But the things that we use on a daily basis, food, through the roof, and that doesn't get measured in this process. They say that food is not an inflationary item.
Yeah, they call it the basket, the food, household basket or something like that. They removed it from the equation. And remember, I talked about this last time. That's why you have to go to shadowstats.com.
Yep.
Shadowstats.com measures inflation from the 80s, and it tracks it without all these changes. When government doesn't like a number, they just change the definition. Or, for example, if government doesn't like the way that their vaccine is working, they just change the definition of the vaccine. And so they do the same thing with our economic statistics. And if you look at other sites, you'll see that inflation is really at 20 to 22%.
Right.
Yeah, because they've taken all those items out of that basket, and so it makes it look like it's better. It's gaslighting.
Right. It is the definition of gaslighting. Speaking of which, we got a question here from YouTube. It asks, what's the biggest thing on middle Americans' minds? I live in Massachusetts, and illegal immigration is overwhelming us here. That's in Massachusetts. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's not just in Massachusetts. It's on the mind of everybody in Indiana. When we went out to the straw poll in Iowa, that was the top two things, the border and inflation. So it's not just you. It's absolutely a concern for everyone because we can see it. We see what's going on. And out in Massachusetts, you see it better than anybody, what's going on. And what can we do? Well, my plan is to remove our troops from overseas, pull our troops back, stop funding wars all over this excessive warmongering that the United States does, and put our troops, stack them up on the border, close our border for at least 20 years. We need to close our border. We need to put our states that are border states in control of immigration policy. The federal government, it's not even in the Constitution. They talk about immigrants. They don't talk about border. They don't even talk about immigrants as far. They talk about, I think, emigrants, not immigrants. And so we need to give this power back to the states, let the states issue border policy. They're the closest to it. They can fix this the best way. All we've seen in the history of my lifetime and generations before me is this buildup of more theater, more funding for HHS and Border Patrol and Homeland Security, just all these agencies that are ostensibly supposed to be taking care of this issue, and it's worse than it ever has been. So either they are complicit in it or they are completely incompetent. Either way, it cannot stand. We need to redirect our resources back to the states and redirect our defense, our definition of defense. Remember, a Department of Defense.
Right.
We need to redirect our military forces back to our homeland and start defending our borders instead of defending the borders of everyone in the NATO alliance, for example.
Right. Well, I think it was interesting that in the last couple of weeks here, we've been unable for the left or the right to come together and to do anything about our border, but they found billions for Israel's and for Ukraine's.
It's offensive. That's why Americans are so mad, because we're not dumb. Common sense is not that hard. We're not dumb. We know that and we've given them so much power, authority, and resources, and they've squandered it.
Yep.
Squandered it as they develop these big agencies and these positions and department head of this, and they're millionaires. They get wealthy off these schemes and plans, and they leave the rest of us vulnerable. Our cities are overrun with immigrants. There's crime. There's rampant.
Well, not immigrants, illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, and they're not even immigrants. They're criminals in our nation. I'm not going to give them a status that is gives them some kind of leeway. They're criminals.
Yes. Yeah. Many of them are criminals, and we can't afford it. And the sanctuary cities are, and I think it was Mayor Adams in New York's talking about, they're already giving these illegal immigrants more food stamp welfare than they are our own people. The hotels get more for a migrant than they do for a homeless person. Now, no one should be getting any of this. First of all, it should be taken care of in our community level, but our own government is completely mishandling this. It's all political. It's why we were warned about having the federal government so heavily involved in the state issues. It's why federalism was so important, because our founding fathers saw it before. They knew that this will get out of control, that when everything becomes political, we become divided and divisive. Nothing gets solved. And this system is only perpetuates itself. That's what happens. It only perpetuates itself.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th.
The changing world order. The times ahead will be radically different from those that we've experienced in our lifetimes, though similar to many times before. How do I know that? Because they always have been. Over my roughly 50 years of global macroeconomic investing, I've learned the hard way that the most important events that surprised me did so because they never happened in my lifetime. These painful surprises led me to study the last 500 years of history for similar situations, where I saw that they had indeed happened many times before, with the ups and the downs of the Dutch, British, and U.S. empires. And every time they did, it was a sign of the changing world order. This study taught me valuable lessons that I'm going to pass along to you here in a distilled form. You can find the comprehensive version in my book, Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order. Let me begin with a story that brought me to this point, about how I learned to anticipate the future by studying the past. In 1971, when I was a young clerk on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the United States ran out of money and defaulted on its debts. That's right. The U.S. ran out of money. How? Well, back then, gold was the money used in transactions between countries. Paper money, like the dollar, was like checks in a checkbook in that it had no value other than it could be exchanged for gold, which was the real money. At the time, the United States was spending a lot more money than it was earning by writing a lot more of these paper money checks than it had gold in the bank to exchange for them. As people turned these checks into the bank for gold money, the amount of gold in the U.S. started to dwindle. It soon became obvious that the U.S. couldn't keep its promises for all the existing paper money, so people holding dollars rushed to exchange them before the gold ran out. Recognizing that the U.S. was going to run out of real money, On Sunday evening, August 15th, President Nixon went on television to tell the world that the U.S. was breaking its promise to let people exchange their dollars for gold. Of course, he didn't say it that way. He said it more diplomatically, without making it clear that the United States was defaulting.
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy. And the American economy is by far the strongest in the world. Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators. I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
I watched in awe, realizing that money as we understood it was ending. What a crisis. I expected the stock market to plunge the next day, so I got on the exchange floor early to prepare. When the opening bell rang, pandemonium broke out, but not the kind I expected. The market was up, way up, and went on to rise nearly 25%. That surprised me, because I never experienced a currency devaluation before. When I dug into history, I discovered that the exact same thing happened in 1933 and had the exact same effect. Then, paper dollars were also linked to gold, which the U.S. was running out of because it was spending more paper money checks than it had gold to exchange for them. And President Roosevelt announced on the radio that he would break the country's promise to exchange dollars for gold.
It was then that I issued the proclamation providing for the National Bank holiday. And this was the first step in the government's reconstruction of our financial and economic fabric. The second step, last Thursday, was the legislation promptly and patriotically passed by the Congress, confirming my proclamation and broadening my powers so that it became possible, in view of the requirement of time, to extend the holiday and lift the ban of that holiday gradually in the days to come. This law also gave authority to develop a program of facilitation.
In both cases, breaking the link to gold allowed the U.S. to continue spending more than it earned, simply by printing more paper dollars. Since there was an increase in the number of dollars without an increase in the country's wealth, the value of each dollar fell. As these new dollars entered the market, without a corresponding increase in productivity, they went to buy lots of stocks, gold, and commodities, and hence caused their prices to rise. As I studied more history, I saw that the exact same thing happened many, many times before. I saw that since the beginning of time, when governments spent much more than they took in taxes, and conditions got bad, they ran out of money and they needed more. So they printed more, a lot more, which made its value fall and made the prices of most everything, including stocks, gold, and commodities, rise. That's when I first learned the principle that when central banks print a lot of money to relieve a crisis, buy stocks, gold, and commodities, because their value will rise and the value of paper money will fall. This printing of money is also what happened in 2008 to relieve the mortgage-driven debt crisis, and in 2020 to relieve the pandemic-driven economic crisis, and it almost certainly will happen in the future. So I suggest that you keep this principle in mind. These experiences gave me another principle, which is to understand what is coming at you, you need to understand what happened before you. That principle led me to study how the Roaring '20s bubble turned into the 1930s depression, which gave me the lessons that allowed me to anticipate and profit from the 2007 bubble turning into the 2008 bust. All these experiences led me to develop an almost instinctual urge to look to the past for similar situations to learn how to handle the future well. Changing orders. Over the last few years, three big things that hadn't happened in my lifetime prompted me to do this study. First, countries didn't have enough money to pay their debts, even after lowering interest rates to zero, so their central banks began printing lots of money to do so. Second, big internal conflicts emerged due to growing gaps in wealth and values. This showed up in political populism and polarization between the left, who want to redistribute wealth, and the right, who want to defend those holding the wealth. And third, increasing external conflict between a rising great power and the leading great power, as is now happening with China and the United States. So I looked back. I saw that all these had happened together before, many times, and nearly always led to changing domestic and world orders. The last time this sequence happened was from 1930 to 1945. What exactly is an order, you might ask? It's a governing system for people dealing with each other. There are internal orders for governing within countries, typically laid out in constitutions. And there is a world order for governing between countries, typically laid out in treaties. Internal orders change at different times than world orders, though whether within or between countries, these orders typically change after wars. Civil wars within countries, international wars between countries. They happen when revolutionary new forces defeat weak old orders. For example, the U.S. internal order was laid out in the Constitution in 1789 after the American Revolution, and it is still operating today, even after the American Civil War. Russia got rid of its old order and established a new one with the Russian Revolution in 1917, which ended in 1991 with a relatively bloodless revolution. China began its current internal order in 1949 when the Chinese Communist Party won the Civil War. You get the idea. The current world order, commonly called the American World Order, formed after the Allied victory in World War II, when the U.S. emerged as the dominant world power. It was set out in agreements and treaties for how global governance and monetary systems work. In 1944, the New World Monetary System was laid out in the Bretton Woods Agreement and established the dollar as the world's leading reserve currency. A reserve currency is a currency that is commonly accepted around the world, and having one is a key factor in a country becoming the richest and most powerful empire. With a new dominant power and monetary system established, a new world order begins. These changes take place in a timeless and universal cycle that I call the Big Cycle. I'll start with a quick overview, then give you a more complete version, and then direct you to my book if you want more. As I studied the 10 most powerful empires over the last 500 years and the last 3 reserve currencies, it took me through the rise and decline of the Dutch Empire and the guilder, the British Empire and the pound, the rise and early decline in the United States Empire and the dollar, and the decline and rise of the Chinese Empire and its currencies, as well as the rise and decline of the Spanish, German, French, Indian, Japanese, Russian, and Ottoman empires, along with their significant conflicts, as measured in this chart. To understand China's patterns better, I also studied the rise and fall of Chinese dynasties and their monies back to the year 600. Because looking at all these measures at once can be confusing, I'll focus on the 4 most important ones: the Dutch, British, US, and Chinese. You'll quickly notice the pattern. Now let's simplify the form a bit. As you can see, they transpired in overlapping cycles that lasted about 250 years, with 10 to 20-year transition periods between them. Typically, these transitions have been periods of great conflict because leading powers don't decline without a fight. So how am I measuring an empire's power? In this study, I used 8 metrics. Each country's measure of total power is derived by averaging them together. They are education, inventiveness and technology development, competitiveness in global markets, economic output, share of world trade, military strength, the power of their financial center for capital markets, and the strength of their currency as a reserve currency. Because these powers are measurable, we can see how strong each country is now, was in the past, and whether they're rising or declining. By examining the sequences from many countries, we can see how a typical cycle transpires. And because the wiggles can be confusing, we can simplify it a bit to focus on the pattern of cause-effect relationships that drive the rise and decline of a typical empire. As you can see, better education typically leads to increased innovation and technology development, and with a lag, the establishment of the currency as a reserve currency. You can also see that these forces then declined in a similar order, reinforcing each other's decline. Let's now look at the typical sequence of events going on inside a country that produces these rises and declines. In a nutshell, the big cycle typically begins after a major conflict, often a war, establishes the new leading power and the new world order. Because no one wants to challenge this power, a period of peace and prosperity typically follows. As people get used to this peace and prosperity, they increasingly bet on it continuing. They borrow money to do that, which eventually leads to a financial bubble. The empire's share of trade grows, and when most transactions are conducted in its currency, it becomes a reserve currency, which leads to even more borrowing. At the same time, this increased prosperity distributes wealth unevenly, so the wealth gap typically grows between the rich haves and the poor have-nots. Eventually, the financial bubble bursts, which leads to the printing of money and increased internal conflict between the rich and the poor, which leads to some form of revolution to redistribute wealth. This can happen peacefully or as a civil war. While the empire struggles with this internal conflict, its power diminishes relative to external rival powers on the rise. When a new rising power gets strong enough to compete with the dominant power that is having domestic breakdowns, external conflicts, most typically wars, take place. Out of these internal and external wars come new winners and losers. Then the winners get together to create the new world order, and the cycle begins again. As I looked back, I saw that these cause and effect relationships drove the cycles of rises and declines all the way back to the Roman Empire. I saw how the stories of each one of these cycles blended together with others before, during, and after, in the same way as each individual story blends with others to make the epic 500-year story that is our collective history. And like human life cycles, no two are exactly the same, but most are similar. They're driven by logical cause and effect relationships that progress through stages from birth to strength and maturity, to weakness and inevitably decline. However, that's like saying a person's life cycle takes 80 years on average, without recognizing that many are much shorter and many are longer. While age can be a good indicator of future longevity, a better way is to look at health indicators. One can do that with empires and their vital signs too. I found that by watching the indicators of power change, I was able to see what stage a country was in, which helped me to anticipate what was likely to come next. Now, I'll take you through the big cycle in more detail. Give me 20 minutes and I'll give you the last 500 years of history and show you the similar patterns across the Dutch, British, U.S., and Chinese empires.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
I'm pretty loyal to Trump, so I'll go through a blizzard like yesterday to go vote.
When President Trump's team said they needed help in Iowa due to the blizzard, only one Indiana congressional campaign stepped up.
It's getting a little squirrely.
Endorsing President Trump because it looks good in a press release, well, that's one thing. But showing up when President Trump asks for your help, that is something completely different.
My name's Charles Bookwalter. I'm a former Green Beret, and I myself am a candidate for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. We drove over here during this bad weather and this blizzard to help out, right? And we're here to help out because it seems like in Iowa, like in Indiana, that this is a race for second place, that our leader has already been chosen. This is the man that is going to help fight against the most pressing issue we have, which is the managerial class and holding them accountable. These issues, these crises that we face right now, the border, energy, inflation, forever wars, this is brought on by a managerial class that is failing us, and they tell us that we need to just go home. They got it all under control. Everything's taken care of as they give away our country. And frankly, it's a disgrace, and everyone in here should be offended. And we have some good candidates out there, but the fact is that this is the man that's going to lead us. This is the man that's going to unite us, and this is the man that we all need to get. You want to see Republicans unite and come together? Then this is how we do it. The Department of Justice, another part of the managerial class, has been weaponized against this man. And so by defending Donald J. Trump, we're saving our own skin. Does anyone else feel that way? Does anyone else feel that way? By protecting this man, we're protecting our own skin. But right now, we need to rally behind this man, and we need to take our country back. And the last thing I'll say is what Green Berets do all over the country. We recruit, train, and fight alongside our allies in other parts of the world. That's what you need to do. You need to get involved. You need to get engaged. You need to run for precinct committeeman. You need to run for delegate, and you need to take our country back.
To learn more about Charles Bookwalter and the Bookwalter for Congress campaign, visit bookwalterforcongress.com. That's bookwalterforcongress.com. We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
500 years of big cycles. I'm going to describe the typical cycle by dividing it into 3 phases: the rise, the top, and the decline. The rise. Successful new orders that rise, both internal and external, are typically started by powerful revolutionary leaders doing 4 things. First, they win power by gaining more support than the opposition. Second, they consolidate power by converting, weakening, or eliminating the opposition so they don't stand in their way. Third, they establish systems and institutions that make the country work well. And fourth, they pick their successors well, or create systems that do that. Because a great empire requires many great leaders over several generations. At this stage, soon after winning the fight, there is typically a period of peace and growing prosperity because the leadership is clearly dominant and has broad support, so no one wants to fight it. During this phase, leaders within the country have to design an excellent system to raise the country's wealth and power. First and foremost, to be great, they must have strong education, which is not just teaching knowledge and skills, but also strong character, civility, and work ethic. These are typically taught in the family, schools, and religious institutions. That provides a healthy respect for rules and laws, order within society, low corruption, and enables them to unite behind a common purpose and work well together. As they do this, they increasingly shift from producing basic products to innovating and inventing new technologies. For example, the Dutch rose to defeat the Habsburg Empire and become superbly educated. They became so inventive that they came up with a quarter of all major inventions in the world, the most important of which was the invention of ships that could travel around the world to collect great riches, and the invention of capitalism, as we know it today, to finance those voyages. They, like all leading empires, enhanced their thinking by being open to the best thinking in the world. As a result, the people in the country become more productive and more competitive in world markets, which shows up in their growing economic output and rising share of world trade. You can see this happening now as the US and China are roughly comparable in both their economic outputs and their shares of world trade. As countries trade more globally, they must protect their trade routes and their foreign interests from attack, so they develop great military strength. If done well, this virtuous cycle leads to strong income growth, which can be used to finance investments in education, infrastructure, and research and development. They must also develop systems to incentivize and empower those that have the ability to make or take wealth. In all of these cases, the most successful empires used a capitalist approach to develop productive entrepreneurs. Even China, which is run by the Chinese Communist Party, used a form of this capitalist approach. Deng Xiaoping, when asked about this, said, "It doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice. And it's glorious to be rich." To do this well, they must develop their capital markets. Most importantly, their lending, bond, and stock markets. That allows people to convert their savings into investments to fund invention and development, and share in the successes of those who make great things happen. The Dutch created the first publicly listed company, the Dutch East India Company, and the first stock market to fund it, which were integral parts of the system that produced massive wealth and power. As a natural consequence, the greatest empires developed the world's leading financial centers for attracting and distributing the world's capital. Amsterdam was the world's financial center when the Dutch were preeminent. London, when the British were on top. New York is now, and China is quickly developing its financial centers. Most importantly, the capitalists, the governments, and the military must work together. Not only did the Dutch work well together, they were one and the same. The Dutch East India Company was granted a trade monopoly from the government and had its own officially sanctioned military to go out into the global markets to make and take wealth. The British followed with the British East India Company and had a similar coordination of their government, business, and military operations. The U.S. military-industrial complex followed suit, as does the Chinese system today. As the country becomes the largest international trading empire, its transactions can be paid with its currency, making it the preferred global medium of exchange. And because their currency is so widely accepted and frequently used, people around the world want to save in it, making it the preferred storehold of wealth, and thus the world's leading reserve currency. The guilder was the world's main reserve currency when the Dutch led world trade, the pound was when the British led, and the dollar has been since the US led. Naturally, China's currency is increasingly being used as a reserve currency. Having a reserve currency enables the empire to borrow more than other countries. That advantage is huge. Think about it. People all over the world are eager to save and hence lend back their currency to the empire. Countries without a reserve currency don't have that. And when the empire runs out of its own money, remember the United States in 1971? They can always print more. The exorbitant privilege afforded by the empire's reserve currency leads borrowing to increase and the beginning of a financial bubble. This series of cause and effect relationships leading to mutually supportive financial, political, and military powers, bolstered by the borrowing power of a reserve currency, have gone together since history began to be recorded. All the empires that became the most powerful in the world followed this path to the top. While in the top phase, most of these strengths are sustained, embedded within the fruits of their success are the seeds of their decline. As a rule, as people in these rich and powerful countries earn more, that makes them more expensive and less competitive relative to people in other countries who are willing to work for less. At the same time, people in other countries naturally copy the methods and technologies of the leading power, which further reduces the leading power's competitiveness. For example, British shipbuilders had less expensive workers than Dutch shipbuilders. So they hired Dutch designers to design better ships that were built by less expensive British workers, making them more competitive, which led the British to rise and the Dutch to decline. Also, as people become richer, they tend not to work as hard. They enjoy more leisure, pursue the finer and less productive things in life, and at the extreme become decadent. Values change from generation to generation during the rise to the top, from those who had to fight to achieve wealth and power to those who inherited it. They're less battle-hardened, steeped in luxuries, and accustomed to the easy life, which makes them more vulnerable to challenges. The golden era of the Dutch Empire and the Victorian era of the British Empire were such high prosperity periods like this. As people get used to doing well, they increasingly bet on the good times continuing and borrow money to do that, which grows into financial bubbles. Naturally, the financial gains come unevenly, so the wealth gap grows. Wealth gaps are self-reinforcing because rich people use their greater resources to reinforce their powers. For example, they give greater privileges to their children, like better education, and they influence the political system to their advantage. This causes the gaps in values, politics, and opportunities to grow between the rich haves and the poor have-nots. Those who are less well off feel the system is unfair, so resentments grow. But as long as the living standards of most people are still rising, these gaps and resentments don't boil over into conflict. Having the world's reserve currency inevitably leads to borrowing excessively and contributes to the country building up large debts with foreign lenders. While this boosts spending power over the short term, it weakens the country's financial health and weakens the currency over the long term. In other words, when borrowing and spending are strong, the empire appears very strong, but its finances are in fact being weakened. The borrowing sustains the country's power beyond its fundamentals by financing both domestic overconsumption and international military conflicts required to maintain the empire. Inevitably, the cost of maintaining and defending the empire becomes greater than the revenue it brings in, so having an empire becomes unprofitable. For example, the Dutch Empire overextended around the world and fought war after increasingly expensive war with the British and other European powers to protect its territory and trade routes. The British Empire similarly became massive, bureaucratic, and lost its competitive advantages as rival powers, particularly Germany, soared, leading to an increasingly expensive arms race and world war. The U.S. has spent about $8 trillion on foreign wars and their consequences since September 11, and trillions more for other military operations and for supporting military bases in 70 countries. And it still isn't spending enough to support its military competition with China in the area around China. In this cycle, the richer countries eventually get deeper into debt by borrowing from poorer countries that save more. It's one of the early signs of a wealth and power shift. This started in the United States in the 1980s, when it had a per capita income 40 times that of China's, and started borrowing from Chinese who wanted to save in dollars because the dollar was the world's reserve currency. Similarly, the British borrowed a lot of money from its much poorer colonies, and the Dutch did the same at their top. If the empire begins to run out of new lenders, those holding their currency begin to look to sell and get out rather than to buy, save, lend, and get in. And the strength of the empire begins to decline. The decline. The decline comes from internal economic weakness together with internal fighting or costly external fighting or both. Typically, the decline comes gradually and then very suddenly. When debts become very large and there is an economic downturn and the empire can no longer borrow the money necessary to repay its debts, the financial bubble bursts. This creates great domestic hardships and forces the country to choose between defaulting on its debts or printing a lot of new money. It always chooses to print a lot of new money, at first gradually and eventually massively. That devalues the currency and raises inflation. For the Dutch, this was the financial crisis brought about by financial excesses and paying for the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War. Similarly, for the British, it was paying for its financial excesses and its debts from the two world wars. And for the U.S., it's been 3 cycles of debt finance booms and busts since the 90s, with the central bank stepping in each time with stronger measures. When the government has problems funding itself, when there are bad economic conditions, and living standards for most people are declining, and there are large wealth, values, and political gaps, internal conflict between the rich and the poor, as well as different ethnic, religious, and racial groups, greatly increases. This leads to political extremism that shows up as populism of the left or the right. Those of the left seek to redistribute the wealth, while those of the right seek to maintain the wealth in the hands of the rich. Typically, during such times, taxes on the rich rise, and when the rich fear their wealth and well-being will be taken away, they move to places, assets, and currencies they feel safer in. These outflows reduce the empire's tax revenue, which leads to a classic, self-reinforcing, hollowing out process. When the flight of wealth gets bad enough, governments outlaw it. Those seeking to get out begin to panic. These turbulent conditions undermine productivity, which shrinks the economic pie and causes more conflict about how to divide the shrinking resources. Populist leaders emerge from both sides and pledge to take control and bring about order. That's when democracy is most challenged because it fails to control the anarchy. And it is when the move to a strong populist leader who will bring order to the chaos is most likely. As conflict within the country escalates, it leads to some form of revolution or civil war to redistribute wealth and force the necessary big changes. This can be peaceful and maintain the existing order, but it's more often violent and changes the order. For example, the Roosevelt Revolution to redistribute wealth was relatively peaceful and maintained the existing internal order, while the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the Chinese Revolution were much more violent and led to new internal orders. This internal conflict makes the empire weak and vulnerable to rising external rivals who, seeing this domestic weakness, are more inclined to mount a challenge. This raises the risk of great international conflict, especially if the rival has built up a comparable military. Defending oneself and one's empire against rivals requires great military spending, which has to occur as domestic economic conditions are deteriorating and the empire can least afford it. Since there is no viable system for peacefully adjudicating international disputes, these conflicts are typically resolved through tests of power. As bolder challenges are made, the leading empire is faced with the difficult choice of fighting or retreating. Fighting and losing is the worst outcome, but retreating is bad too, as it cedes progress to the rival and signals that the empire is weak to those countries that are considering which side to be on. Poor economic conditions cause more fighting for wealth and power, which inevitably leads to some kind of war. Wars are terribly costly. At the same time, they produce the tectonic shifts that realign the new orders to the new realities of wealth and power in the world.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. Hey everyone, Charles Bookwalter here. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
When those holding the reserve currency and debt of the declining empire lose faith and sell them, that marks the end of its big cycle. Of the roughly 750 currencies that existed since 1700, less than 20% now exist, and all of them have been devalued. For the Dutch, this happened after their defeat in the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War, when they weren't able to repay the massive debts they built up during it. This led to a run on the Bank of Amsterdam and a desperate sell-off, forcing massive money printing, which devalued the currency and the empire into irrelevance. For the British, this happened after World War II, when despite their victory, they could not repay the massive debts they borrowed to fund their war effort. This led to a series of money printing, devaluations, and sell-offs in the British pound as the US and the dollar emerged dominant and created a new world order. At the time of this recording, the United States hasn't yet reached this point. While it has massive debt, spends more than it earns, and funds this deficit with more borrowing and printing huge amounts of new money, the big sell-off in dollars and dollar debt hasn't yet begun. And while there are great internal and external conflicts occurring for all the classic reasons, they've not yet crossed the line to become wars. Eventually, out of these conflicts, whether they're violent or not, come new winners who get together and restructure the losers' debts and political systems and establish the new world order. Then the old cycle and empire ends and the new one begins, and they do it all over again. That's a lot of detail I just threw at you to paint a picture of how the typical big cycle transpires. Of course, not all of them transpire in exactly this way, but most largely do. So much so that it seems like the stories of rises and declines stay essentially the same, and the only things that change are the clothes the characters wear and the technologies they use. So, where are we heading? The future. Most empires have their time in the sun and inevitably decline. Reversing a decline is difficult because that requires undoing a lot that's already been done, but it's possible. By looking at these indicators, it's pretty easy to see which stage of the big cycle an empire is in, how fit it is, and whether its condition is improving or worsening, which can help one estimate how many years it has left. Still, these estimates aren't precise, and the cycle can be extended if those in charge pay attention to their vital signs and improve them. For example, knowing that a person is 60 years old, how fit they are, whether they smoke or not, and a few other basic vital signs, one can estimate the person's longevity. One can do that with empires and their vital signs too. It won't be precise, but it will be broadly indicative and give clear direction on steps to take to increase longevity. It's most often the case that a nation's greatest war is with itself over whether or not it can make the hard decisions needed to sustain success. As for what we need to do, it comes down to just two things: earn more than we spend and treat each other well. All other things I mentioned, strong education, inventiveness, being competitive, and all the rest, are just ways of getting at these two things. It's easy to measure if we're doing them. So like people who want to get fit, let's get on the program and improve our vitals. Let's do that individually and collectively. My goal for sharing this picture of how the world works and a few principles for dealing with it well is to help you recognize where we are and the challenges we face, and to make the wise decisions needed to navigate these times well. Since there is a lot more to discuss and we are out of time, you can learn more in my book, Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order, and I look forward to continuing this conversation at economicprinciples.org and on social media. Thank you, and may the force of evolution be with you.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter May 7th. What does Chip Roy think about Jim Baird's yes vote for Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill?
Any Republican who votes for this bill should be ashamed of themselves.
Jim Baird should be ashamed, and we should be disgusted.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
But at least Baird voted to protect the border, right?
If you care about the border, you're getting nothing here.
On May 7th, vote no to Big Government Jim Baird.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rimpy Gurn. I immigrated into this country back in 1999. I have 3 children, and I'm a pop mom. My two oldest kids are there in college. Youngest one is 11-year-old. The reason why I am in this race today, because our healthcare system, our education system, a woman's rights to make a choice, women's rights are weaponizing today. I think we have given so much chances to all these legislators. It's time for a mother, a person who knows how hard it is to put the food on the table every day, to get into this race. And also, I don't think we have to choose between to put a food on a table and getting affordable health care. It is so hard these days to having affordable health care. I'm a healthcare provider. I have an insurance business, and I know day to day how hard it is for my consumer. It's not affordable anymore. A normal household in Indiana makes about $55,000 yearly. In order to get insurance for the family of 4, it's about $1,399 a month. I don't think we can all afford that. So this is why I'm in race. Our healthcare, again, our education, our environment, it's at risk. Thank you.
Mr. Bookwalter, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Charles Bookwalter. I'm a lifelong Hoosier, a father of 3 girls, a husband of 17 years, an entrepreneur, businessman, a homesteader, a homeschooler, a former Green Beret, and a follower of Christ. I'm here tonight because the Republican primary in the 4th Congressional District is the election. The primary is the people's choice, and I will try to demonstrate tonight to everyone here why voting in the primary for me, whether you're a conservative or not, is a vote to protect your God-given rights to life, liberty, and property. Jim Baird, our representative, has a record in both the Indiana General Assembly and Congress as a big spender, an establishment insider, and has voted to raise taxes his entire career. He claims he's a conservative, but just 2 weeks ago, he voted in support of Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending bill that is full of pork and includes additional spending in the green energy policies that are dividing us and destroying Indiana farmland. Jim Baird is silent on solar and wind fields despite constituents contacting his office, pleading for him to get involved. But worse is that Baird is the primary sponsor of the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act that gives more money and more authority to these policies that we are working hard to keep out of our communities. Jim Baird voted for the CHIPS Act that made the entire LEAP project possible, and what Heritage Action said will make America less competitive in the chip manufacturing market. And in 2021, Baird co-sponsored the Democrat bill, the Vaccine Registration Act. And until he had a serious primary challenger, he voted for every Ukraine spending package and has a record of supporting war and war spending overseas without securing our border.
Time. Thank you very much. Mr. Holder, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Hoosiers, my name is Derek Holder, and I stand sitting here before you today, not just as a candidate for Congress, but as a Marine Corps veteran, father and proud son of Indiana. Like many of you, I'm a typical citizen who knows the weight of waiting for the next paycheck, who juggles bills, and who strives each day to provide for my family, in an economy that often asks too much and gives too little. Indiana is our home, a state built on the strength of its farmers and the resilience of its people. I believe in my heart that our farmers are not just the backbone of Indiana, but they're the very lifeblood that sustains us. They deserve a representative who knows their struggle. I will fight for their prosperity and who will oppose policies and threaten their way of life. That's why I stand firmly against the LEAP pipeline, a project that risks the health of our land and the welfare of our communities. As a Marine, I was taught to fight for the safety and well-being of all Americans. Now I'm ready to bring that same commitment to fight for you in Congress, to ensure every Hoosier has the opportunity to thrive, to live without fear of the next bill or the next unexpected hardship. Together we can build a future worthy of the sacrifices who come before us, a future where liberty and prosperity are in reach of all. Join me and let's stand united for Indiana.
Thank you.
Just getting my timer ready. Okay, question number 1. Do you support the plan to divert tens of millions of gallons a day of water from the Wabash River proximal aquifers through a pipeline to support industrial development in Boone County? Is there action that the federal government can take to prevent that pipeline or others designed to facilitate carbon sequestration? Mr. Bookwalter first.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we found out about this in Boone County long before anyone found out about it in Tippecanoe County, and me and many of us in Boone County were against this forthwith. This is an age-old debate, people, about free markets and socialism. And what we have right now is a third rail system that Indiana politicians and big government Republicans in the federal government use. It's called interventionism. And they think it is taking the best of a little bit of capitalism and a little bit of socialism, and they get the best of both worlds. But they don't. They actually get the worst of both worlds. And so what this is central planning at its worst. And this is an example. What does it look like when we let them socially or centrally plan these? It looks like putting an elite project, buying 11,000 acres of prime agricultural land and putting a chip manufacturing company right in the middle of it, 53 miles from a water source that needs 100 million gallons a day. And Jim Baird voted for the CHIPS Act knowing that it was going there. They set this entire infrastructure up in Boone County to accommodate this chip manufacturing act. And no one is asking the question as to why did we lose chip manufacturing in the 90s anyway? It was done because of government regulation.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Thank you. No, I don't support the LEAP project. The reason is, first of all, there is a lot of transparency in a policy in our infrastructure. Let's talk about why they are taking a water when they know that, why they're putting a LEAP project in Lebanon in the first, when they know that that area cannot support a water resources. That's number one. Number two, why all the policies and all the infrastructures, all the debate and everything happened about this LEAP project, it was behind doors. Why a normal person who is getting affected by this LEAP project here in Tippecanoe County was not involved before they put the project up, before they came up with this project. As far as federal government can be involved, but they said there's a navigable water. Navigable water is that if there's a current water is flowing, it falls under the U.S. federal waters.
20 seconds.
If I get elected, yes, I can try to propose that policy in there, but first, you guys need to elect me. I am totally opposed against LEAP project, and thank you.
Mr. Holder.
First of all, I am strongly opposed to the LEAP project. Like they both said, it was behind closed doors. The farmers of Tippecanoe County did not get a say in this. And it is horrible for the farmers because the farmland around here is sandy. They need more water. It's also taking away from those who are in the city. The Taze Aquifer is going to be depleted within 10 years because of this. Also Indianapolis, it's being pumped up from Indianapolis. They're already running super short of water as it is, and it's gonna drain the 4 huge reservoirs that supply the city of Indianapolis. We do need chip manufacturing in the US because it was lost to Taiwan and China, but we must do it smarter. We must include everybody within the community to discuss these plans. We cannot hide it and let a program that is in Indiana right now that only answers to the governor. Federal government can be involved, but because of the EPA. They can set standards stating that it's an environmental issue.
Thank you. Question number 2. Economic incentives such as tax abatements pit state against state, and even, as we have seen, communities within a state against one another. What can be done at the national level to oppose such corporate welfare? Mr. Holder.
Can I have that question again?
Economic incentives such as tax abatements pit state against state, and even, as we have seen, communities within a state against one another. What can be done at the national level to oppose such corporate welfare?
That's tough. I believe that, we have to have competition between states to bring companies into each state, but it can't be as cutthroat as it is, because right now it is harming those of us who actually live in the state. It is hurting the environment. Look at what's happening with the wetlands here in Indiana, the leak pipeline. It is really strangling those who actually live within the states. We need to make it so we have to make it where it's open to the states that really, really need it. And where there's land for it to be used. That is not under government control, that is not under,
All right, folks, you just heard what they said. They both just said in their last response that the federal government should be involved in this. And they agree with Jim Baird, because Republicans and Democrats, where they switch back and forth, they want to use the government. It's just for their pet projects. So what can we do? What can we do, folks? You can elect in the primary someone like me that has been speaking out against this from the very beginning. We have to and we can develop our communities through entrepreneurship, rivalry, and we can develop them on our own if we had our money back. They are taking our money, they are giving it to a select few of people, and they're allowing them to choose winners and losers based on the contracts that they get and whatnot. But they agree, and so does Jim Baird. They just want it for their own contracts. And what this results in is a ratcheting effect. And so when Democrats are in charge, they get to choose their pet projects and give Republicans a little bit. And when big government Republicans are in charge, they get to choose their pet projects like big war and give Democrats a little bit of their taste of it too. I'm suggesting that you elect someone like me that is coming out at the very beginning saying that this cannot stand anymore. We should not be incentivizing people to centrally plan our local communities.
Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, sir. Like Ms. Derek Holder, yes, I am not that prepared to answer that question, but I wanna answer back to Mr. Bookwalter. He's telling us that we are agree with the federal government. Yes, we are agree with the federal government because what have you guys done here in the state of Indiana? You guys are majority here, we're Democrat, we are minority here. What have you guys done about the LEAP project? Why the LEAP project is here in the first place when you guys are the majority in here in state of Indiana? Why every time there's something is going around, it's always Democrats' fault? Why we're not thinking about our environment? Why not? Why we're so worried about our waters today? Look how many water companies are around here. We're so afraid drinking our tap water because it is so harmful to our bodies these days. We're buying the bottled waters, that's also harming our environment. So why haven't you guys done anything until now instead of Indiana? Why? Why they're always blaming the other parties? Why we can't be a bipartisan? Why can't we come to an agreement for our people who are electing us to go serve them? Why we cannot do that? Thank you.
I was asked a question.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Wetland protections have recently been reduced by the Indiana General Assembly. At the same time, water shortages are predicted for various areas of Indiana and are an ongoing urgent problem in other areas of the country. What national legislation, if any, protecting wetlands and reducing the water shortages? What things do you support? We'll start with Ms. Byrne, please.
Thank you. Again, these questions are all new to me, but again, let's talk about environment again. It's all based on our environment, global warming. There's a scientific research. There's global warming is real, and it's all affecting us. It's affecting our water, it's affecting our land, it's affecting our health. Why we cannot come up with policies where we can protect our environment so we don't have to worry about that what's going on in our state of Indiana tomorrow. Why we cannot come up with a really nice policy in place where when there's okay, let's talk about this. Global warming, we know it's real. We need to educate ourselves on that. So as far as we know how serious this issue is, we can all come up with a solution. As a national, again, right now I'm focusing on my campaign, but once I elected, I would love to do something for my state of Indiana and for my district. 4th Congressional District, the environment will be healthy and sustainable. Thank you.
Mr. Holder.
I believe through the federal government, the EPA can be used to introduce protections that saves our wetlands. Currently, Indiana's not the only state that's going through this issue. Tennessee, Georgia are fighting over wetlands to get a land to more water. The West is fighting over the Colorado River. Colorado River is being sucked up by California. Vegas is doing better with going green. And also the Saudis and Chinese are buying up land out there and using a water-intensive farming practices for alfalfa. That is eating up a good portion of the Colorado River as well. If we don't protect our wetlands, our children are going to suffer.
20
from it.
seconds.
Our grandchildren are going to suffer because of it. It's not us that's going to have to suffer. It's our future generations. We're passing the buck to them, just like we always do, and that's got to end.
Mr. Bookwalter.
Folks, I live on a 30-acre homestead with a creek, some tillable land. We have 18 acres that are in the wildlife preservation thing that the state offers. We live there for a reason. We have a creek run. It's beautiful. We love it. We take care of that. So why? They ask why? Because we aren't in charge. And if we had more of our private property in the hands of individual responsible owners and farmers, then our land would be better cared for. There's a fallacy that we think the government cares about our land. They don't. And when you have a piece of public property that anyone can access, then people abuse it and they don't take care of it. And when the federal government determines that they want an 11,000 acre LEAP project in our beautiful agricultural land, they will switch just like that, and they will fill in wetlands and they'll do whatever it takes that their big lobbyists that support them say is okay. Big ag, big sugar, and all those people support Jim Baird. Jim Baird is sponsored by these companies that will readily take our property and turn it into transform wetlands into dry land because it's not their property. And we care about it. So we need to have more land in the hands of private people that actually care about it. I am an example of that. And I'm a nasty Republican.
Protections of wildlife under the Endangered Species Act have recently been strengthened. What is your opinion about the act and the recent restoration of protective regulations? Mr. Bookwalter.
Again, I'm just going to stick with that theme. It's the same theme, everyone, that just like Jim Baird, Democrats will say the same thing. These problems that we have are because of big government. The response is not to beg for the big government to do what they said they were going to already do. That's not the correct response. We have to remove them from these. They're the ones that are responsible for this. We already have these acts in place. We should be enforcing these acts at a minimum and then getting some of this property out of the hands of government and getting them off of our own property. The people that, who in here wants to have fresh, clean water? Come on, raise your hands if you want fresh, clean water. Who in here wants a beautiful area to live in, and agriculture, and parks, and woods? We all do. They're trying to scare us. It's not true. This is only made possible through the government that has the authority and the force to take our property and give it to other people and let them turn it into whatever development they want to turn it into. It's up to us to take it. No one wants that. The only way they pollute and kill animals is if the government lets them do it. That's how they get away with it. And we know that.
Ms. Gurdon.
Thank you. Well, I understand the government is doing this, but which government is right now here in state of Indiana? All I want to say, it's each of all of us, every single person's responsibility. We need to preserve our natural habitat. That's all. Big corporations, their greed, they're coming, they're building more houses. More people are moving here, there's more houses, and they're cutting down our forests. But we need to put a stop somewhere. Who's gonna do it? Local government, state level? And who's in the state house today? Majority are Republicans. So here, I can be a bad Democrat or nasty Democrat candidate today, but I am sorry. Who's in the state house today? Tell me if you can answer me. So please, everyone, we all have to play our part. We need to just make sure taking care of natural habitat, and that's it. We need to take a step. If someone is coming and telling us that we want to buy this piece of land to, build a house, we should have honesty to say no to that, no matter how much money they're offering us. It's not about the money at the end of the day. It's about our health, our environment, our green energy, our sustainability. Thank you.
Mr. Holder.
I'd say good. We need more protections for endangered species. I too live on 10 acres of beautiful land. I have woods, I have a creek. Federal government's not trying to take any of that away from me. They never have. They're not even telling me how to use my land. I mean, I don't know where that's coming from, but I mean, it just sounds like we're hearing an episode of Fox News right now. And I'm sick and tired of that rhetoric. Every day, that's dividing this nation. We need to come together. We're not that far apart. Maybe on a couple issues, but not as far as Fox News or even MSNBC say we are. We have it from both sides. We need to bring this nation back to the middle where everybody has a hand in it. That way the far left and the far right aren't controlling this nation anymore. And the 90% that is America can agree with the stuff. We need to stop the infighting. That is it.
Question number 5. Do you favor national regulations that protect our water from per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, and that reduce their use in industrial applications? Mr. Holder.
Short answer, yes. If you care about our children, you will say yes. If you care about your pocketbook, you're going to say no. We need to keep PFAS out of the water system. Down in Martinsville, it has been found that within a 10 city block area, you cannot drink the water because it's infested with the stuff. And that has to end. It's hurting our children more than anything else. It is causing cancer. Franklin, Indiana has been known as the Flint of Indiana. It's got to end. Corporate greed is what's driving it. And I don't want to go mean here, but who drives corporate greed but the Republicans?
Boo! Uncalled for.
Mr. Bookwalter.
No Indiana Republican talks like me. Fox News doesn't sound like this, and we all know that. And you're right, they aren't far apart from other Republicans. Weak Republicans are very close to Democrats. That's true. And I don't want contaminated water. We've already talked about this. I'm on well water. It's insane to think that I want to increase my pocketbook and kill people. That's ridiculous. But here's the suggestion out of Republicans and Democrats right now who are very close. How many regulations do we have governing water, banking, the environment, you name it? Thousands, tens of thousands. And what they're suggesting is just one more. Just one more. We need just one more regulation, and then everything's going to be good. The fact is that the government's in control of your water right now, and Flint is a perfect example of that. I'm glad they brought it up. You know, I would suggest, because it's like the forest analogy. If a private owner owns a forest and they're selling their wood, they're not going to cut the whole thing down. They cut a few down and they let them grow. So they constantly have a forest that they can produce and they can hand off to their children. The same goes for our water. The same goes for all of our natural resources. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you know what I'm saying is true right now.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
For today, this is for our generations to come. Why we need to look for another planet when why we can't clean this planet? Keep it clean. Thank you.
And if everyone would remain seated, I think that would be the fairest way to proceed. There is substantial scientific evidence that the Earth is experiencing global warming and that greenhouse gases generated by human-promoted activities are the major contributors to that outcome. Do you agree with that assessment? And what are the consequences for public policy if your opinion is correct? Ms. Gerns first.
Yes, I totally agree with you. There is a scientific research about global warming, and then what we need a clean energy. We need a green energy. We need to make sure that we should have a renewable energy. We need to propose a more green tech policies. That's all from me. We need to take this global warming very, very, very seriously. Like again, I said in my last question, why we need to look for another planet, why we can't keep this planet clean, green, and sustainable, and livable. And again, this is not just for me, for my parents, this is for our generations to come. What we're going to do today, this is gonna pay us off tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. Holden.
Yes, global warming is true. Global climate change is true. And I do agree, we need green energy. We need to do it smart though. We're not gonna jump completely off coal and gasoline within the next week. We need to do it smart. We have to get it where the technology is right to where it's cheaper, and that way we don't bankrupt everybody. I'll go against my own party on this one. Biden saying that we need to be on electric vehicles by 2035 is not feasible. The cost of the batteries is not going to go down enough within the next 11 years. We need to wait until it becomes cost effective to completely wipe out gas ran internal combustion machines. The smart way to do it is, yes, the bus systems are going green. Our military has been going green for a long time, trying to go green. So, I mean, we're attempting to do it. It's going to take a while. But yes, we do need to go green. Just give it time.
Mr. Bookwalter.
I do not believe in the climate change catastrophe ideology. The climate may be slow and gradually warming, but it is not a catastrophe. And many of you who don't like the oil of subsidizing coal and gas want to do it with green energy. Well, this is what it looks like. It looks like a solar field the size of Manhattan in Pulaski County that's owned by Israel. It looks like solar fields being placed all over our 4th Congressional District that the community is fighting against. It looks like a LEAP project that wants to pull water from up here to down there. That LEAP project is supposed to be green and sustainable. It looks like wind turbine projects that are falling apart, that are going to be an eyesore for times to come. This unreliable, unsustainable energy source. We're always going to need oil and gas, and that we're never going to get away from it. And your parents and great-grandparents invested in this infrastructure, and they promised us back then that if we invest back then we're going to have cheap and reliable energy, and now's the time that we need it. This policy of green energy that they act like they don't like the LEAP project is actually leading to more expensive energy. And the thought leaders in climate change like Revel and Nordhaus never suggested. And by the way, they agree with Jim Baird, who is fully funding the Green New Deal energy policies through the Carbon Sequestration Collaboration Act and by not standing against solar and wind in our district.
The ongoing chaos concerning leadership in the House of Representatives, specifically with regard to the role of Speaker of the House, has paralyzed Congress for months. Which changes, if any, in governance do you favor to resolve the situation? Mr. Bookwalter.
They locked us down. The engine of the American economy, the federal government locked us down. They can lock down and they can shut down, and that does not concern me. Thomas Massie just came out and just made a tweet before I came up here and said he is going to second MTG's getting rid of the new speaker, and I'm okay with that. If they want to make promises to us, and if they want to make these promises, then they need to be held accountable. I was with the few, the 9 and the 20 that flipped the speaker back in January, and I think that we can do that again. That does not concern me at all that we have this. Folks, the country is unraveling in front of our eyes, and we know it. So if you're going to talk a game like you are concerned, then we have to be prepared to take drastic measures, and that requires getting rid of leadership. And Jim Baird is not going to do that. I was at a breakfast with him when he told me and his staff told me I was crazy for saying we need to get rid of a new leader. And as soon as we got rid of McCarthy and got Mike Johnson in, he acted like he took credit for that, even though he was opposed to that. I've been in this position from the very beginning, and I stand to it. You want to see change? Then you need to elect someone that is prepared to take drastic measures when we most need it, and be bold and have a spine in Washington, D.C.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name's Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
This is Jim Baird. Jim Baird claims to be a conservative, claims to have the same exact values you have, then turns around and votes in favor of Joe Biden's bloated $1.2 trillion spending bill. Here's what's in it.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
For the first time in 6 years, the 4th District has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. On May 7th, vote for true conservative leadership. Charles Bookwalter.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Well, I know there's a national issue, our Congress in DC, about the leadership and everything, but right now, what I'm worried about District 4 here, about my people here. We'll keep bringing up Jim Baird, but this is about us today. This is about all the people that are gathered in this room today, how lives are affecting them, how these policies are affecting them. What can I do for my district? That's what I'm worried about more. My main concern is that in my district, everyone should have access to quality health care. Women should have a choice to make about their bodies. They should have a right to make a choice about their bodies. Education. We need to push more education in my district. There's the money, but we just need to make sure how that funds are getting allocated in my district. That is what I'm more worried about people in my district. Thank you.
Twice in 2 years. That's how many speakers we're going to go through. Twice. Is it because Republicans can't decide on who to lead them in the House? I mean, twice. That tells me there is a serious rift in the party. You didn't see that when we were majority. Yes, you could say some stuff about who we had as speaker, but we didn't go through them like we were changing clothes. It is ridiculous. It is not supposed to be a speaker every time somebody gets a hair up their backside. I have nothing else to say about that. It's just a few sour grapes in the House. We all know who they are. We all know who wore a red hat, and that was unnecessary. So, that's it.
Question number 8. Mr. Holder, do you favor military aid to Ukraine?
Oh, sorry.
Yes. As a Ukrainian American, definitely do. My parents defected from the Soviet Union. They were born in Kiev. They defected from the Soviet Union. So, yes, we need to stop Russia from invading even further into Ukraine, because they will not stop there. They will keep marching across Europe. And we have to provide weapons and material to the leaders of Ukraine. They're not asking for boots on the ground. They don't want boots on the ground. They just need help. And we need to continue to support them.
Mr. Bookwalter.
As a combat veteran who's seen the horrors of war and the waste, fraud, and abuse that happens in the military, I'm opposed to interventionism on almost every front, particularly under our current military-industrial complex system that we have right now. Our original mandate was for a strong defense, not an offense that's 800 bases in 150 countries. Heretofore, we've given $165 billion to Ukraine. Has anyone considered what we could do with that money as we struggle here at home? I mean, inflation is a result of deficit spending. And the fact is that to think that Russia, who's gallivanting all over the world right now, taking over countries and regime change? Is it Russia? Is it Russia? It is. It is. Russia has made it clear for the last decade to not continue to push, from the 90s, to not push the NATO border up to their step. There's only one country in the world that has 800 bases in 150 countries across the world, and it's not Russia. So no, I do not support any more funding to Ukraine, and I do not support interventionism abroad that leaves us weak and vulnerable as a country with open borders where war refugees are pouring across our border, fleeing their war-torn societies that are being created by the bombs from European and American planes.
Ms. Gerd.
Well, I am neither agree to or disagree with both of them, because as a human, it's really hard to see kids, children, our elders, they're dying over there. But like Mr. Bookwalter said, we do need to worry about our country also. We need to worry about what's going on. I need to worry about what's going on in my district, District 4. Again, I am worried about my race right now, but once I get elected, I will see how I can help with this issue. Yes, humans are dying. We need to stop that. Yes, we do not need to aid other countries. But again, we can always come to an agreement, and we also need to think about how we can help each other. Thank you.
What is your position on whether a woman should have the ability to seek a medical termination of her pregnancy? Should the issue be decided at a national or state level? Ms. Gern.
Neither. No one has a right to make a choice how women can live their life. Neither. Woman doesn't want to have an abortion just because they wanted to, that it's a luxury. No. No. It's sometimes getting abortion, it's also a healthcare issue. It's a healthcare. So I don't support whether the state legislators or at the federal level they make a decision about women's bodies. No. We should have a right to make a decision on our body. I would say the person who does not have a uterus does not have a right to make a choice about our bodies. Thank you. That's it.
Mr. Holder.
Women's body, woman's choice. It should be between a woman and her doctor. It's not politicians in DC or in Indianapolis that should make the choice. I echo what she says and what Rachel Green said. No uterus, no opinion.
Mr. Bookwalter.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Folks, Jim Baird has voted for every funding, every conflict and intervention abroad. He voted for almost every Ukraine spending package, and you can count on him to get us in the next war. And I'm already against the next war. I am 100% pro-life. It's one of the reasons I don't want to be killing people all over the world. I believe life begins at conception, and I agree with the Dobbs decision that puts this decision back at the state level, and Indiana is a great example of this. I encourage local activists to get out there and fight this at the local level and pass strict pro-life legislation at the state level. That because a federal abortion can be overturned, and it can be a federal ban on abortion. Jim Baird voted for the $1.2 trillion spending bill that included funding for full-term abortions. I would never do that. But like I said, I agree with the Dobbs decision because it pushes the decision back to the states where it belongs. I believe abortion is murder, and murder is a state issue. Therefore, this decision is in the right spot, and we can make more progress as pro-life people, continuing to encourage states to pass this strict abortion legislation. And you don't have to have a uterus to have that opinion.
Final question. What will be different if you were elected to Congress, Mr. Bookwalter?
I only got 2 minutes, so I gotta, okay. How's it gonna be different? It'll be different merely by us doing the same thing that we're doing right now, by showing up, by being available, by doing the job. Where's Jim Baird, everyone? He's the incumbent, and he's not here. Where has he been? He only comes back when he needs your vote. He hasn't been here to protect small farmers and medium-sized farmers, small businesses. He hasn't been there to protect our medical liberties when it most counted, and he hasn't been there to protect us from government overreach. He hasn't been there to protect us, that the Green New Deal energy policies that he supports along with the Democrats. Our goal in our campaign is to do what Green Berets do all over the world. We recruit, train, and fight alongside our allies. We have recruited hundreds of people to get involved in local office, running for local positions. I've testified all over the 4th Congressional District against lockdowns, vaccine mandates, solar and wind fields, carbon sequestration projects. I've testified at election boards to return to one-day voting on paper ballots. We have a chance here, folks, to disrupt Washington, D.C. from Indiana in a good way, disrupt the political establishment in Indiana, and elect someone that actually is an outsider. Do I sound like Jim Baird?
Time.
Where is Jim Baird? I ask you again.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District. Why am I running? Simple. The out-of-control spending, well, it's out of control, and somebody has to do something about it.
Take, for example, this taxpayer-funded billboard that was strategically placed by Representative Baird in front of my Frankfort, Indiana, Jimmy John's franchise. Nice one, Jim. Now, to the untrained eye, this billboard looks exactly like a campaign ad, but it's not. It's franked mail. It's your tax dollars being used by an incumbent to remind you of all the reasons that you should go vote for them. And every day I leave work, I'm reminded exactly why I'm running for Congress. Jim Baird won't let me forget. Thanks, Jim.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
The following pre-recorded political program is sponsored by TV for Goldwater Miller on behalf of Barry Goldwater, Republican candidate for President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, we take pride in presenting a thoughtful address by Ronald Reagan. Mr. Reagan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you and good evening. The sponsor has been identified, but unlike most television programs, the performer hasn't been provided with a script. As a matter of fact, I have been permitted to choose my own words and discuss my own ideas regarding the choice that we face in the next few weeks. I have spent most of my life as a Democrat. I recently have seen fit to follow another course. I believe that the issues confronting us cross party lines. Now, one side in this campaign has been telling us that the issues of this election are the maintenance of peace and prosperity. The line has been used, we've never had it so good. But I have an uncomfortable feeling that this prosperity isn't something on which we can base our hopes for the future. No nation in history has ever survived a tax burden that reached a third of its national income. Today, 37 cents out of every dollar earned in this country is the tax collector's share. And yet our government continues to spend $17 million a day more than the government takes in. We haven't balanced our budget 28 out of the last 34 years. We've raised our debt limit 3 times in the last 12 months. And now our national debt is 1.5 times bigger than all the combined debts of all the nations of the world. We have $15 billion in gold in our treasury. We don't own an ounce. Foreign dollar claims are $27.3 billion. And we've just had announced that the dollar of 1939 will now purchase 45 cents in its total value. As for the peace that we would preserve, I wonder who among us would like to approach the wife or mother whose husband or son has died in South Vietnam and ask them if they think this is a peace that should be maintained indefinitely. Do they mean peace, or do they mean we just want to be left in peace? There can be no real peace while one American is dying someplace in the world for the rest of us. We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars. And it's been said if we lose that war, and in so doing lose this way of freedom of ours, history will record with the greatest astonishment that those who had the most to lose did the least to prevent its happening. Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the founding fathers. Not too long ago, 2 friends of mine were talking to a Cuban refugee, a businessman who had escaped from Castro. And in the midst of his story, one of my friends turned to the other and said, "We don't know how lucky we are." And the Cuban stopped and said, "How lucky you are. I had some place to escape to." And in that sentence, he told us the entire story. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
And this idea that government is beholden to the people, that it has no other source of power except the sovereign people, is still the newest and the most unique idea in all the long history of man's relation to man. This is the issue of this election. Whether we believe in our capacity for self-government or whether we abandon the American Revolution and confess that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives for us better than we can plan them ourselves. You and I are told increasingly we have to choose between a left or right. Well, I'd like to suggest there is no such thing as a left or right. There's only an up or down. Man's old age dream, the ultimate in individual freedom consistent with law and order, or down to the ant-heap of totalitarianism. And regardless of their sincerity, their humanitarian motives, those who would trade our freedom for security have embarked on this downward course. In this vote harvesting time, they use terms like the Great Society, or as we were told a few days ago by the President, we must accept a greater government activity in the affairs of the people. But they've been a little more explicit in the past, and among themselves, and all of the things I now will quote have appeared in print. These are not Republican accusations. For example, they have voices that say the Cold War will end through our acceptance of a not undemocratic socialism. Another voice says the profit motive has become outmoded. It must be replaced by the incentives of the welfare state. Or our traditional system of individual freedom is incapable of solving the complex problems of the 20th century. Senator Fulbright has said at Stanford University that the Constitution is outmoded. He referred to the president as our moral teacher and our leader. And he says he is hobbled in his task by the restrictions of power imposed on him by this antiquated document. He must be freed so that he can do for us what he knows is best. And Senator Clark of Pennsylvania, another articulate spokesman, defines liberalism as meeting the material needs of the masses through the full power of centralized government. Well, I, for one, resent it when a representative of the people refers to you and me, the free men and women of this country, as the masses. This is a term we haven't applied to ourselves in America. But beyond that, the full power of centralized government, this was the very thing the Founding Fathers sought to minimize. They knew that governments don't control things. A government can't control the economy without controlling people. And they know when a government sets out to do that, it must use force and coercion to achieve its purpose. They also knew, those Founding Fathers, that outside of its legitimate functions, government does nothing as well or as economically as the private sector of the economy. Now, we have no better example of this than government's involvement in the farm economy over the last 30 years. Since 1955, the cost of this program has nearly doubled. 1/4 of farming in America is responsible for 85% of the farm surplus. 3/4 of farming is out on the free market and has known a 21% increase in the per capita consumption of all its produce. You see, that 1/4 of farming, that's regulated and controlled by the federal government. In the last 3 years, we've spent $43 in the feed grain program for every dollar bushel of corn we don't grow. Senator Humphrey last week charged that Barry Goldwater, as president, would seek to eliminate farmers. He should do his homework a little better, because he'll find out that we've had a decline of 5 million in the farm population under these government programs. He'll also find that the Democratic administration has sought to get from Congress extension of the farm program to include that 3/4 that is now free. He'll find that they've also asked for the right to imprison farmers who wouldn't keep books as prescribed by the federal government. The Secretary of Agriculture asked for the right to seize farms through condemnation and resell them to other individuals. And contained in that same program was a provision that would have allowed the federal government to remove 2 million farmers from the soil. At the same time, there's been an increase in the Department of Agriculture employees. There's now 1 for every 30 farms in the United States. And still, they can't tell us how 66 shiploads of grain headed for Austria disappeared without a trace, and Billy Solestis never left shore.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message.
My name is Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. In the average campaign commercial, the announcer, backed by patriotic music, would inform you I'm a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient. Or you'd be told how my opponent, Jim Baird, voted to send billions to Ukraine, or that he authored the bill to bring carbon sequestration plants and Joe Biden's Green New Deal to Indiana. But this isn't that kind of ad. I just want to let you know, for the first time in 6 years, you have a choice in the Republican primary. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I humbly ask for your vote on May 7th. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
This is Jim Baird. Jim Baird claims to be a conservative, claims to have the same exact values you have, then turns around and votes in favor of Joe Biden's bloated $1.2 trillion spending bill. Here's what's in it.
This budget funds full-term abortion. It funds DEI. It funds trans ideology on our youth as young as 12 years old.
For the first time in 6 years, the 4th District has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. On May 7th, vote for true conservative leadership. Charles Bookwalter.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Every responsible farmer and farm organization has repeatedly asked the government to free the farm economy. But who are farmers to know what's best for them? The wheat farmers voted against a wheat program. The government passed it anyway. Now the price of bread goes up, the price of wheat to the farmer goes down. Meanwhile, back in the city, under urban renewal, the assault on freedom carries on. Private property rights so diluted that public interest is almost anything a few government planners decide it should be. In a program that takes from the needy and gives to the greedy, We see such spectacles as in Cleveland, Ohio, $1.5 million building completed only 3 years ago must be destroyed to make way for what government officials call a more compatible use of the land. The president tells us he's now going to start building public housing units in the thousands, where heretofore we've only built them in the hundreds. But FHA and the Veterans Administration tell us they have 120,000 housing units they've taken back through mortgage foreclosure. For 3 decades, we've sought to solve the problems of unemployment through government planning, and the more the plans fail, the more the planners plan. The latest is the Area Redevelopment Agency. They've just declared Rice County, Kansas, a depressed area. Rice County, Kansas has 200 oil wells, and the 14,000 people there have over $30 million on deposit in personal savings in their banks. When the government tells you you're depressed, lie down and be depressed. We have so many people who can't see a fat man standing beside a thin one without coming to the conclusion the fat man got that way by taking advantage of the thin one. So they're going to solve all the problems of human misery through government and government planning. Well, now, if government planning and welfare had the answer, and they've had almost 30 years of it, shouldn't we expect government to read the score to us once in a while? Shouldn't they be telling us about the decline each year in the number of people needing help, the reduction in the need for public housing? But the reverse is true. Each year the need grows greater, the program grows greater. We were told 4 years ago that 17 million people went to bed hungry each night. Well, that was probably true. They were all on a diet. But now we're told that 9.3 million families in this country are poverty-stricken on the basis of earning less than $3,000 a year. Welfare spending 10 times greater than it was in the dark depths of the Depression. We're spending $45 billion on welfare. Now do a little arithmetic and you'll find that if we divided the $45 billion up equally among those 9 million poor families, we'd be able to give each family $4,600 a year. And this, added to their present income, should eliminate poverty. Direct aid to the poor, however, is only running about $600 per family. It would seem that someplace there must be some overhead. So now we declare war on poverty, or you too can be a Bobby Baker. Now, do they honestly expect us to believe that if we add $1 billion to the $45 billion we're spending, one more program to the 30-odd we have, and remember, this new program doesn't replace any, it just duplicates existing programs. Do they believe that poverty is suddenly going to disappear by magic? Well, in all fairness, I should explain there is one part of the new program that isn't duplicated. This is the youth feature. We're now going to solve the dropout problem, juvenile delinquency, by reinstituting something like the old CCC camps. And we're going to put our young people in these camps. But again, we do some arithmetic and we find that we're going to spend each year just on room and board for each young person we help, $4,700 a year. We can send them to Harvard for $2,700.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
Why did Jim Baird suddenly flip-flop on his support for Ukraine funding? One day he's for it, the next he's not. For the record, between 2022 and 2023, Jim Baird voted on 3 separate occasions to give a total of $90 billion to the Ukrainian war machine. He even received an A rating for his unwavering support. But now Baird says he's against funding Ukraine. What changed? Charles Bookwalter. Charles Bookwalter is a true constitutional conservative who's ready to serve and vote the will of the people of the Fourth. That's what changed.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting Harvard is the answer to juvenile delinquency. But seriously, what are we doing to those we seek to help? Not too long ago, a judge called me here in Los Angeles. He told me of a young woman who'd come before him for a divorce. She had 6 children, was pregnant with her 7th. Under his questioning, she revealed her husband was a laborer earning $250 a month. She wanted the divorce to get an $80 raise. She's eligible for $330 a month in the Aid to Dependent Children program. She got the idea from 2 women in her neighborhood who'd already done that very thing. Yet any time you and I question the schemes of the do-gooders, we're denounced as being against their humanitarian goals. They say we're always against things, we're never for anything. Well, the trouble with our liberal friends is not that they're ignorant, it's just that they know so much that isn't so. Now, we're for a provision that destitution should not follow unemployment by reason of old age. And to that end, we've accepted Social Security as a step toward meeting the problem. But we're against those entrusted with this program when they practice deception regarding its fiscal shortcomings, when they charge that any criticism of the program means that we want to end payments to those people who depend on them for a livelihood. They've called it insurance to us in 100 million pieces of literature. But then they appeared before the Supreme Court and they testified it was a welfare program. They only used the term insurance to sell it to the people. And they said Social Security dues are a tax for the general use of the government. And the government has used that tax. There is no fund. Because Robert Byers, the actuarial head, appeared before a congressional committee and admitted that Social Security as of this moment is $298 billion in the hole. But he said there should be no cause for worry, because as long as they had the power to tax, they could always take away from the people whatever they needed to bail them out of trouble. And they're doing just that. A young man, 21 years of age, working at an average salary, his Social Security contribution would in the open market buy him an insurance policy that would guarantee $220 a month at age 65. The government promises $127. He could live it up until he's 31 and then take out a policy that would pay more than Social Security. Now, are we so lacking in business sense that we can't put this program on a sound basis so that people who do require those payments will find they can get them when they're due, that the cupboard isn't bare? Barry Goldwater thinks we can. At the same time, can't we introduce voluntary features that would permit a citizen who can do better on his own to be excused upon presentation of evidence that he had made provision for the non-earning years? Should we not allow a widow with children to work and not lose the benefits supposedly paid for by her deceased husband? Shouldn't you and I be allowed to declare who our beneficiaries will be under this program, which we cannot do? I think we're for telling our senior citizens that no one in this country should be denied medical care because of a lack of funds. But I think we're against forcing all citizens, regardless of need, into a compulsory government program, especially when we have such examples as was announced last week when France admitted that their Medicare program is now bankrupt. They've come to the end of the road. In addition, was Barry Goldwater so irresponsible when he suggested that our government give up its program of deliberate planned inflation so that when you do get your Social Security pension, $1 will buy $1's worth and not 45 cents worth? I think we're for an international organization where the nations of the world can seek peace. But I think we're against subordinating American interests to an organization that has become so structurally unsound that today you can muster a 2/3 vote on the floor of the General Assembly among nations that represent less than 10% of the world's population. I think we're against the hypocrisy of assailing our allies because here and there they cling to a colony, while we engage in a conspiracy of silence and never open our mouths about the millions of people enslaved in the Soviet colonies in the satellite nations.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. Who is Charles Bookwalter? Charles is a husband, father, entrepreneur, and former Green Beret. But most importantly, Charles Bookwalter is a constitutional conservative. Charles Bookwalter will work to close our borders, ensuring the safety and security of our nation. Charles will fight to secure your personal medical freedoms, giving you complete control over your own healthcare decisions. And Charles Bookwalter will continue his fight to secure our elections, ensuring every vote counts. On May 7th, you have a choice.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
I think we're for aiding our allies by sharing of our material blessings with those nations which share in our fundamental beliefs. But we're against doling out money government to government, creating bureaucracy, if not socialism, all over the world. We set out to help 19 countries. We're helping 107. We've spent $146 billion. With that money, we bought a $2 million yacht for Haile Selassie. We bought dress suits for Greek undertakers, extra wives for Kenya government officials. We bought 1,000 TV sets for a place where they have no electricity. In the last 6 years, 52 nations have bought $7 billion worth of our gold, and all 52 are receiving foreign aid from this country. No government ever voluntarily reduces itself in size, so government programs once launched never disappear. Actually, a government bureau is the nearest thing to eternal life we'll ever see on this earth. Federal employees number 2.5 million, and federal, state, and local, 1 out of 6 of the nation's workforce employed by government. These proliferating bureaus with their thousands of regulations have cost us many of our constitutional safeguards. How many of us realize that today federal agents can invade a man's property without a warrant? They can impose a fine without a formal hearing, let alone a trial by jury, and they can seize and sell his property at auction to enforce the payment of that fine. In Chico County, Arkansas, James Weir overplanted his rice allotment. The government obtained a $17,000 judgment, and a U.S. Marshal sold his 960-acre farm at auction. The government said it was necessary as a warning to others to make the system work. Last February 19th at the University of Minnesota, Norman Thomas, 6 times candidate for president on the Socialist Party ticket, said if Barry Goldwater became president, he would stop the advance of socialism in the United States. I think that's exactly what he will do. But as a former Democrat, I can tell you Norman Thomas isn't the only man who has drawn this parallel to socialism with the present administration. Because back in 1936, Mr. Democrat himself, Al Smith, a great American, came before the American people and charged that the leadership of his party was taking the party of Jefferson, Jackson, and Cleveland down the road under the banners of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. And he walked away from his party and he never returned till the day he died. Because to this day, the leadership of that party has been taking that party, that honorable party, down the road in the image of the Labor Socialist Party of England. Now, it doesn't require expropriation or confiscation of private property or business to impose socialism on a people. What does it mean whether you hold the deed to or the title to your business or property if the government holds the power of life and death over that business or property? And such machinery already exists. The government can find some charge to bring against any concern it chooses to prosecute. Every businessman has his own tale of harassment. Somewhere a perversion has taken place. Our natural unalienable rights are now considered to be a dispensation of government. And freedom has never been so fragile, so close to slipping from our grasp as it is at this moment. Our Democratic opponents seem unwilling to debate these issues. They want to make you and I believe that this is a contest between 2 men, that we're to choose just between 2 personalities. Well, what of this man that they would destroy? And in destroying, they would destroy that which he represents, the ideas that you and I hold dear. Is he the brash and shallow and trigger-happy man they say he is? Well, I've been privileged to know him when. I knew him long before he ever dreamed of trying for high office. And I can tell you personally, I've never known a man in my life I believed so incapable of doing a dishonest or dishonorable thing.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. With just days before the Indiana primary, it's important to take a look at Jim Baird's voting record one last time. Most recently, Jim Baird voted with Democrats for Joe Biden's $1.2 trillion spending package. He later claimed it was a mistake. Well, how about the $90 billion Baird voted to send to Ukraine? Or the $400 million National Vaccine Registry Baird voted for? Or how about the bill Jim Baird authored to bring carbon sequestration to the 4th District? Were they all mistakes? Don't make a mistake. On May 7th, vote Charles Bookwalter for Congress.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. As many of you know, I'm running to represent you in Indiana's 4th Congressional District, and the primary is upon us in Indiana. Leading up to it, we've compiled a number of our town hall meetings and a few other video clips that you may enjoy. So sit back, relax, and check these out. And if you like it, make sure you comment and share with your friends. Thank you very much.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
This is a man who, in his own business, before he entered politics, instituted a profit-sharing plan before unions had ever thought of it. He put in health and medical insurance for all his employees. He took 50% of the profits before taxes and set up a retirement program, a pension plan for all his employees. He sent monthly checks for life to an employee who was ill and couldn't work. He provides nursing care for the children of mothers who work in the stores. When Mexico was ravaged by the floods in the Rio Grande, he climbed in his airplane and flew medicine and supplies down there. An ex-GI told me how he met him. It was the week before Christmas during the Korean War, and he was at the Los Angeles airport trying to get a ride home to Arizona for Christmas. And he said that a lot of servicemen there and no seats available on the planes. And then a voice came over the loudspeaker and said, any men in uniform wanting a ride to Arizona, go to runway such and such. And they went down there. There was a fellow named Barry Goldwater sitting in his plane. Every day in those weeks before Christmas, all day long, he'd load up the plane, fly it to Arizona, fly them to their homes, fly back over to get another load. During the hectic split-second timing of a campaign, this is a man who took time out to sit beside an old friend who was dying of cancer. His campaign managers were understandably impatient, but he said, there aren't many left who care what happens to her. I'd like her to know I care. This is a man who said to his 19-year-old son, there is no foundation like the rock of honesty and fairness. And when you begin to build your life on that rock, with the cement of the faith in God that you have, then you have a real start. This is not a man who could carelessly send other people's sons to war. And that is the issue of this campaign that makes all the other problems I've discussed academic, unless we realize we're in a war that must be won. Those who would trade our freedom for the soup kitchen of the welfare state have told us they have a utopian solution of peace without victory. They call their policy accommodation. And they say if we'll only avoid any direct confrontation with the enemy, he'll forget his evil ways and learn to love us. All who oppose them are indicted as warmongers. They say we offer simple answers to complex problems. Well, perhaps there is a simple answer. Not an easy answer, but simple. If you and I have the courage to tell our elected officials that we want our national policy based on what we know in our hearts is morally right, we cannot buy our security, our freedom from the threat of the bomb, by committing an immorality so great as saying to 1 billion human beings now enslaved behind the Iron Curtain, give up your dreams of freedom, because to save our own skins, we're willing to make a deal with your slave masters. Alexander Hamilton said, a nation which can prefer disgrace to danger is prepared for a master and deserves one.
You're watching a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Our program will return after this message. For the first time in 6 years, Indiana's 4th has a choice in who we send to Washington, D.C. And Charles Bookwalter is the constitutional conservative we need now more than ever. Charles Bookwalter is a former Green Beret and Bronze Star recipient who wants to close the border, rein in the out-of-control spending on both sides of the aisle, and get America back on track. If you're sick and tired of the status quo, you have a choice this primary. Make your voice heard. Vote Charles Bookwalter on May 7th.
I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I approve this message. I'm Charles Bookwalter, and I'm running for Congress in Indiana's 4th Congressional District because our out-of-control government is, well, it's out of control. The border's wide open, and inflation is crippling the American dream. I approve this message because it's time to change Washington, not America.
We now return you to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall.
Now let's set the record straight. There's no argument over the choice between peace and war, but there's only one guaranteed way you can have peace, and you can have it in the next second: surrender. Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow other than this, but every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? Well, Nikita Khrushchev has told his people he knows what our answer will be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday, when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time, we will have been weakened from within spiritually, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better red than dead. Or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard round the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our honored dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance. This is the meaning, in the phrase of Barry Goldwater, peace through strength. Winston Churchill said the destiny of man is not measured by material computations. When great forces are on the move in the world, we learn we're spirits, not animals. And he said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, which, whether we like it or not, spells duty. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness. We will keep in mind and remember that Barry Goldwater has faith in us. He has faith that you and I have the ability and the dignity and the right to make our own decisions and determine our own destiny. Thank you very much.
Welcome to a special presentation of the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. Vote Charles Bookwalter. Thank you for watching the Charles Bookwalter Digital Town Hall. For more information about Charles Bookwalter and the Bookwalter for Congress campaign, visit bookwalterforcongress.com.